Chapter 734. Female literature. There was no doubt about her strength, but it was enough for a Four Essences supremacy to suppress her in this state. Moreover, if she really did not care about anything else and directly burst out with all her strength, they also had a way to deal with it. Therefore, at this moment, no matter how one looked at it, they were confident of victory. At this moment, they looked down from above and had their own invincible thoughts. At this moment, the spectral dragon's master suddenly laughed and said, "I really didn't expect there to be two good monsters here. In that case, let's go and devour them." He spoke so casually, as if he had everything under control at this moment. Compared to Bai Tianqing, his gaze was more focused on Su Yan. Naturally, he could tell that Su Yan was the master of these two powerful demonic beasts. However, he was a little curious. Why? Su Yan was just a person in the dragon realm. How could he be the master of these two powerful monsters? One had to know that even he could only have one spectral dragon as his monster pet. Moreover, this monster pet was obtained through inheritance. Even a powerful supremacy would not be so simple to obtain a supremacy of the same realm as him. However, Su Yan not only had one, but also two. This made him a little angry. He was the spectral dragon Ing. Even in the boundless demon sect, his reputation was very well known. Not only was he cruel, but he was also a murderer. He never needed any other reason to kill. As long as he did not like the eyes of others, he would directly kill them. Within the sect, countless people had died in his hands. Moreover, once he attacked, it was incomparably bloody. He would often torture his enemies until they were no longer human before he stopped. This guy was simply an executioner. Obviously, at this time, he had already set his sights on Su Yan. If he really made a move, then Su Yan's life would probably end here. Moreover, it would be an extremely miserable death. This was the cognition of Fang Yueshan, who was hiding in the cabin. Fang Yueshan was well versed in the art of protecting oneself. He knew that the battle at this time would definitely be very terrifying. It was definitely not something that he could interfere in at this time. Therefore, he had no intention of making a move at this moment. However, he still cared about the outside world. After all, whether he was willing or not, he had already become a traitor of the devil's sect. If Su Yan and the others died, then his fate would definitely not be too good. Therefore, he absolutely did not wish for Su Yan to die like this. However, the only thing he could do now was to pray, because he knew very well that his strength wouldn't be of any use in such a confrontation. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze landed on him. Gui Longying frowned. Su Yan's gaze made him very unhappy. This unyielding gaze filled him with disgust. What he hated the most was people who seemed to never give in. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan also understood what he was thinking, but he was not afraid at all. Idiot. In fact, Su Yan didn't like Gui Longying very much. All along, he was used to letting his enemies speak first. However, he didn't want to do so at this moment. Therefore, he scolded Gui Longying directly. He believed that if Meng Yang was here, he would definitely scold Gui Longying more interestingly. This way, Gui Longying would be even angrier. However, it didn't matter because Gui Longying was already very angry at this moment. It could be seen that Gui Longying wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Gui Longying sneered and said, "Very well. Although your strength isn't that great, I admire your courage." "Hee, I have to praise your courage. You actually dare to speak to me like this." Obviously, this wasn't a compliment, but a bone-chilling threat. At this moment, Gui Longying's murderous intent had reached an unimaginable level. His power had begun to gather. He actually wasn't very interested in Mu Tiansheng because this was the royal sect's own matter. Gui Longying only came here because of that lord's order. Therefore, he had no interest in Mu Tiansheng's life or death at all. At this moment, Su Yan had completely angered Gui Longying. To put it in this way, Gui Longying had found a very interesting toy. And this was Su Yan. For Gui Longying, being able to become angry was a very interesting thing. At this moment, his eyes began to flicker with an extremely mysterious radiance. The faint purple radiance had the most mysterious luster, as if he had encompassed everything in this world. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he was surrounded by a mysterious aura. It was as if a pair of hands were dragging him into an extremely mysterious place. This feeling was difficult to describe, but it was very unpleasant. At this moment, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. No, almost at this moment, he woke up. At this moment, his eyes turned cold. He immediately knew that he had fallen into Gue Longying's illusion. This guy was really powerful. His will was so terrifying that it was simply shocking. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness had always been the strongest. The green lotus anomaly in his sea of consciousness could restrain almost all spiritual attacks. Even a four essences supremacy could not make him lose his consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly reflected an extremely intense radiance. You can actually break free from my will. Gue Longying was surprised. This Su Yan was a little too strange. Under such circumstances, he could actually break free from his will. However, the more this was the case, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. One had to know that he loved to kill geniuses the most. As for Su Yan, he was definitely one of the best among the geniuses. At this moment, he gathered his strength again. Without a doubt, he was ready to attack Su Yan. However, at this moment, a force suddenly appeared. This was an extremely domineering saber chi. A saber descended from the sky, separating heaven and earth. Everything was directly devoured by this saber. This kind of power was simply domineering to the extreme. The wind was howling, and the saber light was endless. What a sharp saber technique. It's you, frenzied blade. Gue Longying's expression changed immediately. He had not expected that someone would come to disturb him at such a time. There were definitely not many people in the world who could possess such powerful saber techniques, and this person was one of them. He was the frenzied blade venerable. However, the frenzied blade venerable was a three essences expert back then. At this moment, however, his saber chi had clearly reached the four essences realm. I've long heard that the limitless demon sex Gue Longying is a freak with a demonic aura. It just so happens that I like to beat up people like him, so I specially came today. Meng Yang's mouth was extremely vicious, so a master who could teach such a disciple naturally couldn't be any better. As soon as he opened his mouth, this person was immediately fuming with anger. Gue Longying's temper had never been good, so encountering the frenzied blade venerable at this moment was naturally even more unlucky. Gue Longying, kill that brat for me. Gue Longying was flustered and exasperated. He directly ordered Gue Longying to attack Su Yan, while he himself went straight for the frenzied blade venerable. At this moment, a ghostly shadow flashed in the sky, and a powerful force directly rushed towards the frenzied blade venerable. At the same time, Gue Longying had already pounced down. At this moment, the Oriole flew straight up into the sky. As a sky beast, his battle intent was boiling at this moment. He had become Su Yan's beast, so he would naturally be affected by Su Yan. Earlier, when Su Yan was advancing, it had also benefited from it. At this moment, he needed an opponent to vent his energy. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake directly stirred up boundless waves and suppressed the jade phosphor beast. Almost at the same time, Mu Tianxing directly attacked. A surge of power swept out from her body. That force immediately turned into boundless winds and clouds, trapping Bai Tianxing within. At this moment, Bai Tianxing's expression suddenly became solemn. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he immediately felt an extremely strong pressure when he really attacked. After all, Mu Tianxing was much more powerful than he had imagined. At this moment, the power of the two directly intertwined, and the powerful aura immediately stirred up an extremely huge wave. At the same time, the jade phosphor beast was also fighting with the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Yan Xiao, who was fiercely fighting in the sky, directly asked, "So, the Taihang sword faction is going to become enemies with the boundless demon sect?" Everything on this battlefield was under his control. He could clearly see that at this moment, the experts he brought were already being held back by the others. At this moment, Shueshingchuan said, "So what if I become enemies with the Boundless Demon Sect?" The Boundless Demon Sect has become more and more unscrupulous recently, so naturally, many people don't like you. Hee, I've already said before that the reason I'm here this time is to kill you. After Shueshingchuan finished speaking, he swung his sword again. The surging sword chi was like a boundless tidal wave. The rolling power was simply terrifying beyond compare. His sword seemed to be the most powerful and domineering sword in the world. Even a saint venerable like Yan Shao did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared behind Yan Shao. Then, a force directly locked onto Yan Shao. To be able to lock onto a saint venerable like Yan Shao, there was no need to say how powerful this person was. A saint venerable. I'm Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect, and I'm here to take your life. The calm and cold voice directly made Yan Shao break out in cold sweat. Chapter 735. Female Literature, Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame Sect. The Blazing Flame Sect's deputy sect leader. A saint venerable. He had actually appeared here and joined forces with Shueshingchuan. At this moment, even Yan Zhao's heart trembled slightly. However, he was a saint venerable after all, so he remained calm. He shouted, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have the guts to plot against me. You're courting death." He was extremely furious. After all, anyone would be furious after being plotted against like this. Although the Boundless Demon Sect, the Blazing Flame Sect, and the Taihang Sword Faction were the three major sects in this generation, the Boundless Demon Sect had always been suppressing the other two sections. However, the two sects had actually made their move today. This time, their target was him, the deputy sect leader. This meant that the two sects were ready to start a war. Even the powerful Boundless Demon Sect did not have any confidence in the face of this sudden war. The Blazing Flame Sect and the Taihang Sword Faction's actions had completely messed up their deployment. However, he should be most concerned about his own safety now. This was because he was currently in a huge crisis. If this continued, he would be in danger of dying. Of course, a saint venerable's means were ever-changing. Although he was besieged by two experts, his heart was still calm. Experts who could reach their current level had experienced countless things. They deeply understood that if they lost their mind at this moment, it would be the beginning of their death. At this moment, his strength suddenly erupted and formed an extremely evil shield. The shield flickered and immediately blocked the endless power of the flames. These flames continued to surge in the sky. The raging flames were truly terrifying to the extreme. Even so, the energy could not invade his body at all. At this moment, the huge net that Su Yan and the Taihang Sword Faction had set up quietly spread out. With such a violent force and the arrival of so many powerful experts, the war was about to begin. Mu Tiansheng, the Frenzied Blade Venerable, and the others all had their own opponents. As for Su Yan, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. His strength had increased again, but it was still too much for him to interfere in a battle between venerable ones. Back then, it was already very difficult for him to fight 1/9 of Yin Zhongshan's clone. He was not crazy enough to fight a venerable one directly. At this time, inside the warship, Fang Yueshan saw Su Yan appear. At this time, he was full of reverence for Su Yan. He was a bystander who had been observing the changes in the situation. At this moment, he clearly saw Su Yan's powerful strength. It was Su Yan who had single-handedly arranged this situation. This young man who looked delicate and pretty actually had such power. This was truly terrifying. Fang Yueshan was already over 50 years old, and he had always been very tactful when it came to dealing with people. He watched everything coldly from the sidelines, but this time, he had to admit that Su Yan's strength was so powerful. He knew in his heart that if this young man didn't die, he would definitely be a powerhouse whose name shook the entire region. He took a breath and then walked to Su Yan's side. "Brother Su Yan, this is a Guiyuan pill. It is very effective for you now. If you don't mind, take it. The Guiyuan pill's level was not low. Even in the dragon realm, this was a very precious pill. To put it bluntly, this was a life. Fang Yueshan had this Guiyuan pill for many years, and he had always treasured it. For so many years, he had pursued good luck and avoided disaster, and had never let himself fall into a dangerous situation. He had kept this pill with him all this time. However, at this time, he actually took out this pill directly. Su Yan was also stunned. Originally, he did not pay attention to Fang Yueshan at all. After all, to him, at that time, he just casually robbed a warship. Because Fang Yueshan was more cooperative, he did not kill him. However, he did not expect that at this time, the other party would express his goodwill. At this time, Fang Yueshan said, "Brother Su Yan, this is a Guiyuan pill. It can restore one's vitality in time. Brother Su Yan and I are now in the same boat, so I will have to ask Brother Su Yan to take care of me." Fang Yueshan was very straightforward and directly stated his purpose. Su Yan said, "Mr. Fang is too polite. However, Mr. Fang's goodwill, as long as I, Su Yan, am alive, I will definitely protect Mr. Fang." After he finished speaking, he directly swallowed the Guiyuan pill. This Guiyuan pill was indeed something that Fang Yueshan had kept for a long time. After this pill entered his body, Su Yan's aura immediately began to recover. The powerful spirit qi directly engulfed his body. At this time, Fang Shanyue was also very surprised. The speed at which Su Yan swallowed the spiritual energy was simply beyond his expectations. The Guiyuan pill was indeed an extremely high-grade divine medicine, but he knew very well that the effect of the Guiyuan pill could not reach this level. Since the Guiyuan pill could not achieve this effect, then everything was very clear. This was because Su Yan's own strength was terrifying. Su Yan himself had stimulated all the medicinal effects of the Guiyuan pill. No, it was not just all the medicinal effects, it was completely activated. If one had to use a word to describe Su Yan, it would be terrifying. Previously, he had already held Su Yan in high esteem. However, at this moment, he was simply envious of Su Yan to the point of hatred. This was a true genius. If his aptitude was as strong as Su Yan's, then why did he have to play safe and do nothing all these years? However, he was also very clear in his heart that many things could not be changed by subjective will. At this time, a cold voice directly sounded, "Traitor, I have finally found you." Suddenly, there was a strong murderous intent. The invisible murderous intent directly stirred up countless waves, and the terrifying power immediately surrounded the warship. The strong murderous intent directly descended, and Fang Yueshan's heart immediately became extremely heavy. An expert of the devil's sect. Fang Yueshan, I really did not expect that you would dare to betray the devil's sect. You really have guts. His tone was cold, and the murderous intent was overbearing. Fang Yueshan raised his head. Although he had never thought of betraying the devil's sect, now that things had come to this point, it was meaningless no matter what he said. Just like last time, he had already directly opened his mouth and cursed. So naturally, he would not be polite to this guy. Betrayal is betrayal. So what? You idiot, don't make a fuss here. At this time, Fang Yueshan's heart did not waver at all. He was a smart and decisive person. At this time, since he had already placed his hopes on Su Yan, he would definitely not be undecided. In such a cruel battle, those who wavered would only have a dead end. He understood this principle very well. Good. Fang Yueshan, I didn't expect you to have such guts in the past. Since that's the case, you can go to hell, he shouted in a low voice, and then an extremely powerful force pressed down on him. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly opened his eyes. He did not talk nonsense and directly raised his hand to slap. You seem to have made a mistake. Your opponent is me. Since he had already promised the other party to protect him, Su Yan would not let him get hurt. At this time, he fully unleashed his power, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this moment. The power of 6 dragons. At this moment, when Su Yan blasted out with his palm, there was an unimaginable power of lightning in his power. At this moment, even the expression of the Honorable One who suddenly attacked had changed. Good, very good. He directly changed the direction of his power, and the violent power directly pressed down on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was almost boiling. After all, the direct pressure of an Honorable One's power was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, Su Yan was actually able to block it. This already showed that Su Yan's extremely powerful essence of power was extremely strong. At this moment, he directly blocked the pressure of an Honorable One with the power of 6 dragons. Under the huge gap between the realms, Su Yan was still able to do this. This showed how strong his power was at this moment. This Honorable One from the Devil's Sect never expected Su Yan to be able to directly block his attack. He originally thought that it would not take much effort to kill someone in the Dragon Realm. A Honorable One, huh? At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit was extremely high. After consuming the energy-gathering pill, he had recovered a lot of his power. He did not know if it was because of his 3 hearts, but at this moment, he was especially battle-hungry. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind the Honorable One. One could vaguely see that it was a sword light, but this sword light had no shape at all. It was directly struck down like an ordinary stick. Aha, Su Yan, you're too mean. You didn't even call me for such a fun thing. This was Meng Yang's sacred sword of the ambushing stick. After the frenzied blade Honorable One appeared, this guy finally appeared. At this moment, waves suddenly rose in the sea, and within the waves, there was an extremely terrifying sword light. This sword naturally could not be compared to Xue Xingchuan's sword, but it had its own sharpness. At this moment, the powerful sword edge exploded with extremely terrifying lethality. Honorable Dojan? Count me in. This was Feng Yuhai. After Feng Yuhai, another beam of sword light appeared. The sword light was extremely domineering and sharp. Su Yan was very familiar with this sword energy. It was the Taixing Sword Chief, Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Wang Baichuan also appeared at this moment. And at this time, he had directly entered the battle state. Chapter 736. Female Literature, Eerie State. Wang Baichuan's unique skill, Eerie State. When Su Yan fought with him, he had suffered a lot. However, Wang Baichuan was not in his complete state at that time. Therefore, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan ended up in a tie. This time, Su Yan saw Wang Baichuan again. At this time, the pressure that Wang Baichuan gave him was no longer as great as before. However, that was because Su Yan had grown too quickly during this period of time. His strength had reached an extremely powerful level. However, this did not mean that Wang Baichuan's improvement was small. On the contrary, in terms of realm, Wang Baichuan was not inferior to him at all. The aura on his body was so thick that it was integrated and extremely powerful. At this time, this Devil's Sect's venerable frowned directly. He was a one-origin venerable. Although he was only a one-origin venerable, it was more than enough to deal with a traitor like Fang Yueshan. In fact, it was an extremely simple matter. Killing a person was extremely easy for him. However, at this time, he realized that the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. Fang Yueshan hadn't been killed by him. Instead, he had fallen into a trap. However, he did not care about such a siege. After all, his opponents were only a few powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. Moreover, they were not the top powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. However, this made him very unhappy, because his opponents were only a few unrated fellows. For a powerful venerable like him, these guys were indeed unrated. Therefore, he was now filled with anger. His power suddenly erupted and a strong aura swept around him. It was like a giant hand that could tear everything apart. In just an instant, everything was completely shattered by him. For young people, Su Yan, Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. The 4 of them stood in 4 different rooms, surrounding him. At this time, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that the young people nowadays are so confident. What, you think you can kill me with your strength? He felt that the thoughts of these young people were somewhat laughable. No, it should be said that they were naive. Their strength was indeed not bad, but how could they compare to him? The difference was too great. No one answered him. At this time, Wang Baichuan directly attacked. The cold state was the battle state. At this moment, he only had an unimaginable battle heart. He was the first to make a move. His sword directly rushed into the sky. That incomparably powerful force kept whistling at this moment. In the end, it simply turned into a flying bird. That powerful force charged straight towards the venerable Yen Song. At this moment, Feng Yuhai attacked again. The sword light was like a tsunami. Meng Yang immediately roared, "Eat my blade." Su Yan naturally would not show any mercy at this moment. He immediately displayed the deity vanquishing sword. The four people attacked at the same time. The powerful force seemed to directly cut the surrounding area into four pieces. Previously, the four people had already attacked once. However, this time, their strength was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Even as a venerable, Yen Song had to admit that he felt threatened at this moment. He had to admit that these young people that he looked down on had given him a huge amount of pressure. However, he still did not think of dodging such an attack. This was because if he dodged such an attack at this moment, it would be a huge humiliation to him. A venerable actually did not dare to directly face the attack of some dragon realm cultivators. It was such a funny thing. Therefore, at this moment, he directly condensed his strength. He wanted to directly tear apart these young people's strength. He wanted to let these young people know how laughable their courage was. In front of him, this self-righteous courage would only bring them death. In front of him, a flower of death directly condensed. The extremely beautiful flower of death quietly bloomed. The moment the flower bloomed, a thick aura of death spread out. This kind of power had actually swept everything away in an instant. At this moment, the attack of the four young experts was directly devoured. Such a powerful and terrifying power. As expected of a powerful venerable. At this moment, he was like a king. His gaze casually fell on the crowd. Although he did not speak, the ridicule was very obvious. However, in reality, at this moment, he was definitely not as casual as he looked on the surface. Although his flower of death had directly devoured the strength of the four young experts. However, the strength of the four young experts could not be underestimated. These four young people were the strongest in the dragon realm. Yin Zhongshan's judgment of Su Yan was that he was invincible in the dragon realm. In other words, Su Yan's strength was completely comparable to an ordinary 9 dragons realm cultivator. As for Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, and Meng Yang, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Moreover, each of them had a holy weapon in their hands. With their powerful strength and top-notch weapons, their strength had naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. Although the strength of the four young experts was indeed neutralized. In the end, Yen Song's flower of death directly disintegrated. His hands were also trembling slightly. Yen Song's fake trembling naturally did not escape the eyes of the four young experts. Even when facing a venerable, they were not afraid at all. At this moment, Meng Yang directly said, "Tisk, TSK, TSK. I can't believe I met someone like this. If it hurts, just say it. Anyway, even if you don't say it, I will laugh at you." Meng Yang's group was always his strongest weapon. As long as he mocked, even a venerable would not be able to take it. Obviously, the venerable in front of him was the victim. His anger directly rose to the extreme. His gaze was so cold. At this moment, he directly locked his killing intent on Meng Yang. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was on the verge of breaking down. Hey, you old man, why are you looking at me like that? Your master Meng Yang, am a normal man. Give up, I won't fall for you. You despicable guy, you'd better give up this kind of idea as soon as possible. Meng Yang's thoughts had always been different from everyone else's. As soon as he said that, everyone felt that they were about to break down. How could he be so outrageous? To think that he could even say such words. Not to mention the venerable who was being targeted by him, even Su Yan and the others could not take it anymore. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Meng Yang. After all, they heard that idiocy was contagious. Only Meng Yang himself did not notice at this time. He looked at the old man and shouted again, "Hey, hey, hey, you weird old man, what are you trying to do? Be careful, your master Meng Yang will kill you. You damn, despicable old man. I'll definitely kill you." In Yen Song's eyes, Meng Yang's anger had become a naked provocation. However, he could not understand how there could be such a shameless person in this world. At this time, he had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang no matter what. This was because he was causing trouble for the human world. This was the first time he felt that he was killing for justice. All of a sudden, this venerable one became righteous and awe-inspiring, as if his entire temperament had been elevated. This made Su Yan and the others look at each other. At this time, Meng Yang spoke again, "Damn, you old man, your mind is really unhealthy. At this time, even your expression has changed. I must purify you. I must make you understand that your evil is absolutely wrong." At this moment, Meng Yang's temperament suddenly changed. His entire being became fierce. This kind of unstoppable aura was, without a doubt, the strongest and sharpest blade in the world. Although he and Yen Song, the devil's sex elder, were enemies, at this time, why were both of their faces so righteous? What was going on? The changes in these two people almost liberated Wang Baichuan from his cold and gloomy state. Damn it, do it. Wang Baichuan forced himself to take a breath and raised his fighting spirit again. At this time, he was not in the right state of mind. Therefore, at this time, he directly attacked, and his powerful strength exploded to the extreme. At this moment, 7 dragon shadows vaguely appeared on his body. The 7 dragons' realm. Wang Baichuan's cultivation speed was also terrifying. At this time, he had already reached this realm. In terms of realm, even Su Yan was still a little inferior to him. However, this was very normal. After all, when Su Yan first met Wang Baichuan was already at the 4 dragons realm. At that time, he was only at the single dragon realm. At this time, Feng Yuhai also made his move. Feng Yuhai. The "C" in his name was not randomly obtained. It was faintly rumored that Feng Yuhai was the incarnation of the Son of the Sea. He used the sea as a sword and entered the path of the sword. For so many years, he seemed to have been suppressed by Wang Baichuan. However, in reality, no one knew how terrifying his true strength was. Wang Baichuan was extremely afraid of Feng Yuhai. This person's strength was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every time Wang Baichuan exchanged blows with Feng Yuhai, he could always feel that Feng Yuhai didn't seem to be using his full strength. Although this was a very strange feeling, Wang Baichuan was certain that it was absolutely true. At this time, when he made his move, endless waves were immediately set off. The violent sea seemed to have really turned into the sword in his hand. Such power was simply shocking. Su Yan was still the deity vanquishing sword. Chapter 737. Female literature. The master of the 4 powerhouses had arrived once again, but this time, Yen Song was different from before. He did not choose to directly defeat the attacks of the 4 people. Instead, he locked his target on Meng Yang. Now, his goal was very clear, and that was to kill Meng Yang. This time, Meng Yang once again let everyone see his extremely powerful ridicule. To make a venerable master attack him so crazily, he could be considered powerful. F***ck, you old pervert, you actually want to make a move on me? Damn it, do you think I will submit so easily? You think too much, now I will let you know my power. At this moment, the sacred sword in Meng Yang's hand, ambush, was directly surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. Although Meng Yang was a very funny person, one had to admit that he was also an extremely talented powerhouse. Although he was still not comparable to Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai, he was only slightly inferior. And these people were already powerful existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the older generation's powerhouses. At this moment, he directly used all of his strength, which was definitely extremely powerful. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder appeared around his sacred sword. Then, he directly circulated his qi and roared, "Su Yan, help! There is a pervert who is plotting against me." When his aura reached its peak, this clown actually directly fled to the back. He really fled. This made Su Yan's eyebrows jump. He had never seen such a shameless person, and he had never seen such an unreliable guy. Just what was going on in this person's head? Meng Yang's sudden action shocked everyone once again. This guy. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. What happened to fighting with me? Why did he just run away like that? Did he still have any shame? At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable anger. However, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai seemed to have some immunity to Meng Yang's behavior. After all, Meng Yang had already shown his shameless nature during the incident on Divine Demon Island. It did not seem to be a big deal for him to appear again at this time. Of course, the angriest person at this time was Yen Song. He attacked with a face full of anger and even ignored the attacks of the other three people because he wanted to kill Meng Yang directly. However, this guy who was still awe-inspiring righteousness just now actually turned around and fled at the most critical moment. Where was his dignity? Weren't these young powerhouses most concerned about their dignity? But now, where did his dignity go? He actually ran away so straightforwardly. This kind of guy really deserved to die. For the glory of the Venerable One, for the justice of this world. Well, although justice didn't have much to do with him, his killing intent towards Meng Yang didn't decrease in the slightest. At this moment, the sword lights of Su Yan and the others directly turned into a triangular shape and surrounded him. When these three sword lights gathered together, they were almost invincible. Even the venerable god Might Venerable felt apprehensive at this moment. However, he had already made up his mind. His target was Meng Yang. The flower of death bloomed once again. Silently, that extremely terrifying power appeared again and was about to devour the three sword lights. His plan was very simple. Although Meng Yang was not bad, he was still the weakest among the four people. Compared to the other three people, killing Meng Yang was the easiest. As long as Meng Yang was killed, he could then attack them one by one. He could then divide and kill these young powerhouses. His goal was not wrong at all. How could a person like him lose his sense of propriety because of anger? Killing Meng Yang first was one of his plans. However, Meng Yang was indeed despicable, so for him, this was just something he could do in passing. However, it was a pity that accidents were bound to happen. In the end, he had overestimated the power of his flower of death. In other words, he had underestimated the strength of Su Yan and the others. The power of the three sword lights had far exceeded his expectations. After the first attack, they had already witnessed the power of the flower of death. How could they not be prepared for the second attack? If they did not even have this bit of power, it would be impossible for them to become the top powerhouses of the younger generation. At this moment, Su Yan directly roared and suddenly, his power burst out again. This time, it was an even more oppressive power. It was also the deity vanquishing sword, but the power that emerged this time was more than 3 times stronger than before. Previously, Su Yan did not display his full strength at all. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. The sudden increase in the power of the three people directly surprised Yen Song. Almost without any pause, his flower of death was directly torn apart just like that. Because of a miscalculation, his flower of death was torn apart, which also left a flaw in his body. The existence of this flaw gave Su Yan and the others an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Yang stopped running and only shouted, "You damned old pervert, why are you so stupid? Come on, if you have the guts, come and kill Lord Meng Yang." Meng Yang's provocative words were always able to pierce into his opponent's body at the most critical moment like a needle. Yen Song was originally a sacred weapon. At this moment, he was even more flustered and furious. However, at this moment, he also knew that he could not pay attention to this guy anymore. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. He immediately turned around and slapped out. A black palm print suddenly slapped out. This palm print appeared in the sky and directly collided with the sword chi of Su Yan and the others. The power of this palm print was not weak, but it did not block the power of Su Yan and the others as he had expected. On the contrary, it made the power of Su Yan and the others become even stronger. Under such power, his body began to tremble. This kind of power made him feel somewhat at a loss. How is this possible? The strength of those three brats is actually so strong. At this moment, he finally realized that he had underestimated the strength of these powerhouses of the younger generation. That surging aura was like an endless beacon fire that was constantly attacking. The sword chi was already very powerful, and at this moment, the three sword chis with completely different natures were even more terrifying. Even he couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he was only slightly unable to withstand it. In the end, he was still able to block this attack. As long as he blocked this attack, he would not give the other party any more chances. However, at this moment, he immediately realized that someone had already arrived behind him. "You old pervert, eat my bludgeon." Naturally, only the great god, Meng Yang, could do such a thing at this time. At this moment, he actually appeared directly at this moment. Meng Yang's attack had already reached a certain level. As long as he made a move, it would definitely be silent. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to directly attack this venerable one. However, at this moment, Yen Song was in danger. At this moment, even if he noticed it, he would not be able to react in time. Therefore, at this moment, his attack was successful again. This attack made Meng Yang feel especially proud. He had hit a venerable one with a huge stick. Even his master probably did not have this kind of experience many times. This was something to be proud of. However, the venerable one's head was really hard. Under such circumstances, the other party was still safe and sound. Was his head made of living things? At this moment, Meng Yang actually fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yen Song suddenly roared. He was actually injured by these lowly fellows. Under the endless anger, his spiritual chi once again went berserk. The violent power suddenly blew everything away. Meng Yang and the others were all sent flying. When a venerable one was angry, he was actually so terrifying. Good, good, good. This is really interesting. You guys are really courting death. Yen Song began to adjust his aura. After all, the explosive state could not be maintained forever. He needed time to directly kill these detestable people. Su Yan smiled coldly and then said, "Courting death is indeed courting death, but I'll let you die." He directly activated his demonic dragon transformation, and the two pairs of wings on his back kept trembling. On his body, dragon scales began to slowly crawl up. The dragon scale armor and the invincible golden body made his defense reach an extremely terrifying level. It was very difficult for an ordinary dragon realm expert to hurt him. At this moment, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan directly looked at each other. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although Su Yan was very strong in the past, and was even on par with Wang Baichuan, it was different at that time. Wang Baichuan was at the juncture of breaking through, so he could not fight with all his strength. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that Su Yan's power had completely surpassed his. To put it bluntly, if he and Su Yan were to fight again, the person who would lose would definitely be him. Whether it was Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai, their strength had increased very quickly. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, they were worthy of being called geniuses. However, the reason why they were able to do so was because they began to cultivate hard from a young age. With the help of their sects and families, as well as their own talents, they were able to achieve today's achievements. However, Su Yan was different. He used to be in the 5 counties continent. In that barren place, the Fengyuan realm could be considered a powerhouse. Chapter 738. Female literature. Furthermore, when they first met, Su Yan had only just transformed into a dragon. Within the same period of time, Wang Baichuan had advanced by 2 realms, and so had Feng Yuhai. However, Su Yan had advanced by a full 5 realms, and at that moment, he had already reached the 6th dragon level. In comparison, they were nothing compared to Su Yan. More importantly, Su Yan was younger than them. This guy who had such terrifying strength at such a young age was truly a terrifying existence. Now, they began to admire the foresight of the Shui family's ancestor. Back then, the Shui family's ancestor directly pulled Su Yan into the Shui family. At that time, many people in the sect felt that the Shui family's ancestor's decision was too rash. After all, the price he paid back then was indeed high. However, at that moment, they realized that compared to Su Yan, those things were nothing. Su Yan's strength was simply unimaginable to them. He was a complete monster. As long as Su Yan was given enough time, he would definitely stand at the peak of this world. In ancient times, there were 7 Dao venerables in this world, so Su Yan might be able to reach that height too. My 3 brothers, in order to restrain this old man head-on, think of a way to kill him. Today, we're going to kill a venerable one. Su Yan said directly. At that moment, Su Yan was actually going to restrain Yan Song head-on. One had to know that restrain head-on was only 2 words, but it was indeed extremely difficult. This was because during the battle, Su Yan could easily die. After all, his opponent was a venerable one. Since he chose to restrain him head-on, it meant that Su Yan would definitely be under the greatest pressure. If something went wrong, he would directly die. However, since Su Yan brought this up, he must have a certain level of confidence. However, whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were not absolutely confident that they could withstand the fury of a venerable one at that moment. It was precisely because of this that they became even more solemn. Meng Yang nodded and said, "Ayaya, Su Yan, you're just so willful. However, since you insist, I'll fulfill your wish. You should know that I originally wanted to have a big fight with this despicable and wretched guy." Su Yan directly ignored Meng Yang's words. One had to be prepared to be angered to death if one spoke to this guy. At that moment, Su Yan could be said to be fully armed. Of course, the reason why he was able to recover so quickly was because of the origin recovery pill that was given to him by Feng Yuhai. At that moment, Su Yan directly charged. Facing Su Yan's charge, Yan Song's eyes were filled with boundless rage. He was to be ignored. Such a blatant disregard was blatant. Although he was venerable ones, it was still within a tolerable range of. Now, he actually dared to directly bear his anger. Was this not a form of contempt? Anger had already begun to burn fiercely in his heart. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered with light. At that moment, he no longer had much of a psychological burden to fight with a venerable one. Because this was not the first time he fought with a venerable one. Although the venerable one's strength was still enough to make him feel despair. However, at that moment, he surprisingly did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. His gaze was so profound and melodious. At that moment, his power began to spread. His power continued to push forward. Finally, he directly arrived in front of Yan Song. Their gazes met. At that moment, Su Yan seemed to be very calm. At that moment, no one doubted Su Yan. It was as if since he had said that he would stop the venerable one, he would definitely be able to do it. Powerful venerable one, let's begin. Su Yan was so polite when he said this, but this sentence itself was the most intense offense to the venerable one. Even if it was because of this sentence, Su Yan should go to hell. Yan Song did not answer. Because he knew that at that moment, no matter what he said, it was meaningless. The only thing he could do was to let the other party's blood wash away the shame. Anyone who dared to insult him should pay the price of death. At that moment, his eyes flickered with light. His aura was constantly increasing. Around his body, shadows of death appeared one after another. In the end, the shadows of death condensed into a flower. The flower of death had reappeared. Moreover, the flower of death this time was much more exquisite than before. They all understood that the flower of death was the embodiment of endless power. The clearer the pattern of the flower, the more beautiful the pattern of the flower, the stronger his power. Although the flower of death was very large, the pattern of the flower was not exquisite. His power could not be compared to the flower of death in front of him. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The arrival of this aura made everyone feel uneasy. It was as if their souls would be directly crushed if this continued. Of course, at that moment, the person facing this power was Su Yan. If one was not personally involved, one would not be able to feel the pressure at that moment. At that moment, his entire body was trembling. Because the power at that moment was too terrifying. On the surface of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint floating light appeared. It was a circle of dim floating light. The color of the light was exactly the same as the flower of death. That was the power of the flower of death. Although it was not close, the flower of death had already begun to affect Su Yan. The dense power of death had already begun to invade Su Yan's body. This was a difficult challenge, far exceeding Su Yan's previous expectations. However, Su Yan did not retreat. Because he knew that he could withstand such power at that moment. A golden light appeared on the surface of the dragon scale. After this power appeared, it directly blocked the power of death outside the dragon scale. At the same time, the light of flames began to appear on the surface of Su Yan's body. The light of the flames began to evolve into the powerful black power. Let's kill. Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took the lead to attack. At that moment, Feng Yuhai and the other two did not stop at all. Although they were not personally involved, they could feel the terrifying pressure Su Yan was enduring at that moment. He was using his own comfort to exchange for an opportunity to attack. Under such circumstances, they could not disappoint Su Yan no matter what. At that moment, Wang Baichuan finally did not hold back and directly displayed his most powerful sword move, Ominous Cold Sword, taking traversing the world. It was the ominous cold sword. When Feng Yuhai saw this move, he was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "Ominous cold sword, is this your ominous cold sword? It's really amazing. I had already sensed that you were condensing an extremely terrifying sword move a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be this move." That was the legendary sword move of the Wang family. The ominous state could be said to be the inherited talent of the Wang family. However, the number of people who could activate this move was few and far between. This state had not appeared for a full 3 generations. In this generation, Wang Baichuan directly comprehended it and directly displayed his domineering power. Everyone knew that the ominous state was very powerful, but only Wang Baichuan himself knew that this was far from the most powerful state of the ominous state. The truly powerful one was the ominous cold sword. This was also what he had been pursuing. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the ominous cold sword. He spent countless thoughts and finally managed to control it. However, he did not know how long it would take to completely master it. The appearance of the ominous cold sword made Feng Yuhai excited. His eyes were also filled with a burning fighting spirit. If there was one person in this world who was his archenemy, that person would definitely be Wang Baichuan. The two of them were about the same age, and at the same time, they displayed extremely astonishing talent. They had been competing with each other since they were very young. Among the 3 major families of the Taihang sword faction, there were very few talents in this generation of the Shui family. Other than Shui Xinhua, there were almost no powerful people. Therefore, he and Wang Baichuan were a pair of peerless geniuses. At this moment, when he saw that Wang Baichuan had reached such a level, he naturally felt his blood boiling. At this moment, he also began to raise his sword. He was the reincarnation of the Son of the Sea. In the sea, his power would become even more terrifying. As his sword rose, a violent light began to fluctuate. A huge shadow began to descend. It was a wave that directly soared into the sky. Endless waves began to roll and then engulf. The terrifying vortex seemed to want to devour everything. Will of the great vortex, see God's heaven-swallowing sword. Another sword soared into the sky. The two-sword chi of the great forest cold sword and the sea god's heaven-swallowing sword directly soared into the sky and then directly trapped Yen Song in the middle. The power of Yen Song's flower of death was directly restrained by Su Yen. At this moment, of course, if he had just stopped, Su Yen would have immediately launched an attack and then formed an encirclement. Su Yan's power was enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the power of Su Yen and the others. He deeply understood the power of these young people. If he was as careless as before, he would not be able to leave alive today, let alone complete the task. Meng Yang looked at them, who were shining brightly, and directly said, "Damn, you guys are simply freaks. Should I be lazy and not do anything?" At this moment, Meng Yang's fatigue was acting up again. His talent was actually very strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such a level. If he had really put his life on the line to cultivate, his cultivation would have been even stronger. However, this guy was simply too lazy. As a result, although his cultivation had increased rapidly, he could not be compared with people like Su Yen. Of course, this was Meng Yang's attitude towards life. He never thought that there was anything wrong with this. Chapter 739. Female literature, forget it, I'd better make my move. After all, it's not good to slack off so blatantly. If it weren't for the fact that the holy sword in his hand, which he named Staggering Stick, was constantly humming, he would definitely slack off. Staggering Stick was probably the most tragic holy sword in history. He fell into the hands of someone who was good at using the sword and was given such a humiliating name. Divine swords already possessed extremely powerful intelligence. For example, the evil sword Cold Jade and the god-slaying divine sword were extremely terrifying existences with layers of scheming. Even Tao masters had died in their hands. Although holy swords couldn't be compared to divine swords, they also had their own spirituality. At this moment, he felt the sword chi soaring to the sky. Naturally, he couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to fight directly. Meng Yang directly activated the spiritual chi in his body and then said angrily, "I really don't know what to do with you. Are you the master or am I the master? But since you want to fight, then let's go teach this old pervert a lesson." Meng Yang also directly rushed to the sky. He directly roared, "Old pervert, I'm here to teach you a lesson in your dreams. Die." Logically speaking, Meng Yang's words were definitely much more powerful than his sword chi. At this moment, Yen Song was already in great danger. However, at this moment, Meng Yang's roar almost made him angry and directly distracted. In the end, he managed to stabilize his state of mind. At this moment, he was already in a very sorry state. Su Yen took advantage of this opportunity and finally had a chance to catch his breath. "Quick, kill him." Su Yan's 3 hearts were already working at full strength. The power of the flower of death was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was definitely not a simple matter to withstand it. At this moment, the dragon wings on his back had been directly stained by the death flower and turned into a pitch-black color. Su Yen understood that this was a sign that the power of the fire dragon's tooth that he obtained from Xiang Ju of the Blazing Flame sect was being consumed. His wings were supposed to be black in the first place. It was only because of the power of fire brought by the fire dragon tooth that his demonic dragon wings turned into fire dragon wings. Although the fire dragon's tooth contained a huge amount of flame energy, it was still water without a source. At this time, the flame energy was finally completely exhausted. "Hurry up and make a move. That brat Su Yen won't be able to hold on for much longer," they roared. Amori Cold Sword and Neptune's Heaven-Swallowing Sword were already close to him. At this time, Yen Song was already covered in cold sweat. At this time, his aura fluctuated, and his strength was constantly increasing. However, he knew that he was about to reach his limit. The strength of these guys was beyond his estimation. That guy called Su Yen was actually able to withstand his attack head-on, and the attacks of the others were enough to threaten him. He knew that if this continued, he would really die here. Now, a strange balance had been formed between the two sides. The only thing that mattered was durability. However, he was still confident that victory was within his grasp. Because he knew very well that he was an overlord and his opponent was not. At this time, the core of the four people's battle strategy was Su Yan. It was only because Su Yan was restraining their forces that they could attack so unscrupulously. However, what if Su Yan could not hold on? Then, it would be time for them to die. Therefore, as long as Su Yan died, everything would be fine. He naturally noticed Su Yan's situation and deeply understood that Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would win after all. Of course, a person like him would not only consider this. There were many factors that affected the outcome of a battle, the most important of which was the support of teammates. Now, the entire battlefield was trembling. The overlords of the Devil sect, the powerhouses of the Fiery Flame sect, and the Taihang sword faction were constantly fighting. At this time, if they decided a winner or a loser, or even if the battle slightly affected them, then the outcome of the battle would instantly change. This was an external factor that could not be resisted. However, no matter what, he still had a higher chance of winning. However, he did not notice that although Su Yan was becoming more and more exhausted, at this time, a deep blood-red color burst out from his eyes. It was a red color that was like hell. At this time, the three hearts in Su Yan's body began to beat at the same time. His blood began to beat, and the power of the blood began to fill his entire body. The power of the three hearts brought balance to him, but at the same time, it also brought him more power. Just like now, although the three hearts were working at full strength, he still felt a great pressure at this time. This pressure had reached his limit, or even his critical point. In order to be able to deal with this crisis, the three hearts exploded with even more power at the same time. This power was the power that Su Yan could not withstand at this time, and it was also known as the power of negativity. This power caused Su Yan's blood to boil. Since he could no longer control his blood at this time, then he would be controlled by his blood next. This was the so-called power of negativity. Generally speaking, this state was not easy to appear. After all, when one's bloodline power was out of control, only those who suddenly became powerful would be in such a state. And Su Yan was like that. The blood in his body was already very powerful, and at this time, it became even more powerful because of the pressure. The violent power became even more brilliant at this time. At this moment, his aura began to change directly. In the beginning, the change in aura was not obvious. Therefore, even a powerful venerable like Yen Song did not notice it. This was because at this time, he was under extremely great pressure. The two sword Qis and Meng Yang's frenzied blade made him feel a great sense of danger. At this time, his attention could not be compared to usual. It was only when his own power suddenly stopped moving forward and even started to retreat that he realized that the situation was not good. According to his analysis, Su Yan should be crushed bit by bit. However, at this time, the reality was completely different from what he expected. Su Yan was not crushed bit by bit. Instead, he started to counterattack. Moreover, this kind of rebound was still increasing. His power was constantly increasing. Moreover, this kind of increase was getting faster and faster. His heart had become even heavier. If it was a normal situation, it would not be a big deal to encounter such a situation. However, if it was an adversity or even a matter of life and death, then this kind of pressure would be infinitely magnified. Moreover, Su Yan's aura was so terrifying at this time, in fact, it was terrifying. At this time, he could not understand why Su Yan's power suddenly increased at this time. At this moment, Su Yan directly exploded. He suddenly let out a hysterical roar, and this roar was even more terrifying than that of ordinary wild beasts. His figure directly flew to the top of the sky. At this time, the extremely terrifying flower of death was directly torn apart by him. At this moment, his aura increased again. Not to mention Yen Song, even the other three were affected by the shockwaves from Su Yan's powerful strength. At this moment, they were all shocked. How is this possible? Is this really Su Yan? At this time, Su Yan's powerful aura made him extremely terrifying. At this time, he was completely a real venerable one. No, even a venerable one seemed to be slightly weaker than him. That was because his terrifying aura was really too terrifying. Yen Song himself was a venerable one, but his power seemed to be slightly weaker than Su Yan. This was not the strength of power, but an essential difference. At this time, Su Yan was simply an extremely terrifying beast. Such power was definitely unfamiliar to them. Su Yan's own power was not like this. His sword chi was powerful, but it was definitely not like this. It seemed to have no vitality and wanted to destroy everything. However, at this time, Su Yan and the others felt that way. At this moment, they had really started to fear. At this moment, Su Yan was simply the most terrifying demon. Even a fool like Meng Yang could not say anything else. This was because he had been shocked by Su Yan's aura. Although it had not reached the point where his whole body was trembling, it had to be said that at this moment, Su Yan made him feel extremely frightened and even in awe. From Su Yan's body, an extremely powerful aura was being released. At this time, Yen Song directly took Su Yan's attack. The aura on Su Yan's body was extremely strong, but the strange thing was that the momentum of this attack was not vast. If one had to describe it, it would be that it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Yes, this word could not be more appropriate. At this moment, Su Yan raised his head and smiled. However, this smile was no longer warm. Instead, it became extremely mournful and terrifying. At this moment, Yen Song, a dignified powerhouse of the Devil's sect, was finally afraid. This was because at this moment, he felt the threat of death from Su Yan's body. That terrifying aura directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yan had already changed in his eyes. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a demon. If he was not a demon, why would he be so terrifying? He was clearly in the dragon realm, but he made a supremacy like him feel fear. If he was not a demon, why would his aura be so terrifying? In the next moment, the attack landed on his body like a dragonfly skimming the water. At this moment, Yen Song's entire face began to stiffen. It was as if a sharp piece of steel had directly shattered glass. His body trembled violently, and invisible internal injuries began to spread all over his body. Chapter 740. Female Literature, One Punch. Previously, they had attacked so hard, but they did not hurt him at all. Now, just one punch had turned the venerable one into such a state. He could clearly feel that the meridians in his body seemed to be constantly cracking. He was clearly aware of one thing, and that was that he would die. If this continued, he would definitely die. That guy had suddenly turned into a devil. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and happened to see an extremely strange scene. At this moment, patterns began to slowly appear on Su Yan's face. It was a pattern that looked like a spider web. However, Yen Song was more willing to call him Ghost Face. Such a terrifying scene filled his heart with fear. He had experienced countless things to be able to reach his current state. How could ordinary things make this old man who had experienced countless things have such a mentality? However, the scene in front of him was too strange, and even terrifying. He could clearly see the changes on Su Yan's face. The patterns gradually accumulated, and in the end, they directly covered Su Yan's entire face. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Su Yan's body had finally reached its peak. He felt that Su Yan's aura had come alive at this moment. Every aura was like a venomous snake, spreading toward his body bit by bit as if it was going to devour him directly. At this moment, he was truly terrified. He did not want to die. He still had a long way to go, and he still wanted to achieve the peak of his life. If he died like this, he would not be able to accept it for the rest of his life. However, at this moment, the rhythm of things was no longer within his control. Su Yan's power had firmly imprisoned him. He was shocked to find that it was so difficult for him to break free from the restraint of Su Yan's power. At this moment, Su Yan's ghost face had completely appeared. This ghost face was extremely terrifying. On the forehead of the ghost face, there was a bit of golden light surging. It was filled with endless sacred intent. However, on the other parts of the ghost face, there was dense demonic chi. He couldn't imagine how a person could produce so much power, but he understood very well that this power was truly terrifying. Under the influence of this power, his spirit chi was actually disappearing bit by bit. That was the power that Su Yan had devoured. At this moment, a light vortex appeared on the surface of Su Yan and his body. It was a golden and black light vortex. The light vortex became more and more chaotic, and in the end, it formed a chaotic color. In the end, the light vortex seemed to directly divide the two worlds. Su Yan. At this time, Meng Yang was very worried about Su Yan. He directly wanted to rush over. After all, although his words were always unreliable, he truly regarded Su Yan as his friend. At this time, Su Yan was really too strange. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Yan, so at this time, he immediately wanted to go over. However, Feng Yuhai pulled him back. Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn as he said directly, "Didn't you notice? At this time, Su Yan is very dangerous." At this moment, Meng Yang was stunned. Of course, he noticed, but that was Su Yan, his friend. Therefore, he could not ignore it. He said directly, "I know that Su Yan is not in a good state right now, but it's precisely because of this that I want to go and take a look. I want to know what exactly happened to him at this time." Meng Yang was an impulsive person, after all. At this time, he really wanted to know if Su Yan was safe. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. However, his opponent was a venerable one. Although he looked down on a venerable one with jealousy, in reality, he knew how terrifying a venerable one was. However, as soon as his body got close to the terrifying whirlwind, an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Meng Yang was actually directly repelled by this force. The power of the light tornado was actually so great. At this moment, Wang Baichuan walked forward. He quietly and directly withdrew from the cold state. As his economy improved, he was able to control cold state more and more as he pleased. This was a sign that his power had become more powerful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry about Su Yan. This light tornado is his own power. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have done this. Besides, it seems like we can't help at all at this time." His last sentence was somewhat bitter and helpless. Not long ago, Su Yan was still not his match. Back when he fought with the Taihang sword faction, he had held back. Now, Su Yan's strength had increased to such a level that even if Feng Yuhai wanted to help, he would be powerless. He's really a monster. But then again, if he wasn't a monster, how could he be so powerful that he could force a venerable to such a state? At this moment, Feng Yuhai had a feeling that Su Yan could kill this venerable in front of him. This was really a terrifying thing. A person in the dragon realm could directly kill a venerable. Feng Yuhai couldn't imagine such a thing. Back then, although he had a glorious record of defeating someone stronger as the weak, he was still in the dragon realm. But now, Su Yan had directly crossed over an entire realm. He defeated a venerable in the Six Dragons realm. Feng Yuhai didn't know if such a thing would never happen in the future, but before Su Yan, almost no one could do it. If Su Yan really did it today, it would really be earth-shattering. The Zheozhou continent would probably be in an uproar. In this chaotic light tornado, Su Yan and Yen Song's bodies were tightly pressed against each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a battle of strength. It was the most primitive battle of strength. A venerable was a powerful existence that had elevated himself to another level. The dragon realm had already begun to break away from the human realm. Their bodies had even begun to develop in the direction of a giant dragon. But a venerable was different. A venerable's body had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had begun to integrate with the void energy. In short, this was a process that the dragon realm couldn't imagine. Therefore, even a 9 dragons realm elite couldn't fight against a venerable. This was an iron law. The reason why the three heavenly ghosts were so famous was because when the three of them fought together, they directly possessed the power of a venerable for a short period of time. This made them invincible. But now, Su Yan was directly challenging a venerable. Moreover, judging from the previous situation, Su Yan clearly had the upper hand in the battle. Impossible, impossible. My body has already been baptized by the void energy. How can this guy's strength be so terrifying? He can actually fight against me. At this moment, Yen Song was in more and more pain. He couldn't understand how Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. He was a dragon realm elite, and he was only a 6 dragons, but his strength was already so terrifying. He, a venerable, was actually suppressed to this extent. At this moment, the energy in Su Yan's body became even more terrifying. That ghost face seemed to have come alive. It was as if the person he was facing was no longer Su Yan, but another person. Departed spirit flower, soul-burning curse, die for me. He roared furiously. Then, one departed spirit flower after another appeared around his body. This time, the departed spirit flower was so clear that even the most detailed lines were so clear. At this moment, he had already activated his strength to the extreme. Su Yan's explosive power finally achieved great results. At this time, Su Yan's body had already begun to sway. He immediately understood that Su Yan couldn't hold on much longer. Ha ha ha, damn Junior, you actually dare to fight with me. I want you dead, I want you dead. The departed spirit flower bloomed and enveloped Su Yan. The departed spirit flower was his strongest strength. He believed that once the departed spirit flower bloomed to the extreme, it would be time for Su Yan to die. At this moment, his mind suddenly became active again. Su Yan was already so powerful at this level. There must be a secret that belonged to him. If he could master this secret, then perhaps his strength would increase again. And this increase wouldn't be a small 1 or 2 points. The departed spirit flower bloomed. It was so beautiful, so quiet, and so powerful. It directly attacked Su Yan's body. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly and turn Su Yan into nourishment for the departed spirit flower. When Su Yan completely died, it would be time for him to reach a higher level. At this moment, his plan was perfect. Everything seemed so perfect. However, he still neglected one point. That was Su Yan's strength. Just as he was at his most complacent, he suddenly realized that his strength had started to reverse. The departed spirit flower was no longer absorbing strength. Instead, it started to reverse. This was a terrifying scene. It seemed as though everything about him was about to be torn apart. No, how is this possible? How can he devour the departed spirit flower's strength instead? The departed spirit flower was his foundation. However, at this moment, even such a powerful strength couldn't control Su Yan. Instead, it was being devoured by Su Yan's strength. At this moment, he was truly afraid. No, it should be said that he was truly in despair. He could no longer control his own life. Everything about him would wither under such power. The chaotic light vortex still existed. However, at this moment, it had gradually calmed down. It was as if everything had started to quiet down. Wang Baichuan and the others watched anxiously. They wanted to know what had happened. Would Su Yan win in the end, or would Supremacy Yen Song win? Chapter 741. Female Literature. Finally, the chaotic light vortex slowly disappeared. Su Yan and Yen Song appeared in front of everyone. Su Yan stood in the void while carrying Yen Song, who looked like a dead dog, in his hand. Although they were all looking forward to this scene, when they really saw the scene in front of them, their hearts were incomparably shocked. Su Yan had won, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of pride in their hearts. Because at this moment, Su Yan only brought them fear. Su Yan was so terrifying that Meng Yang even thought of a demon. Back in the void, the demon overlord's aura was not as strong as Su Yan's. He couldn't understand why Su Yan would become like this. Meanwhile, in the distant divine demon island, The handsome and mysterious island master had been in a deep sleep all this time. In his sleep, the corners of his mouth were moving slightly. In his sleep, he seemed to be able to see through everything. Has it really arrived? It seems like it's just as I expected. This kind of power is too terrifying after all. I wonder how long you can hold on. Xiao Qian was standing at the edge of the void. She was filled with worry. When she had given the third heart to Su Yan, she had already had a hunch about it. She knew that something like this would happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To be honest, she didn't want to give that thing to Su Yan. However, that was the island master's will. It was a will that he couldn't go against. Therefore, he could only do so at that time. In fact, her feelings for Su Yan were very subtle. She did have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, he was the first man besides the island master who was attracted to her. As for the island master, he was simply too mysterious and too powerful. He was a celestial god. However, Xiao Qian didn't think that she could be compared to a celestial god. Her elder sister liked the island master. She was very clear about this. Therefore, she had never placed her thoughts on the island master. She did not know why, but during this period of time, she suddenly missed Su Yan. Although she was powerful, she couldn't see everything she wanted to see like the island master. She didn't know that Su Yan had already fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, there were actually two shadows in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, both of these shadows were Su Yan. It was exactly the same as Su Yan. Su Yan's sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, and the green lotus vision was even more mysterious. Even if a venerable one's will were to invade, he would not be able to gain anything. If an enemy's divine sense were to invade, then this power would automatically awaken and directly resist this power. But at this time, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was so quiet. Because at this time, the one who appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was also himself. Since it was also himself, his sea of consciousness naturally wouldn't resist. At this moment, Su Yan's soul had already fallen into a half-awake state. He saw everything outside, but his heart didn't react at all. This was because the one who was controlling his body now was another Su Yan, ghastly Su Yan. Ghastly Su Yan's terror was simply unimaginable. At this time, he was carrying the unconscious Yen Song with one hand. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Su Yan. Meng Yang finally couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned his head. His gaze was so cold that it seemed to have hit the cold air of the entire glacier. Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan felt their bodies turn cold at the same time. It was as if their entire bodies couldn't move. Just a single gaze was already so powerful. What if he unleashed his full strength? How terrifying would that be? At this moment, a thought appeared in their minds. Su Yan couldn't be planning to kill them, right? Su Yan was indeed their friend. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't seem to be Su Yan anymore. That ghastly face was really terrifying. It was extremely frightening. And that pair of eyes that looked down on everything was even more terrifying. It was at this moment that a powerful aura suddenly rushed over. You actually killed Yen Song. A furious roar was heard. His tone was filled with fury. This person had a thick blood aura. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle not too long ago. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's eyes burst out with a bright light. Third uncle, that's Feng Li's aura. Who are you? How dare you kill my third uncle? Feng Li was a powerhouse of the Feng family. He didn't keep a high profile in the Feng family and had always liked to live in seclusion. However, he was very kind to Feng Yuhai and gave him enough guidance on the path of cultivation. However, Feng Yuhai didn't expect that he would actually die here. At this moment, his heart was trembling non-stop. A monstrous hatred was revealed. That person laughed and said, Feng Li? So the trash who died at my hands is called Feng Li, However, do you want to know my name so that you can avenge him? There's no harm in telling you. My name is Le Tao. Remember my name. This way, you may have something to remember after you die. This supremacy was very powerful. There was no doubt that he could kill his third uncle. After all, Feng Yuhai was still too young. It was impossible for him to kill the other party now. It was also very difficult for him to escape from the other party. Previously, they were able to contend with Yen Song because Su Yan was at the forefront. Su Yan alone took most of the pressure, which allowed them to attack with all their might. However, at this moment, Su Yan's state was really strange. Not to mention whether Su Yan had the ability to resist the other party now, it was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe at this moment. This was because at that moment, they clearly felt Su Yan's extremely cold will. If Su Yan wanted to attack them now, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had already turned to Le Tao. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered a new prey. He directly let go of Yen Song's hand. Yen Song's corpse fell from the sky. This top powerhouse of the devil's sect was casually thrown into the sea just like that. His body might become food for those fish. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on Le Tao. Being stared at by Su Yan's gaze, Le Tao's entire person became extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling very much, as if he was just a pitiful prey. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill Yen Song? You're pretty capable. But since you dared to kill Yen Song, you'll have to pay the price. Even though he's not strong enough and can be considered a trash, he's still a member of our glory sect. At this moment, he naturally felt how terrifying Su Yan was. Yen Song's strength was indeed inferior to his, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Yen Song. Since this devil-masked man could do this, it meant that he must be a very terrifying powerhouse. He didn't dare to be careless against such a person. Su Yan didn't answer him. A trace of a smile appeared on his ferocious face. Then, his body directly appeared beside Le Tao like a ghost. Even Le Tao, a venerable, was shocked by Su's speed. His speed could reach such a level. He instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly turned around. At this moment, his entire body was filled with anger. This damned guy. He clenched his palm and directly slapped it out. He naturally saw that Ghoul Su Yan's condition was not normal. It seemed that he was injured. No matter how powerful a person was, if he was injured, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, his judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, he didn't realize that the current Su Yan couldn't be judged in a normal situation at all. At this moment, it was Ghoul Su Yan. The reason why Ghoul face appeared was because 2 of the 3 hearts in his body exploded at the same time. The power was so strong that he couldn't control it. Therefore, how could Su Yan leave his weakened state at this time? At this moment, Su Yan also blasted out with his palm. The palms of the 2 people met directly, and an extremely terrifying halo appeared in the sky. At this moment, a cracking sound could be heard from Su Yan's palm. It was obvious that his palm was directly broken by this attack. However, even so, his strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. Le Tao's expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This guy's palm is already broken, but he's still so stubbornly attacking without asking anything. He had seen many ruthless people, and there were also many people who didn't care about anything when they were fighting. However, even if they could endure it, they would definitely not be like Su Yan, who didn't feel anything at all. It was as if his broken hand had nothing to do with him at all. More importantly, the power of his attack was terrifying to the extreme. Even Le Tao could feel how powerful the power was. It was an unimaginable power that directly impacted his body. Even with the body of a venerable one, he could still feel such pain. At this moment, he finally understood why Yen Song was killed. This guy wasn't human at all. He was a devil. After this punch, Su Yan's power seemed to have found an outlet. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he began to laugh without making any sound. Chapter 742. Female literature. Lu Tao had the power to fight Su Yan, but for some reason, his power was strangely suppressed. He was caught off guard by the unforeseen change. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he could not do so. If he had to describe the situation, he would be stuck in a quagmire. The place was simply a quagmire. He had already sunk into the quagmire. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to break free. He was afraid of Su Yan's power, but it also held him back at the same time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, if he wanted to continue living, then he could only fight. But the problem was that Su Yan, this madman, was becoming more and more powerful at this time. Ordinary people, even venerable ones who were stronger than him, would not be like this, but Su Yan did not seem to be tired at all. This made him feel incomparable fear. It would never be wise to fight a lunatic, and it would be extremely foolish to fight a lunatic who was unkillable and terrifyingly powerful. Now, he was very regretful. Why did he run over to provoke Su Yan without any reason? So what if Yan Song died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes, what the world lacked the most was medicine for regret. At this point, he was no longer thinking about how to defeat Su Yan, but how to leave this place. However, it was then that the light vortex where light and darkness met appeared again. He had never seen the light vortex before, but Wang Baichuan and the others knew that it was Su Yan's hunting ground. Previously, Yan Song had become his prey in this place, and then he died. What would happen to Lu Tao then? The chaotic light vortex was finally formed. Lu Tao's gaze lingered on the surroundings. At this moment, his heart turned cold. This was because he realized that the chaotic light vortex had blocked all his escape routes. In other words, he was only left with two choices. He could either die here or kill Su Yan. If Su Yan still had his rationality, he would not have made such a choice no matter what. One had to know that a wild beast that had a chance of escaping was not scary. If he did not want to die, he would think of a way to escape. However, if all his exits were blocked, he would be in a much greater danger. Since he could not escape, he would give it his all. Even if he could bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh, it would be good. However, Su Yan's self had fallen into a deep slumber, and Ghostface Su Yan did not care about it at all. In other words, Ghostface Su Yan was doing this on purpose. This was because he was treating Lu Tao like a toy. Only Ghostface Su Yan, who was terrifyingly powerful, would have such a crazy idea. Moreover, he did it. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon's Sword. Even wild beasts would fight to the death, let alone him. He was not weak. No, that was not the right way to describe him. To be more precise, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely one of the best among One Origin Venerables, which was why he could kill Feng Li from the Feng family. At this moment, he was fighting without regard for anything. The lethality of his attack was naturally extremely terrifying. His sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the powerful force turned into endless sword light. With such a powerful force descending from the sky, he was almost invincible. Earth Demon's Sword. The so-called demons of the Limitless Demons sect were not demons. They were real demons, heavenly demons, earth demons, Rakshasa demons, and the most terrifying of all, the Limitless Demons. These were the four great demons of the demon sect, and the earth demon was one of them. They were existences equivalent to gods. The earth demon's sword was a powerful move passed down from the earth demon of these four branches. At this moment, although they were in the middle of the sea, countless pieces of mud appeared the moment the earth demon's sword was unleashed. These pieces of mud directly charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, almost in an instant, the lump of mud transformed into an extremely terrifying sword. Such powerful sword chi surged like a tide, as if it was heaven and earth. It directly drowned Su Yan's body. Not only did the earth demon's sword possess the great and mighty power of the earth demon, but it also possessed terrifying and powerful sword chi. Such damage was enough to kill a venerable. He did not believe that Su Yan would be unscathed under such a sword move. The powerful force continued to baptize Su Yan. Under such terrifying power, ghastly face Su Yan was finally injured. The changes on the surface of his body aside, the most terrifying thing was his face. At this moment, his ghastly face began to change, and pieces of it began to fall off. As a venerable, Lu Tao immediately noticed the change. At this moment, he laughed out loud happily. I understand now. This mask is the source of your power. Now that your mask has been shattered by me, your power is immediately draining away. How can you still be my opponent in this state? Die for me. At this time, he let out a roar, and the earth demon's sword released an even more terrifying power. The two powerful swords rolled down at this time, like heavenly thunder that shook the heavens. At this moment, he kept roaring. He had never thought that a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator would bring him such immense pressure. The power of the earth demon's sword finally pierced through Su Yan's body. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Su Yan's abdomen. At this moment, Su Yan's mask was filled with countless cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion, and he would eventually win. So what if this kid was strong? This kind of power would eventually have a flaw. However, just as he was feeling proud, a sharp claw suddenly appeared. This power directly pierced into his body. At this moment, the ghost mask on Su Yan's face had begun to peel off, but his gaze was still as cold as ever. The hand that pierced into Lu Tao's abdomen, no, it should be called a claw, was already covered in blood. You, die for me. Su Yan's voice came from his throat. At this moment, the ghost mask had reached the critical point of disappearing, and his consciousness was finally about to return. At this moment, for Su Yan, this was definitely a new experience. He never thought that he would have such an experience. Previously, he wasn't the one controlling his own body, but he could clearly feel everything. He could feel the cold killing intent, the powerful strength, and the crazy desire to kill coming from himself. He knew that the person was him, but his personality was completely different from his own. He also knew that at this moment, he was going far away. Su Yan was afraid of his crazy and terrifying self. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, he did not feel that way. However, he was really afraid this time. Needless to say, he knew what he should do now. As soon as he twisted his power, Lu Tao's internal organs were directly crushed. Although Lu Tao was powerful, even if he was a venerable one, he could not continue to live after his internal organs were all crushed and the spiritual qi in his body was directly blown away. The chaotic light vortex dissipated again. This time, the situation was different from before. Earlier, the cold ghost-faced Su Yan directly killed Yen Song and declared his victory in a high and mighty manner. This time, he and Lu Tao almost fell from the sky at the same time. Killing two venerable ones in a row was a terrifying achievement. Even if it was due to ghost-faced Su Yan's contribution, it was already amazing. After all, this body belonged to him. When ghost-faced Su Yan's will completely disappeared, the three hearts in his body calmed down at the same time. At this moment, all the strength in Su Yan's body was drained in an instant. Without the support of any power, he naturally could not stabilize his body in the air, so he directly fell into the sea. At this moment, Meng Yang was quick-witted. He directly rushed towards Su Yan and hugged Su Yan. Plop. Behind him, the previously insufferably arrogant Lu Tao's body fell directly into the sea. Just like Yen Song, he would forever remain in this sea. Meng Yang flew into the air with Su Yan on his back. At this moment, he had a grave look on his face. He was no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, he looked extremely solemn. Gentlemen, can you not tell anyone about what happened today? Meng Yang knew very well that if what happened today was leaked, Su Yan would definitely be in big trouble. After all, putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had killed two venerable ones from the Devil's Sect was enough for the powerful Devil's Sect to directly start hunting down Su Yan. Not to mention his strange state today. If what happened today was known by others, he did not know what kind of trouble Su Yan would face. Although Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were comrades in arms, he did not know how they would choose. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, Su Yan's my friend, and he even avenged my third uncle, so I won't tell anyone about this. Senior brother Wang, I hope that you can also keep Su Yan's secret. To Meng Yang's surprise, Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn at this moment. Moreover, his last sentence was already very domineering. In fact, there was even a faint hint of coercion. Chapter 743. Female literature. In actuality, the situation was very dangerous. One had to know that if Su Yan's current state was leaked out, it might not be a good thing for him. Not to mention the Devil's Sect, even the Taihang sword faction might directly kill Su Yan. Feng Yuhai did not want this matter to be leaked. No matter what the reason was, he did not want this news to be leaked anyway. However, he knew that the relationship between Wang Baichuan and Su Yan was definitely not friendly. At this moment, a light flashed in Wang Baichuan's eyes. It was obvious that Feng Yuhai's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the trace of impatience only flashed by, and he quickly said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't tell anyone about this. At this moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Wang Baichuan. After all, this matter was related to Su Yan's safety. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, Don't worry. Since senior brother Wang said that he won't tell anyone about this, he'll definitely do it. He's a man of his word, so he won't go back on his word. As soon as Feng Yuhai finished, Wang Baichuan did not respond. Of course, he understood that Feng Yuhai was actually mocking him. Nonetheless, he did not care. After all, he did not plan to tell anyone about this. Su Yan and he were indeed not friends, but they were not enemies either. Moreover, they were working together and fighting side by side this time. Even if Feng Yuhai wanted to defeat Su Yan, he would definitely not use such a method. Otherwise, his heart for the path would be polluted. This would hinder his cultivation. Feng Yuhai was obviously aware of this, so he did not want to be entangled in this matter. He changed the topic and said, The most important thing now is to know Su Yan's condition. He's indeed a legend to be able to fight and win against two venerable ones, but I'm afraid his physical condition isn't too good now. He couldn't be wrong. Other things aside, the bowl-sized wound on his abdomen was a huge problem. Within the wound, there was a force that was constantly eroding Su Yan. It was also because Su Yan's strength was abnormal enough that he was still safe at this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen into death at this time. After all, it was the means of a venerable one. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or even Meng Yang, they would naturally have holy healing medicine on them. However, these medicines were of no use to Su Yan at this moment. It was as if Su Yan had already been sentenced to death. But fortunately, Su Yan's life force was really tenacious. Although the medicine had lost its effect, his own recovery power was constantly fighting against the illness. At this moment, let's find a place to rest first. Now that we can't help Su Yan, we can only rely on his own condition, Feng Yuhai said. They were in the vast sea, and the only place to rest was naturally in the warship. Fortunately, they moved the battlefield in time. Therefore, at this time, they did not need to worry about the warship being damaged. At this moment, the three of them directly went to the warship. However, when they approached the warship, they realized that something had happened to it. It was Fang Yueshan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. His expression was extremely painful, and of course, there was also horror. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot at this time. In front of him stood a man. Needless to say, it was this man who had tortured him so miserably. At this time, they finally saw this person clearly. In fact, they all knew the man in front of them. This man was none other than Rosen. At this time, Rosen actually appeared here. If it was in the past, they might not have taken Rosen seriously. However, after experiencing the incident on Divine Demon Island, they were deeply aware of how powerful Rosen was. This guy had a great killing weapon, which was the demon god armament. That thing could unleash Rosen's strength to the extreme, and even allow him to reach the realm of 8 dragons. Moreover, at this time, Rosen's own realm was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 10 days, this guy's strength had increased again. The current Luosan could no longer be described as a genius. Instead, he was a monster. He and Su Yan were both monsters. "Rosen, why are you here? Do you want to be beaten up by Master Meng Yang again?" Meng Yang said directly. He wanted to divert Rosen's attention. After all, he knew too well about the feud between Su Yan and Rosen. At this time, these two people were simply like old enemies. If he knew about Su Yan's situation at this time, he would definitely not be polite. Of course, he also knew that what he was doing at this time was just a futile effort. After all, Rosen was not a fool. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye? "Oh, isn't this Su Yan? I really didn't expect this guy to be like a dead dog. This is really something to be happy about. Of course, if he's dead, it'll make me even happier," Rosen said gloatingly. While he was talking, Meng Yang clearly saw a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This guy really wanted to kill people. However, at this time, he clearly knew that there was still a certain risk in killing Su Yan at this time. After all, he could not guarantee that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai would not make a move. Even though his strength had greatly improved during this period of time, he was still very strong. He did not dare to underestimate the two most powerful geniuses of the Taihang sword faction. Now, his position was very awkward. Although he did not know why the first elder of the ghost-killing hall did not make any arrangements against him, he did not dare to rashly approach the Devil's Sect at this time. Rosen was very smart, and he had his own plan. Although the old man of the ghost-killing hall did not make any reaction, he knew that he could not do things like before. He had to plan for himself. He had promised that fairy that he would definitely see her again in the future. Since that was the case, how could he die like this? Ever since he returned from the Divine Devil Island, he had not returned to the Devil's Sect for a long time. Of course, he had his own ways to obtain some information in the Devil's Sect. This time around, he had come to this place with a purpose in mind. His goal was none other than Feng Yueshan. He needed to know some things, and these things just so happened to be related to Feng Yueshan. Although Feng Yueshan seemed to be just fooling around, his background was not ordinary. It was just that he was too low-key, so ordinary people did not know about this news at all. But coincidentally, he just happened to know about this news. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yan. If not for the fact that Feng Yueshan was kidnapped by Su Yan and had no choice but to betray the Devil's Sect, he would not have noticed Feng Yueshan. It was just that he did not expect to see Su Yan at this time. Moreover, the current Su Yan did not seem to be in a good state. To be honest, at this time, he really wanted to kill Su Yan. Of course, the reason why he did not make a move was because he was afraid of Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. But more importantly, his main target was Feng Yueshan at this time. As long as he got Feng Yueshan, his main purpose this time would be completed. Since that was the case, he did not want to stay here. "All right, everyone. I really didn't expect to meet you all here. However, I have no interest in fighting you all today. I really can't bear to see Su Yan's dog-like appearance. I hope that I can still see Su Yan alive next time." As he spoke, he carried Feng Yueshan and left. Feng Yueshan was really miserable at this time. He did not even have the strength to struggle at this time. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yuhai and the others did not stop Rosen from leaving. This was because Rosen only took away someone who had nothing to do with them. Feng Yueshan was originally a member of the Devil's Sect, so his life and death had nothing to do with them. Wang Baichuan said directly, "All right, you two take care of Su Yan. I'm going to join the battle." Wang Baichuan was still a battle-hungry person after all. Previously, he was deeply shocked by Su Yan's powerful strength. With a comparison, he could understand himself more clearly. Not to mention ghastly Su Yan, even Su Yan's normal state had surpassed him. He was the Taixing sword master, but now, his strength had been pulled apart from Su Yan's. However, how could the proud and arrogant him accept this fact? He left the warship and went straight to the end of the sky. After he left, Feng Yuhai also said, "Brother Meng Yang, I'll leave Su Yan to you. I'm going to join the battle too. Otherwise, we'll be too far behind Su Yan." Wang Baichuan was like this, and so was he. The battle was not over yet. As the two most outstanding people in the Taihang sword faction, they had to make themselves stronger. At this time, the sky was filled with an extremely powerful pressure, as if the whole sky was about to fall. Meng Yang looked at the two people leaving. He did not think too much. After all, he was very tired. Sigh, Su Yan, oh Su Yan, why did you change so much? Was that really you just now? That's too scary. But you better wake up quickly. You're making me feel insecure when you're sleeping like this. While Meng Yang was talking, there was a new movement in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In the depths of the mysterious sea of consciousness, a ghastly face appeared. Chapter 744. Female Literature. Su Yan fell into a deep sleep. This time, his slumber was not because his sea of consciousness was occupied, but because he was too tired, so his body began to repair itself. However, while he was in deep sleep, there was a change in the depths of his knowledge sea. The ghostly face quietly appeared. The golden forehead and the black parts of the face looked very out of place. However, there was one thing that was undeniable, and that was the power of the ghostly face. Of course, it was only a mask that appeared at this time. The appearance of the mask caused a change in the knowledge sea. It was as if layers of fog were dispersing at this time. Then, the knowledge sea became clearer and clearer. In the sea of consciousness, there were two tall cages. Of course, they were not real cages, but were completely constructed with divine sense. This was Su Yan's knowledge sea, so the one who constructed these two cages was naturally Su Yan. Two souls were suppressed in the cages, one of them was flowing with a dark aura, as if it was an endless abyss. The other one was also exuding an incomparable chill. They were Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme. After the death of the great demon god, Ice Extreme, these two bodies split from his body. Back in the second ancient ruin, under the threat of the evil sword Cold Jade, these two evil souls reached an agreement with Su Yan, then entered Su Yan's body. Of course, these two guys definitely did not have good intentions. Later, the Godslayer God's word directly invaded Su Yan's knowledge sea, but Su Yan's knowledge sea mutated, in the end giving birth to the Green Lotus and Bright Moon. When these two things appeared, the Godslayer sword's consciousness was directly expelled from Su Yan's knowledge sea. At that time, Su Yan also directly sealed these two guys. Both Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme were extremely dangerous existences. How could they be simple if they were related to the great demon god? If it weren't for the fact that the God-Slayer God's word had invaded their bodies, it would have taken Su Yan a lot of effort to seal them away. However, after sealing the two items, Su Yan's sea of wisdom became much quieter. Originally, as long as Su Yan didn't die, these two souls would never wake up. They would fall into an eternal slumber until their power was gradually assimilated by Su Yan's power and became a part of Su Yan's body. However, he did not expect Grimace to appear here at this time. The ice-cold mask flew towards the two evil souls. The two sleeping evil souls seemed to have sensed something. The moment the mask approached them, the two evil souls opened their eyes. When the mask approached, they actually woke up. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. This was the roar of Tao Master Darkness. He had never thought that after that crisis, Su Yan would actually turn around and seal the two of them. This was something that he could not forgive. Of course, he might have forgotten that he had no choice but to enter Su Yan's body. Furthermore, he did not have any good intentions towards Nshang. It was the same for Bing Ju. At that time, the two of them wanted to scheme against Su Yan. However, they did not expect that Su Yan had already plotted against them. Although he did not understand why they suddenly woke up at this time, the killing intent in his heart was endless. If he could, he would definitely obliterate Su Yan's soul. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. After all, they were split from the great demon god Bing Ju's body. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to grow. It was at this time that they suddenly noticed the thing floating in front of them. At this moment, the two of them actually trembled. Even though they had obtained part of the great demon god Bing Ju's memories, they had never seen a mask like this. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that this mask was extremely terrifying. It was clearly just a mask, but they felt that it was alive. At this moment, a thought was transmitted from the mask. What the hell is this? It actually wants to invade our souls. It's simply courting death. At this moment, they were furious. They had just woken up, only to discover that something was trying to invade their souls. When they were sealed by Su Yan, it was because of the Godslayer sword. If not for the deterrence of the Godslayer sword, Su Yan would not have been able to do it so easily. Now that they had awakened, it was only a matter of time before they could break free from the power of the seal. However, they never expected that they would encounter such a crisis after just waking up. Of course, at this time, they did not take this seriously. After all, Darkness Dao Master was once a 6 Essences Dao Master. Although he was severely injured by the evil sword Cold Jade and his strength had decreased significantly, his soul was still very strong. At this moment, he immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Bing Ju also started to resist. The two of them were originally one. At this moment, when they started to exert their strength at the same time, the power that burst out was so strong that even the two of them did not expect it to reach such a level. I really didn't expect that I could burst out with such power when I was with you, Darkness Dao Master said sarcastically. The two of them were of the same origin. Because of this, they both wanted to devour each other. This time, after the two of them joined forces and burst out with such a strong power, the two of them became even more determined. From the moment they were born, the two of them were destined to be enemies. In the end, only one of them would survive, and that person would become the real Darkness Dao Master. At this moment, the mask suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, the golden power and the other two powers burst out, and the powerful force suppressed them in an instant. At this moment, they were simply on the verge of collapse. Impossible, what kind of power is this? The power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the Buddha, and the power of the great demonic god. Why, what the hell is this mask? Why does it have so many powers? At this moment, their colleagues began to tremble. They were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they finally felt fear. Their powerful strength seemed so weak in front of this strange mask. At this moment, they were really on the verge of collapse. Silently, the light emitted by the masks began to fuse with their bodies. They knew that fusing with this light was definitely not a good thing for them. However, at this moment, they could not even resist. This ray of light was simply too powerful. Especially the source of the three lights, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at this moment, they could not understand why these three powers, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, would fuse together at this time. And when these three powers completely fused together, his strength would reach such a level. Not long after, their resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the attack of the ghost mask, they became more and more powerless. Although they were very unwilling, at this moment, they knew clearly that they had lost. Damn it, are we going to die? Are we really going to die? They were so unwilling. It was not easy for them to give birth to a life of their own and have their own consciousness, but they were going to die like this. How unreconciled were they to accept this? They could have become a dragon that could turn the world upside down, but at this moment, they were going to die. After a long time, everything calmed down. At this moment, the two people's minds were in a mess. Are we dead? Are we dead? Darkness Dao Master's voice was so weak. He was obviously a very powerful existence, but at this moment, his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Dead? No. We're not dead, we're really not dead. At this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said excitedly. He originally thought that he was dead, but at this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not dead. His life was still there. At this moment, the two people felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The joy they felt was indescribable. However, at this moment, Bing Ju was suddenly stunned. Darkness, your face. At this moment, Darkness Dao Master was also disappointed. Bing Ju saw it, and he also saw that there was an additional mask on their faces. The mask of evil intent had actually landed on their bodies at this moment. At this moment, they were both moved. Even their whole bodies began to tremble. What a terrible thing this was. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized something terrible. The terrifying mask had already invaded their divine soul. At this moment, they had become the hosts of the ghost mask. They knew very well that becoming a host was almost never a good thing. It could even be said that their end would be extremely tragic. Therefore, at this moment, the two people's faces were so solemn. However, at this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said, "Forget it, at least we're still alive." This sentence sounded casual, but in fact, at this moment, it was very serious. They were alive, but they had become the host of someone else's body. At this moment, Darkness Dao Master said, "Indeed, at least we're still alive. Our origin is the great demon god. As long as I recover my strength, I will definitely tear that mask and imprison Su Yan's soul, torturing it for eternity." He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, they wouldn't have been sealed, and they wouldn't have been in such a situation. Chapter 745. Female Literature. Ghostface entered their bodies and did not do anything else after that. Of course, they didn't think that this was the end of it. They knew clearly that this was just the beginning. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that they had woken up, the most important thing was to get rid of the seal. Only then would they have a chance to do other things. While Su Yan was in a deep sleep, the battle situation outside had changed. The Boundless Demon Sect's lineup was indeed powerful, but it was a trap set up by the Blazing Flame Sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Although Fengli of the Taihang Sword faction and a venerable from the Blazing Flame Sect had died in battle, the Demon Sect's losses were definitely much greater. Not to mention the two venerables killed by Su Yan and the two who had died earlier, the rest of the Demon Sect's venerables had all died. Apart from the two Four Essences sovereigns and the Dao sovereign Yen Shao, everyone else who had been bitterly holding on had died. This was the most disastrous loss the Boundless Demon Sect had ever suffered. Moreover, the two Four Essences sovereigns and even Yen Shao had fallen into a crisis at this moment. Among the two Four Essences venerables, Bai Tianqing was not from the Demon Sect, but from the Huangji Sect. He was the one who followed behind them. Fan Yinlin knew his son very well. He knew that even with the help of the three heroes of heavenly ghosts, it was impossible for him to subdue Mu Tiansheng. Therefore, he had already made arrangements. Whether it was Yin Zhongshan or Bai Tianqing, they were all part of his arrangements. However, he didn't expect that even with such arrangements, there would still be a huge change in the situation. At this time, the Huangji Sect was inexplicably involved in the war between the Boundless Demon Sect, the Blazing Flame Sect, and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, Bai Tianqing wouldn't fight against the Taihang Sword faction for the Boundless Demon Sect. His opponent was only Mu Tiansheng. However, at this time, he was also in great danger. Mu Tiansheng's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he couldn't use all his strength was already very terrifying. In such a state, he could only retreat in defeat. Only now did he realize that he had been too careless. If he hadn't let the Jade Phosphorus Beast fight the sea-splitting demonic snake, then he wouldn't be under so much pressure now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, even if he wanted to summon the Jade Phosphorus Beast, he couldn't because the Jade Phosphorus Beast had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the sea-splitting demonic serpent to fight. It had to be said that since becoming Su Yan's mount, the wisdom of the Jade Phosphor Beast had become more and more extraordinary. He directly dragged the Jade Phosphorus Beast to the bottom of the deep sea. Although the jade phosphorus beast was also a water attribute monster beast, how could it compare to him? Once he entered the deep sea, the jade phosphorus beast would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. It could only become his rations. At this time, the jade phosphor beast was constantly struggling. Obviously, it had also realized that it was in a bad situation. His strength was originally above that of the sea-rending demonic snake. In the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. After all, his master was a powerful four essences sovereign. After becoming a monster pet, the master's strength had a lot to do with himself. Therefore, at the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was almost beaten black and blue by him. As a result, the two powerful monsters quickly entered the deep sea. However, after entering the deep sea, the sea-rending demonic snake finally launched a counterattack. In the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was indeed no match for the jade phosphorus beast. However, its strength was not so weak. At that time, it had swallowed its pride just for this moment. In the face of the sea-rending demonic snake's desperate counterattack, the jade phosphorus beast was instantly suppressed. This was the deep sea, and the strong water pressure brought a lot of trouble to the jade phosphorus beast. Mu Tianxing looked at Bai Tianqing and said calmly, "Bai Tianqing, you can't do it anymore." She had everything in her hands. At this time, Bai Tianqing was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. At this time, he remembered that his opponent was the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Although Mu Tianqing's terrifying strength was not all from her own cultivation, she was an extremely terrifying genius herself. Even if their realms were now the same, and he even had some advantages. However, when it came to fighting, he was still no match for Mu Tianxing. If his jade phosphorus beast was here, the current situation might not have reached such a state. However, he was too careless at the beginning, and he actually let the jade phosphorus beast leave directly. At this time, he was completely suppressed. On the other side, Ghost Dragon, who was fighting with the frenzied Blade Venerable, was in an even more miserable state. His Ghost Dragon was directly suppressed by the Oriole. The power of thunder and lightning controlled by the Oriole was very terrifying, and it was almost natural to restrain the Ghost Dragon. Therefore, at this time, he was like Bai Tianqing, without his partner. On the other hand, the frenzied Blade Venerable had always been known for his violence and unrestrained. He was a complete madman. In a battle with him, if he took the initiative, he would have almost no advantage. After all, this guy would fight with his life on the line even when there was no hope. The name Frenzied Blade was not given for nothing. At this time, he really hoped that someone could come to help him. Unfortunately, when he scanned his surroundings, he found that almost everyone on his side had died. Bai Tianqing, who was also in the Four Origin realm like him, was also being suppressed at this time. As for the others, they had already started to die at this time. At this time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He clearly understood that if this continued, he would only be in a worse situation. After all, if his people died, it meant that the people on the other side would be free. Now, he could not even deal with one of them, let alone several of them. At this time, a huge force was constantly operating in the sky. Lord Yen Xiao was also in a very bad situation at this time. Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect was an extremely terrifying figure. Although he was not the current fire god of the Blazing Flame sect, everyone knew how powerful he was. As a Tao master, he had terrifying power. At this time, his flames were constantly sweeping, and this part of the sky was almost completely surrounded by the power of the flames. Of course, if he was alone, Yen Xiao would definitely not be in such a difficult situation. He would even be very calm and at ease and directly counterattack. But the problem was that his opponent was definitely not Qiu Zifan alone. The one who really made him feel troubled was Xue Xingchuan, who had not stepped into the Tao Master realm. This guy was his demon when he was young, and he was still the same now. He was really too powerful. He had not reached the Tao Master realm and had not undergone the Tao Mark baptism. But the lethality of each of his sword strikes was so terrifying. A casual swing of his sword contained extremely terrifying destructive power. That kind of power could cut through the void. This time, Qiu Zifen actually didn't participate in the battle. The only thing he did was to prevent Yan Xiao from leaving the battlefield. Xue Xingchuan had pieced together his strength and injured Yan Xiao. This was an extremely difficult battle. After so many years, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a terrifying battle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see any hope. As one of the vice sect masters of the limitless demon sect, he was in such a difficult situation. Yan Xiao, what's wrong? Why don't you fight me head-on? Could it be that you're already feeling afraid? You're a Dao master, and I'm just a 5 origin realm venerable. Xue Xingchuan mocked him. While these big shots were fighting, the situation of the small fries had naturally changed. This time, the limitless demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Wang Baichuan directly joined the battle, followed by Feng Yuhai. At this time, the Dragon Realm venerables of the limitless demon sect were once again impacted. Even a powerhouse of the 7 Dragons realm was in a very miserable state. Then Feng Yuhai directly joined the battle. At this time, both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were filled with anger. This was because they realized that their strength was too far away from Su Yan's. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they were extremely eager to fight. Originally, it was just a plan that Su Yan had come up with on the spur of the moment. But now, it had developed to such an extent. This sea had completely turned into an ocean of war. Beside the sea, there was a tall and handsome man. He looked at the terrifying battlefield with a slight smile on his face. He softly said, "What a beautiful sky. A world filled with the flames of war is a beautiful world." The limitless demon sect, there was a figure behind him. It was Hydralisk. Compared to before, Hydralisk's aura had become even deeper. His entire person had almost merged into this world. Formless and traceless. This was a realm that he had dreamed of. His body and even his aura had become one with this world. This feeling was really good. Since he was Hydralisk, the person in front of him was naturally Duan Mulonghu. This was the crown prince of the limitless demon sect from thousands of years ago. After the last ruin, he had directly disappeared. At this time, he finally appeared again. At this time, his aura had become so deep that it was like the sea in front of him. Chapter 746. Female Literature. For Duan Mulonghu, this was a big show. This vast sea was a big stage, and he was the only audience. He didn't know when he appeared here, but he seemed to have seen all the previous battles. Hydralisk, did you see that? Our friend has become so powerful. Duan Mulonghu said. Hydralisk understood that he was talking about Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan had become very powerful. At first, he thought that he could easily defeat Su Yan. However, it was only now that he realized that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Ghost-face Su Yan didn't appear for long. Besides Wang Baichuan, no one else seemed to have seen Su Yan like this. Therefore, they agreed to keep this matter a secret and not leak it out. But they didn't know that Duan Mulonghu and Hydralisk had seen everything. He was a bystander here, and he was watching everything. Ghost-face Su Yan's strength shocked Hydralisk. Of course, Duan Mulonghu was the same. Although from the very beginning, he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent and highly recognized Su Yan's potential, Su Yan's strength was still very weak. But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. However, Duan Mulonghu was an extremely proud person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Su Yan had become extremely powerful, and ghost-face Su Yan had even reached the venerable realm, he still didn't put it in his heart. He was a determined powerhouse. A person like him had absolute confidence in himself, and he would never let anything affect him. So what if Su Yan was strong? He would be defeated by him sooner or later. At this time, Hydralisk suddenly said, Su Yan's previous state was really strange. Master, should we announce this matter? Hydralisk wasn't a stupid person, on the contrary, he was very smart. He understood what it meant if Su Yan's previous performance was announced. It was likely that all the experts would have a strong interest in Su Yan. How could Su Yan be so strong? He was actually able to kill 2 venerables with his own strength? Even if those powerhouses didn't believe it, as long as they had doubts in their hearts, it was enough. This was definitely a huge threat to Su Yan. But at this time, Duan Mulonghu said, "No, this is not the right time. He is still our ally, his strength is only good for us." After Duan Mulonghu finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Let's go. The show is over." This time, the Sublime Flow Sword sect and the Scorching Flame sect have done a good job. I'm really surprised. However, after this battle, the world will really be in chaos. Haha, just as he had said, in his opinion, this world full of war and chaos was the most beautiful. Blood was the best dye to paint this world. A world without war was a pool of stagnant water. If he wanted to rise again, then this world must be in chaos. At this time, he didn't say anything, because at this time, he was completely convinced by Duan Mulonghu. He knew how terrifying Duan Mulonghu was. He had the strength of a dragon, and the wisdom of a fox. He was an extremely strong and even terrifying person. Since he had made a plan, then this plan wouldn't fail. He would go to a faraway place. And what he had to do now was to follow behind him. Su Yan's recovery ability was really abnormal, even Meng Yang was dumbfounded. He had suffered such a heavy injury, especially that bowl-sized wound, which contained the power of a venerable. At first, the terrifying energy of the Earth Demon's sword was still constantly destroying Su Yan's body. But at this time, Su Yan's injury actually started to heal. Even with the help of some divine medicine, it wouldn't be so fast. But at this time, Su Yan's condition was right in front of him. "My goodness, Su Yan, you're simply an undying monster." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. As the disciple of the Frenzied Blade Venerable, his body was actually very strong and abnormal. But compared to Su Yan, the difference was too big. Previously, he had estimated that if he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have been dead already. Most likely, he was already dead by now. However, Su Yan had already begun to heal. There was even a ray of light visible to the naked eye at his wound. That ray of light was healing Su Yan's body. Under this kind of power, new flesh grew out from his wounds. At this time, he was bored and walked out of the warship. He looked in the direction of his master. "Even though you brag every day, you better not die this time around." At this time, Meng Yang suddenly felt that he was too weak. At this moment, he suddenly had the determination to cultivate properly. This time, it wasn't just talk, but real motivation. His master was fighting with a powerhouse. Big Sister Mu, whom he liked, was also fighting. Meng Yang couldn't interfere in the battle between the two. Even when Su Yan was fighting to the death, he could only watch from the side. He watched as Su Yan faced off against the power of the powerful venerables. Then, he watched as Su Yan turned into a ghost face under the pressure of Yen's song. Then, Su Yan killed the 2 venerables before falling unconscious. During this series of events, he could only be a bystander. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't watch his good friends suffer like this, but he couldn't do anything. This time, I must cultivate properly. I must. At this time, the battle in the sky gradually stopped. Everything seemed to have calmed down. This time, the devil sect fled in defeat. Hee hee, Ghost Dragon won. This time, you're going to become a dead ghost. Ha ha ha. The Frenzied Blade Venerable had completely gone crazy at this time. Similar to Wang Baichuan's cold state, the Frenzied Blade Venerable also had his own extreme state. When his fighting spirit burned to the extreme, he would directly go berserk. After going berserk, whether it was strength or speed, it would directly increase at this moment. This was already terrifying enough. What was even more terrifying was that he would almost directly shut off his sense of pain. He could almost directly ignore the damage his enemy's attacks caused him. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. For anyone, facing such an enemy was an extremely troublesome matter. Ghost Dragon had been in the Four Origin realm for a long time. He was extremely powerful. The Frenzied Blade Venerable hadn't broken through to the Four Origin realm for a long time. Logically speaking, Ghost Dragon should have the upper hand no matter what. Unfortunately, the Frenzied Blade Venerable couldn't be viewed with common sense. He was just too powerful. At this time, the power he possessed was almost unimaginable. He was a powerful madman from head to toe. Each of his blade strikes posed a tremendous threat to the Four Essence Demonic Sect Venerable. Ghost Dragon clearly knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the Frenzied Blade Venerable today. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't have the determination to fight to the death. He knew very well that only by living could he have everything. If he died in battle, everything would be gone. At this time, he directly contacted his Ghost Dragon with his mind and issued an order, wanting his Ghost Dragon to leave. However, when he transmitted his consciousness over, he only received a very weak response. Such a performance simply gave him a huge shock. This meant that his Ghost Dragon was in a very bad state. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, his Ghost Dragon should clearly be stronger than the Yellow Sparrow. Even if it was innately restrained by the Yellow Sparrow, its cultivation realm was still there. Why did the battle fall to such a state? At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable slashed down again. The terrifying blade constantly vibrated in the sky. The powerful force almost tore Ghost Dragon Ying's mind apart. The Frenzied Blade Venerable said arrogantly, "Hee hee, you old fart. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. Looks like you're really tired of living." The Frenzied Blade Venerable's mocking smile made him feel very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do at this time. The Ghost Dragon was his beast pet after all. It was also a part of his power. He absolutely couldn't watch the Ghost Dragon die. Therefore, he finally disregarded everything and directly rushed into the sky. The Frenzied Blade Venerable said, "Our battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable naturally couldn't let his prey escape. He directly followed Ghost Dragoning into the sky. High in the sky, strong winds were constantly blowing. Two extremely terrifying beasts were constantly fighting. One of the giant beasts had the body of a dragon. This was naturally the Ghost Dragon. His opponent was the Yellow Sparrow, Su Yan's Yellow Sparrow. The battle between the two was so cruel. At this moment, the Ghost Dragon's body was extremely miserable. Thunderbolts were still flickering on the surface of his body. It was the Yellow Sparrow's power, which was constantly eroding his body. Of course, the Yellow Sparrow was also extremely miserable at this time. There was a hideous wound on one of its huge wings. There were also countless bloodstains on its body. Chapter 747. Female Literature. The danger of a fight between formidable beasts was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible for two humongous creatures to be unscathed as they fought in the boundless sky. The spectral dragon was severely injured, so the Oriole was not much better off. Nevertheless, the Oriole took the initiative at this moment. The higher the sky, the more powerful it was. In such a place, apart from true dragons, there were too few races that could contend with the Oriole. The spectral dragon was indeed a formidable creature, but just like how the jade phosphorus beast could not contend with the sea-splitting demonic snake in the deep sea, it could not do the same in such a sky. As the two fought, the strong wind in the sky became extremely terrifying. It was like a meat grinder. Ordinary creatures dared not approach this place at all. Otherwise, once they got close to this place, only death would await them. However, right at this moment, a figure charged straight towards this place. It was the spectral dragon. After sensing the crisis of his demonic pet, he immediately made a decision. He actually charged into the sky at the cost of taking a hit from the furious saber Venerable One. Needless to say, he did not only do this because he loved his demonic pet, although it was also a part of it. He had analyzed that if he only relied on his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape the furious saber Venerable One's pursuit. This was because the furious saber Venerable One's saber was fast and powerful enough. He could pull away from the furious saber Venerable One in a short time. But at this time, as time passed, he would definitely be caught up. The only way to truly escape the furious saber Venerable One's pursuit was the spectral dragon. The significance of a demonic pet was not that there was an additional demonic beast. If the demonic pet and its master cooperated well, the strength that it could unleash would definitely be terrifying. If both of them fought together, as long as they cooperated well enough, their strength could be unleashed to an extremely powerful extent. By then, not to mention escaping successfully, the spectral dragon even had the thought of killing the furious saber Venerable One. Therefore, at this time, he rushed into the sky without any regard for anything else. His only chance to turn the tables now was the spectral dragon. At this moment, he released all of his power, which was almost a suicidal method. Therefore, even the furious saber Venerable One could not catch up to him during this period. At this moment, the frenzied blade Venerable suddenly understood his purpose. Damn thing, are you trying to escape? How can I let you escape, you damned guy? Even if he was fearless, he still didn't want to implicate Su Yen, that Oriole. Thus, he immediately pushed his speed to its limit. But in the end, he was still a step too slow. The two of them were at the same cultivation level. Although his strength suppressed the other party, it was impossible for him to completely suppress the other party. Therefore, he was unable to catch up to the Oriole at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragoning laughed. Hee hee, you want to stop me? No, it's already too late for you. I will definitely kill that Oriole. After that, if possible, I will definitely kill you as well. And that precious disciple of yours will also die. Gue Longing deliberately said those words. He wanted to make the wild blade Venerable angry. A battle at their level was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just a contest of strength, but also a contest of mentality. At this moment, if the frenzied blade Venerable's heart was in turmoil, be it anger or strong murderous intent, it would be a rare opportunity for him. Of course, he didn't know if the frenzied blade Venerable would be infuriated by his words, but he was willing to try as long as there was a chance. After all, he didn't know if some things would succeed after doing them, but if he didn't do them, they wouldn't succeed for sure. Soon enough, he penetrated through layers of strong winds. At this moment, he also saw his demonic pet. The moment he saw his ghost dragon covered in injuries, his heart was filled with anger. It was his demonic pet, but it was in such a miserable state at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragon roared in excitement. He sensed the arrival of his master. If he and his master joined forces, they could definitely kill the Oriole directly. He, damned beast. I'll take your life today. The Oriole's bloodline was extremely powerful. If Ghost Dragon could devour the Oriole directly after killing it, it would be greatly beneficial for his evolution. However, the frenzied blade Venerable was behind him at this moment, so he didn't seem to have such an opportunity. But it didn't matter. Although it was a pity, it was a good thing to be able to kill the Oriole. Moreover, if he was fast enough, it would be great if he could retrieve the demon core from the Oriole's body. At this moment, his strength skyrocketed, and a pitch-black force enveloped the Oriole. The battle between the Oriole and Ghost Dragon had entered a critical period. At this moment, both the Oriole and the dragon were exhausted to the extreme. And at this moment, Ghost Dragoning almost didn't have the strength to resist Ghost Dragon Ying's attack. Boom! Ghost Dragon Wind's attack directly hit the Oriole. This caused the Oriole's body to tremble. Even though it tried its best to flap its wings, it couldn't help but fall down. His body fell downwards, which meant that he couldn't even control his own body. Ghost Dragoning, how dare you? At this moment, the frenzied blade Venerable's voice sounded directly. His tone was full of anger. But how could Ghost Dragoning care? As long as he killed the Oriole, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Frenzied blade, you idiot. Don't you know whether I dare to or not? Ha ha ha, you really don't want this Oriole to die, right? But I'm going to kill it right in front of you. At this time, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. His power continued to revolve. Such a terrifying power continued to revolve. Obviously, he was going to attack the Oriole again. At this time, the Oriole was in extreme pain. It was already injured to begin with, and the attack from Gui Longying earlier was even more unbearable for it. It only felt like it was going to die in the next moment. At this point, he had nowhere else to go. If it wasn't injured, it could naturally use its terrifying speed to avoid this attack. But now, its wings were extremely heavy. At this moment, he couldn't even stabilize his body. At this moment, he let out a cry of despair. It was at this moment that his emotions were directly transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness through the mysterious existence. Su Yan's physical body was almost recovered. His injuries were gradually stabilizing. As long as there was a little more time, Su Yan would be able to wake up. This made Meng Yang heave a sigh of relief. And at this time, Meng Yang began his cultivation. Since he had already made up his mind to cultivate seriously, he wouldn't give up any time. He, Meng Yang, was a man of his word. At this time, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a connection between the demon pet and its master. At this time, the Oriole's despair was transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, the blood essence of the demonic beast's heart in Su Yan's body began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan was actually enveloped by a layer of blood light. Oriole. At this moment, the demon blood was activated. The Supreme Sword Soul in his sea of consciousness actually burst out with endless light. The radiance that seeped out of his body gave Meng Yang a shock. Damn, Su Yan, you're a zombie. Previously, Su Yan looked like he was on the verge of death. But at this time, he actually burst out with such a powerful and terrifying aura. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Meng Yang at this time. He just said, "Wait for me to come back." At this time, a terrifying divine sword appeared in front of him. It was the Godslayer sword. Previously, the Godslayer sword wanted to invade Su Yan's sea of consciousness and then make Su Yan its scabbard. But at this time, it actually appeared and was used by Su Yan. It turned out that at the moment when Su Yan sensed the danger of the Oriole, he directly communicated with the Godslayer sword with the Supreme Sword Soul. He wanted to borrow the power of the Godslayer sword to directly tear space and then go to the Oriole's side. Even a Tao master would find it difficult to tear space apart. Only a venerable sovereign had the ability to easily tear space apart. But Su Yan knew that the Godslayer sword would definitely be able to do it. One must know that when he fought with the evil sword Cold Jade last time, countless cracks appeared in the sky. So, he believed that the Godslayer sword would definitely be able to do it. Everything had a price. The Godslayer sword didn't treat Su Yan as its master. Its will was above everything. It agreed to help because Su Yan passed his will to it through the Supreme Sword Soul, to become the scabbard. Su Yan agreed to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Using one's own body as the scabbard was a very terrifying thing. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to use Shuexingchuan as the scabbard. Shuexingchuan was sealed for more than 10 years because of this. Later, the evil sword Cold Jade's eyes fell on Su Yan. But at that time, Su Yan directly released the Godslayer sword from the seal of the Red Fire sword case, and thus escaped the disaster. But at this time, he actually agreed to it willingly. Because, now, he wanted to be the Oriole. Although they were only demon pets, Su Yan would never give them up so easily. At this time, the space crack appeared, and Su Yan directly entered it without hesitation. With a flash of light, Su Yan directly disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Meng Yang looked at all this and was even more shocked. Damn it, it's tearing space. This guy, how many hidden cards does he have? Chapter 748. Female literature. At this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. How many more tricks did Su Yan have up his sleeves that he was unaware of? Isn't this guy hiding a little too many things? Just what level had his strength reached? He could actually tear space apart. However, he could vaguely guess that this had a lot to do with that strange sword. After all, he had never seen that sword before today. Gui Longying's attack finally erupted. At the same time, he had already reunited with Gui Longying. After reuniting with Gui Longying, the two powers began to merge. This made his attack even more terrifying. He had absolute confidence that he could kill the Oriole with this attack. Just as he had said, the frenzied blade venerable couldn't do anything at this moment. The only thing he could do was to admire how Gui Longying had killed the Oriole. As for the frenzied blade venerable's anger, Gui Longying didn't care about it at all. After all, he had already reunited with his beast pet. With the help of Gui Longying's speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Of course, he hadn't thought of fighting the frenzied blade venerable to the death yet. After all, that wasn't his style. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred at this moment. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the Oriole. It was as if glass had been shattered. Then, a sword appeared out of thin air. Gui Longying frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What's going on? What's happening? Even he couldn't react at this moment. But then, he immediately saw a person emerge from the crack. He immediately cried out in alarm, "How is this possible? This is a space-tearing technique." At this moment, he was really terrified to the extreme. One had to know that tearing space was a powerful technique that only sovereigns could use. Sovereigns that could frighten seven essences. Sovereigns were mythical existences. Although he was currently at the four essences realm, he clearly knew how huge the gap between him and a sovereign's was. A sovereign's wouldn't need to expend much energy to kill him. However, he didn't understand why a sovereign's would descend at this time. However, he soon got a clear look at the person who appeared. "It's not an overlord, it's you, brat." At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. Previously, he had seen Su Yan, so at this time, he directly called out Su Yan. It turned out that the one who appeared this time was not an ancestor, but a dragon realm brat. He stared at Su Yan and said directly, "How could you tear space? How did you do it?" That's not right. It's that sword. I understand now. There's something strange about that sword." Ghost Dragon Ying's eyes were extremely sharp. Almost at the first moment, he had already seen how terrifying the sword in Su Yan's hand was. It was also because of this that his greed immediately emerged. As a four-origin venerable, his battle prowess was already extremely formidable. However, if he could obtain that terrifying and mysterious sword, his strength would immediately increase. By then, why would he be afraid? The frenzied Saber Highness could just kill him straight away. Therefore, at this time, his greed had reached an extremely high level. A brat like you won't be able to control such a divine sword. Let me take care of it for you." He directly stretched out his hand. A huge black shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a terrifying palm formed by the condensation of his power. It possessed extremely terrifying power. At this time, a powerful light directly enveloped Su Yan. If it was the frenzied Saber Highness, he naturally wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. However, Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. What was such a person in his eyes? These so-called young geniuses were nothing more than trash before they grew up. Moreover, being able to kill such a person was something to be happy about. The spatial crack behind Su Yan disappeared, and he stood in front of Yellow Sparrow. At this time, his gaze was so cold that it was almost the same as that of ghost-face Su Yan. At this time, he directly raised the sword in his hand gently. His movements were so slow that it was as if he was a child lifting heavy steel. However, at this time, Yellow Sparrow let out an extremely uneasy sound. It was a kind of fear, a kind of fear. However, it wasn't afraid of Ghostface's attack. It was afraid of the sword in Su Yan's hand. In this space, he felt an extremely terrifying power. The degree of the power was so terrifying that even he couldn't come into contact with it. Moreover, he had experienced this terrifying power before. Back then, when the four great demonic beasts appeared, all of them wanted to devour Su Yan. Later on, even the evil eye tyrant appeared. However, at that time, Su Yan finally took out the sword. The appearance of such a terrifying divine sword made them unable to breathe. In the end, they had no choice but to give their heart's essence and blood to Su Yan. Although it wasn't long back then, the respect they had for the sword was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yellow Sparrow originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to appear at this time. Moreover, he was holding the extremely terrifying divine sword in his hand. When he saw Su Yan, he already knew that he would be able to turn the situation around this time. However, the respect he had for the Godslayer sword still made him tremble continuously. Gui Longying's attack finally arrived in front of Su Yan. At the next moment, it engulfed Su Yan entirely. The enormous black power drowned Su Yan's body. Yu Longying cruelly smiled, and here I thought you were something special. So it turns out that you can't even withstand a single blow. However, I'll be taking your sword, ha ha ha. Ah. His laughter stopped abruptly at this moment. In the end, it turned into an extremely terrified sound. At this moment, his body even began to tremble. Suddenly, a mark appeared in the midst of his enormous power. The plain and cold trace was so inconspicuous at the beginning. However, in the next moment, the trace tore everything apart. The power of his attack dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a sword mark. The sword mark was so arrogant that it was as if everything in this world would be vulnerable in front of it. At this moment, Ghostface felt that his life was like a candlelight in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Go quickly. He was really afraid when he saw this. He immediately urged the ghost dragon to leave as soon as possible. However, how could he escape at this time? The spectral dragon's speed was indeed fast, but how could it compare to Su Yan's sword light? The difference was too great. The sword light flashed, and it was already not far behind him. Although it had not come into contact with this sword chi, that terrifying power had already torn his clothes, causing countless wounds to appear on his back. There was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At this moment, he was about to collapse. Under the threat of death, he made a decision. Block him, you stupid idiot, block him for me. At this time, he actually directly used his own demon pet as his shield. Poor Ghostface. The master that he had trusted so much earlier had actually abandoned him at this moment. Don't blame me. You're just my demon pet. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed through Ghostface's heart. Was he reluctant? Of course he would. This Ghostface had been with him for decades. He was his best friend. But so what? Weren't friends used to be sold? For the sake of his own life, what was the sacrifice of a ghost dragon? As long as he could continue to live, then all of this would be worth it. The sword attack that Su Yan had unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though Gui Long was extremely powerful, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from this sword attack. His huge body was directly torn apart in front of such a powerful sword momentum. It was like a rag that was instantly shattered. Seeing his demon pet die, Ghostface's heart trembled violently. However, he was a ruthless person after all. He deeply understood that this was not the time for him to continue staying. That brat was too terrifying. He had to leave immediately. Moreover, the further the better. Without Ghostface's help, he would be in much greater danger. Even if he could escape this moment, he would still be pursued by frenzied Saber Venerable. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not intend to let him go. You can't escape. He took a step forward. This simple step shattered the space once again. At the next moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Gui Longying. How strange was that? Gui Longying immediately stopped his body. At this moment, he looked at this young man. He was really afraid. This expressionless young man was simply a devil. His strength was too terrifying. Was he really a person in the dragon realm? No, it was that sword. That's a divine sword. No matter how powerful a holy sword was, it was impossible for it to reach such a level. Then, there was only one possibility. This sword was a divine sword. Go to hell. Su Yan did not give him a chance to say too much. After all, this was not his own strength, but the Godslayer sword's. He used the condition of himself becoming the scabbard to use the power of the Godslayer sword. However, this kind of time could not be too long. Otherwise, under the impact of the Godslayer sword's power, he might even be torn to death. Die. This was the final judgment for Ghostface. Chapter 749. Female literature. When the frenzied Blade Venerable arrived, he was in time to see the last scene. Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yan with a single sword strike and was cut in half. How unbelievable was this? As Meng Yang's master, he naturally knew Su Yan. Last time, they had even killed a venerable from the Limitless Demon sect together. He had a very high opinion of Su Yan. His talent was outstanding. He was young, but his realm was not low. Moreover, his combat strength was strong. More importantly, his mind was very calm, and he was also very tenacious. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from him was already very impressive. However, he never thought that Su Yan would be able to kill Ghost Dragoning. He still saw the scene before Ghost Dragoning died in his heart. This deeply shocked his heart. Even for him, it would not be so easy to kill Ghost Dragoning. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's hands suddenly moved towards Su Yan's body. When the frenzied Blade Venerable saw this, his entire body jumped. That's a divine sword. A divine sword in a scabbard. He was immediately alarmed. The Godslayer sword was clearly going to enter Su Yan's body at this moment. A powerhouse like him knew a lot of things. He deeply understood how tragic it would be if a person became a scabbard. As a senior, he could not watch Su Yan do this no matter what. Therefore, after the initial shock, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the sword and prevent it from entering Su Yan's body. However, just as his palm approached, an extremely terrifying sword chi immediately rushed over. Facing this sword chi, even the powerful frenzied Blade Venerable had no choice but to retreat. What a terrifying sword chi, what a terrifying divine sword. At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yan despite his realm. It was true that Su Yan was powerful, but the true power was this divine sword. Su Yan. There was nothing the frenzied Saber Venerable One could do. He could only watch as the Godslayer sword pierced Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's face was pale. However, he said to the frenzied Blade Venerable, "Senior, don't worry. I'm fine." His smile was so forced. It was obvious that he was in great pain. At this time, the Oriole that felt its master's pain directly flew towards Su Yan. The Oriole approached Su Yan's body and let Su Yan stand on its back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could sense that Su Yan had paid a huge price for him. From this moment onwards, he finally and wholeheartedly followed Su Yan, determined to become Su Yan's demon pet. For the sake of his own life, Ghost Dragon directly used his demon pet Ghost Dragon as a shield. And Su Yan, for his sake, did not hesitate to pay such a huge price. A demon beast like the Oriole also had extremely high intelligence. At this time, he was truly moved. Sigh, Su Yan, you need to know that becoming a scabbard is like carrying an unbreakable curse. Perhaps, you will not die a good death. The frenzied Blade Venerable One's expression was very solemn. Su Yan said, "Senior, this is my own choice. However, I ask Senior to help me keep it a secret." Su Yan said very calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. One had to know that if the news of him becoming a scabbard was known, then he would be in great trouble. How great was the temptation of a divine sword! When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it directly set up a trap. At that time, even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction and the sect master of the Divine Wind sect had arrived. At this time, the news of Su Yan becoming a scabbard was leaked. Then, he would immediately become everyone's target. One had to know that there were only the 10 great divine swords in the entire Jiuzhou continent. Moreover, at least 4 of the divine swords were already in a broken state and were not complete. When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it had attracted a lot of attention. After all, the frenzied blade Venerable One was not an ordinary person. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "You little brat, do you understand that if I used a sword instead of a blade, I would have already made my move? However, don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Of course, you must also remember this. You must not reveal it in front of others." Su Yan knew that this senior was thinking for him. He smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. Su Yan is not a stupid person. Of course, I know the importance of this matter." In fact, Su Yan was already sighing in his heart. He had too many secrets. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Today, the frenzied blade Venerable One was here. He would keep it a secret for him, but what about another day? Sooner or later, his secret would be exposed. Moreover, he might not be ready to deal with everything by then. No matter what, he would not shrink back. He was still not powerful enough at the moment. If he could become as powerful as Zhang Zhe, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, so what if everyone knew that he had a divine sword? Would anyone dare to plot against him? At the end of the day, everything in this world was built on one strength. Only those who were truly powerful could live freely in this world without being restrained. Su Yan understood this very well. The frenzied blade Venerable One did not say anything else. He knew that the young fellow had his own thoughts, and many things did not need to be repeated, especially for someone like Su Yan. He naturally had his own mind and judgment. After all, not everyone was as brainless as his disciple. Nevertheless, he began to have a headache when he mentioned his disciple. If that lazy fella could be more diligent, his cultivation base would not be like this. I really don't know what to do with that mischievous boy. However, he did not know that after this incident, Meng Yang had begun to make up his mind to cultivate hard. The Oriole carried Su Yan directly toward the warship. On the other hand, in the deep sea, the sea-splitting demonic snake finally killed the jade phosphorus beast and began to devour its body. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once devoured a void beast, and its strength had become extremely powerful and terrifying. If it devoured the jade phosphorus beast this time, its bloodline would become even more powerful. Su Yan, who had received this news, was relieved. Whether it was the Oriole or the sea-splitting demonic snake, since they had become his demon pets, he would not give them up. In order to catch the Oriole, he even chose to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. At this time, he had completely calmed down. He remembered clearly that the second elder of the boundless demon sect's ghost-killing hall, Ghost Fork, had become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. After becoming the scabbard, all his will was the will of the evil sword Cold Jade. What a terrifying thing this was. Now, what he was most afraid of was that he would be like Ghost Fork and forget himself in the end. This was not the ending he wanted. However, although the Godslayer sword had entered his body at this time, his will did not change because of it. Su Yan understood that this must be related to the regal sword soul in his body. The magical regal sword codex had brought him to this world, and at the same time, it had allowed him to survive one crisis after another. Su Yan had always believed that everything in this world had its own unique meaning and mission. Even a blade of grass was like this, and the regal sword codex was so powerful, so it was even more so. It was just that until now, Su Yan still did not know the meaning of the regal sword soul's existence. However, it did not matter. As long as he did not die, as long as he could live, he would know sooner or later. The Oriole fell directly from the sky, and then staggered into the warship. At this time, there was one more person on the warship, and that was Mu Tianxing. Bai Tianqing was defeated by her in the end. However, Bai Tianqing was, after all, a member of the royal sect, and Mu Tianxing's strength had reached its limit. If she wanted to kill him, Mu Tianxing would have to pay a certain price, so she gave up in the end and let Bai Tianqing go. However, although Bai Tianqing survived, he was in a miserable state. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Mu Tianxing. More importantly, his monster pet, the jade phosphorus beast, was directly killed and devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. To him, this was an extremely huge blow. The jade phosphorus beast was extremely important to him. The jade phosphorus beast was inseparable from the fact that his cultivation had reached such a level. But now, the jade phosphorus beast had died in an incomparably miserable way. Everything had been devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan landed on the warship and immediately half-knelt on the deck. His body was too heavy. After all, the power of the Godslayer's sword was too terrifying. This powerful pressure was almost more terrifying than his 3 hearts releasing at the same time. He directly ordered the Oriole to leave by himself and heal himself carefully. Of course, he also gave the demonic core of the ghost dragon to the Oriole. Although he couldn't devour the ghost dragon's entire body, he still obtained the most important demon core. The Oriole had narrowly escaped death this time, but once he could digest what he obtained this time, his strength would increase even more. Although the benefits he obtained could not be compared to the sea-splitting demonic snake, it was still extremely great. Seeing Su Yan in such a state, Mu Tianxing directly came over. Su Yan, are you okay? At this time, Meng Yang also ran over and said directly, that's great. You're actually still alive. Su Yan took a deep breath to stabilize his condition. However, at this time, he suddenly said, there seems to be one person missing on the warship. Where's Fang Yueshan? Chapter 750. Female Literature, Where's Fang Yueshan? Su Yan asked again. At this time, Meng Yang said, he was taken away by Rosen. Meng Yang didn't know Fang Yueshan at all, and Fang Yueshan himself was a member of the Devil's Doctrine, so he didn't care much about Fang Yueshan. Therefore, when Rosen wanted to take him away, he was almost too lazy to stop him. Anyway, in his opinion, it was just a dog-eat-dog matter, and it had nothing to do with him, Rosen. But he didn't expect that Su Yan would be so concerned about this matter. Hearing that he was taken away by Rosen, Su Yan frowned tightly. He promised Fang Yueshan to protect his safety. However, not long after he finished speaking, he was directly taken away. Although this matter was definitely not Su Yan's fault. After all, at that time, he fell into a coma and couldn't protect himself. Moreover, he also understood the thoughts of Meng Yang and the others at that time. Rosen, what is this guy going to do? He pondered for a while, and finally said, no, I promised to protect Fang Yueshan, so I absolutely can't let him be taken away by Rosen. No matter what, I have to try to save him. Su Yan's tone was calm, but it was extremely firm. Meng Yang knew that since Su Yan said so, he would never change his mind. Of course, at this time, he didn't want to persuade him anymore. Well, you have a good rest first. When your injury is better, we'll go save him together. At this time, Mu Tianxing also said, Su Yan, since Rosen didn't kill Fang Yueshan on the spot, it means that he needs Fang Yueshan, so I think Fang Yueshan will be fine for a while. Meng Yang continued, that's right, I don't think that Luosen would have the guts to do such a thing. Not to mention, your body is so abnormal, you won't be able to recover for long. With your current appearance, you can't even walk properly, so how can you save people? At this time, Su Yan sighed. He naturally understood that these 2 people were right, and he could only do so at this time. Don't worry, I understand. I won't be reckless. He also knew his own situation. At this time, his body was still in a mess. When the 3 hearts were beating at their peak, the sudden appearance of ghost-face Su Yan, as well as the god-punishing sword that had already entered his body, was a huge problem for him. Now, he had to immediately understand his own situation. Of course, he didn't have any fighting strength at the moment. Just as Meng Yang said, if he went to look for Rosen at this time, let alone whether he could find him, even if Rosen was standing in front of him, so what? How could he be a match for Rosen at this time? That guy probably didn't even need to lift a hand to kill him. Okay, Meng Yang, help me. I want to go back and sleep. Su Yan said. At this time, he was really sleepy. It was a kind of fatigue that came from the depths of his mind. As soon as this fatigue appeared, it immediately made his entire body feel extremely fatigued. Previously, he was holding on with all his strength. However, when this strength dissipated, his entire person was dispirited in an instant. Rosen carried Fang Yueshan and kept moving forward. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Obviously, he was in a very good mood at this time. Hee, Fang Yueshan, I really didn't expect that you would be Fang Wuhui's descendant. How could someone like you be Fang Wuhui's descendant? He said softly. Although he was asking, he obviously didn't intend to pay attention to Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan was almost unknown in the demon sect. His cultivation wasn't strong, and he didn't have any courage. He just guarded his own worship and lived a quiet life. But if one were to mention the name Fang Wuhui, the entire Limitless Demons sect would probably know him. The Limitless Demons sect had experienced countless years of ups and downs in the 9 provinces. The Demons sect had its glory and naturally had its decline. Around 1,200 years ago, the Limitless Demons sect had already fallen to an extremely low level. At that time, the Limitless Demons sect was suppressed by the righteous faction. At that time, the Limitless Demons sect was so miserable that it almost fell out of the 10 great sects. The righteous faction directly attacked the Limitless Demon sect's mountain gate. If not for the appearance of Fang Wuhui, the Limitless Demon sect would have been eliminated from the 9 provinces by now. Fang Wuhui was a disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the righteous faction, King Tai. Of course, at that time, he wasn't called Fang Wuhui, but Fang Yulua. At a young age, he had outstanding talent and was a genius of King Tai. Such a genius naturally had to participate in the encirclement of the demon sect. Originally, everything was very normal, but an accident happened to this young man. He fell in love with a witch of the Limitless Demon sect. The two of them fell in love and even had a child of their own. For this woman, Fang Yulua was even prepared to leave King Tai. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was an even more terrifying place. People in the cultivation world were helpless. He was a disciple of King Tai. How could he leave just because he wanted to? King Tai quickly found out about this matter. How could a righteous faction disciple have an illicit relationship with a witch of the Limitless Demon sect? Despite Fang Yulua's protection, King Tai's experts still made a move. His wife was directly beheaded and her corpse was hung at the entrance of the Limitless Demon sect. At that moment, Fang Yulua's entire person collapsed. King Tai's headmaster gave him a chance to let go of the past and return to the King Tai. After all, he was a first-rate genius. But at this time, how could he accept such a fate? In his anger, he directly killed the elder who had called for him to return to the sect. He swore that as long as it was someone from King Tai, he would kill them on sight. He was a genius to begin with. King Tai's techniques had been cultivated to an extremely powerful level. His wife was the Limitless Demon sect's holy maiden, so he knew about the Limitless Demon sect's demonic techniques. Originally, he still remembered his identity as a righteous faction disciple, so he never touched the demonic techniques. However, after his wife's death, he only felt hatred for this world. So, he turned to the demonic path without any scruples. From then on, King Tai's disciple Fang Yulua no longer existed in this world. Instead, it was the murderous demon Fang Wuhui. He cultivated both the righteous faction and the demonic faction's powerful techniques. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he directly reached the sovereign realm. The powerful King Tai suffered heavy losses under his crazy revenge. It was rumored that this powerful Fang Wuhui even directly killed his way into King Tai's ancestral hall. Of course, in the end, he still fell, and the whereabouts of his descendants were unknown. But it was precisely because of his strong killing that King Tai began to wither. It was said that in the great battle that year, almost dozens of King Tai's venerables fell. Among them, there were 2 sovereigns and 5 holy venerables. Fang Wuhui was definitely a fierce person. Later, it was said that this fierce person did not actually die in King Tai, but escaped from inside. He even brought out one of King Tai's most precious treasures, the Taishian bead. The Taishian bead was a divine artifact. Although it did not have extremely terrifying killing power like the divine sword, its value was above the divine sword. It had endless magical uses. In the past, King Tai was able to suppress all the sects and become the leader of the top 10 sects because of the Taishan bead. In this era, although King Tai was still in the top 10 sects, it was already at the bottom. It was on the verge of collapse, and it might even be kicked out of the top 10 sects. Rosen heard this rumor in the past. Not long ago, he began to search for the Taishan bead, and inadvertently learned that Fang Yueshan was actually a descendant of Fang Wuhui. That was why he directly took action. Since he was a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he must know something about the things left behind by Fang Wuhui. After some investigation, he had already grasped some information. If he could get some information from Fang Yueshan, then he believed that he would not be far from the treasure left behind by the powerful Emperor Realm expert. Fang Yueshan, I advise you to tell me about this matter. You should know that if you don't tell me this news, then you will die a miserable death. Furthermore, I will find out about this news in the end. My ghost-killing hall is best at obtaining information from the mouths of the dead. Rosen directly threatened. What he said was not wrong. The ghost-killing hall had an extremely powerful ability to control the soul. As long as Fang Yueshan knew about this news, then no matter how hard his mouth was, he would still have a way to get information from Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed. Rosen, I know you are a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Many people even think that you will be the second ghost fork. You've always been a swift and decisive person. If you only wanted to know some information, you wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with me. However, since you didn't attack my soul at this time, it means that you're afraid of something. Fang Yueshan continued, let me guess, since you already have some clues about Fang Wuhui, then I'm afraid you also know some information. For example, some things are related to my soul, and once my soul is damaged, you will no longer be able to obtain what you want, am I right? At this time, Rosen's expression became even colder, because what Fang Yueshan said was right. This Fang Yueshan actually hit the nail on the head, and directly saw through this matter. This guy was indeed worthy of being a descendant of Fang Wuhui. You are a smart guy. But believe me, if I, Luo Sen, want something, then I will definitely get it. Humph. Chapter 751. Female Literature. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already understood one thing, that is, no matter what he said, it was useless. A person like Rosen, who was as cunning as a fox and very cruel, would definitely not have a good end if he fell into his hands. But of course, he was unwilling to tell the secret in his heart. After all, it was a secret that belonged to the Fang family. For this secret, the Fang family had been guarding it for generations. Although Fang Yueshan and his father thought that it was just nonsense, they still passed down this secret. 1,000 years was a long time, passed down generation after generation. Even if this treasure itself had no meaning, this secret had its unique value. In the past 3,000 years, perhaps Fang Wuhui had killed too many people, so the Fang family suffered retribution. Their family did not have a first-class genius, and it was precisely because of this reason that the Fang family finally disappeared in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, Rosen was actually able to find him. His means were also very powerful. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly had an unrealistic thought, that is, Su Yan will come to save him. After all, Su Yan said that as long as he did not die, he would definitely protect him. However, he quickly tossed this unrealistic thought aside. Fang Yueshan, when did you become so naive? How can such a promise be trusted? What's more, the current Su Yan, even if he wants to save me, he can't. Even if he believed that Su Yan was a man of his words, he knew that Su Yan was injured at this time. When Meng Yang carried him back, Su Yan was unconscious and almost died immediately. How could Su Yan save him in this state? What's more, Wang Baichuan and the others had allowed Luo Sen to take him away without any obstruction. From this, it could be seen that in these people's hearts, Luo Sen was just an insignificant character. He believed that if Su Yan was awake at that time, he would definitely save him. But now that he was kidnapped by Rosen, even if Su Yan woke up, he would probably be too lazy to save him. In a fit of helplessness, Feng Yueshan fell unconscious again. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flames sect had already started searching for Rosen at Su Yan's request. In this battle with the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan had contributed greatly. After he told Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan of his wish, they happily agreed. Then, the two of them made requests to the Taihang Sword factions Shuexingchuan and the Blazing Flames sects Qiu Zifan, and the order was passed down. The disciples of the two great sects immediately began to search for Luo Sen's whereabouts. Very soon, the locations where Luo Sen had appeared and where he might have gone were continuously reported to them. This time, he slept for 3 days and 2 nights. For Su Yan, sleeping was the best way to heal his injuries. The 3 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance at this time, beating peacefully in his body at the same time. This was a good signal. At least at this time, this power was under Su Yan's control. Moreover, after the Godslayer sword entered his body, it didn't cause any disturbances. It was as if it just wanted to find a place to sleep. This made Su Yan feel a lot more at ease. After all, this thing was simply too powerful. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it wanted to change Su Yan's consciousness at this time, it would definitely cause another terrifying battle in his sea of consciousness. Although Su Yan's sea of consciousness had already formed a strange phenomenon, Su Yan was still very wary of this godly sword. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. However, for safety's sake, after he woke up, his divine sense continued to sweep through his sea of consciousness. In the end, he discovered that the Godslayer sword had entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. There, the revered sword's soul was quietly existing, and the Godslayer sword was actually next to it. This was a strange scene, but Su Yan didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, the Godslayer sword was now a lord to him. He didn't have the ability to fight against it, so at this time, he could only let it be. However, at this juncture, he discovered something. The seal on Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice seemed to have loosened. It was obvious that these two guys had woken up. However, when Su Yan's divine sense swept through them, they remained in a state of deep sleep. I really didn't expect these two guys to wake up. However, looking at them now, I know that these two guys are definitely up to no good. Su Yan sighed, but he didn't care about these two guys anymore. For the current him, these two guys couldn't pose a threat to him for the time being. There were many things that needed to be prepared for a rainy day, but now was not the time. Since his body was fine, he woke up from this false state of deep sleep. Now, he needed to track down Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen wanted to make things difficult for Feng Yueshan. After all, although the two of them were both disciples of the Devil's sect, they were not people of the same world. Rosen was a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, while Feng Yueshan seemed to be just a small fish waiting to die. This analogy was suitable. If the two of them had interacted, then the dragon naturally wouldn't mind eating this small fish. But in fact, the two of them didn't have any interactions at all. However, at this time, the dragon came specially to eat this small fish. There was always a reason behind everything, let alone a person like Lawson. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Rosen must be up to something. Even if it wasn't for Feng Yueshan, Su Yan felt that he needed to know what this guy was doing. After all, he and Rosen were destined to be enemies. If there was a chance, Rosen wouldn't mind killing him. Of course, he was the same. Since they were enemies, it was necessary to know what the enemy was doing. Of course, it would be even better if he could disrupt the enemy's actions. After Su Yan woke up, he immediately sent a message to Feng Yuhai, hoping that he could give him useful information. In fact, Feng Yuhai didn't disappoint him. A disciple of the Taihang Sword faction finally saw Rosen carrying a person in the direction of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a dangerous place in the world of the 9 provinces. When that place appeared, there were no clear records in the world of the 9 provinces. Su Yan directly asked Mu Tianxing, Sister Mu, do you know if anything big happened there? Since the Dark Abyss was a forbidden area, why did Rosen go there? There was only one reason, and that was because there was something he wanted there. And this thing might be related to some things in history. Mu Tianxing frowned, and then she said, "It seems that nothing big happened, but if I remember correctly, about 3,000 years ago, there was a small-scale battle there. At that time, King Tai's traitor, Fang Wuhui, directly killed their elder there." Su Yan's eyes lit up. Fang Wuhui. Fang Wuhui, Fang Yueshan, I roughly understand some things, but these are all my guesses. Now, I have to go there immediately. Now, the Oriole was severely injured, and the sea-splitting demonic snake was still in a deep sleep. However, this didn't matter. After all, he was a man with 4 demon pets. Of course, he didn't want to summon another demon pet in front of everyone. After all, it was already an extremely shocking thing for him to have 2 demon pets. If others knew that he had other demon pets, it would make everyone jealous. Although some things had to be known sooner or later, in his subconscious mind, it was better to wait a little longer. Su Yan directly spread his dragon wings and left. At this time, his fire dragon's power had been exhausted, so his wings were covered in black. This was the real devil dragon's wings. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and he directly went to the distance. Meng Yang originally wanted to follow Su Yan, but in the end, he gave up. Because now he was very clear about one thing, and that was that Su Yan's strength was already above his. Now that he followed Su Yan, he might become a burden to Su Yan. He directly went to find the frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable was barefoot on the deck, basking in the sun. Fighting was a very difficult thing, so after the battle, he naturally wanted to enjoy life. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this time, Meng Yang directly walked over. Then, he said to the frenzied Blade Venerable, "Let's go, we should leave here." This time, Meng Yang's voice was very calm, and even a little low. The way he spoke made the frenzied Blade Venerable very uncomfortable. Shouldn't his disciple be a joker? Why was he speaking so low at this time? He was really not used to such a voice. "Meng Yang, you little brat, what did you just say?" He felt that he must have been hallucinating. How could Meng Yang, a born joker, speak like this? "I said, we should leave." Leave? Leave for what? He felt that his brain was not enough to understand. Did his disciple go crazy? This was not a good thing. For the rest of his life, he was still counting on his disciple to take care of him when he was old. If his disciple went crazy, what should he do? Meng Yang looked at his master snappily, then suddenly thought, "I'm such a joker, and this old man must be closely related to me." Chapter 752. Female Literature. This was an extremely dangerous place in the continent. Legend had it that this was the homeland of the underworld race. But later on, the underworld race suddenly disappeared from this world, and this place was cursed by them. Because of the curse, this place was unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Very few people were willing to enter this place, because according to legend, anyone who entered this place would not have a good ending. Most people died inside. And even if they didn't die inside, after coming out, they would contract a strange disease and eventually die. The most famous case was that a paragon had entered this place in the past. In the end, he successfully walked out of the dark abyss alive. When he first came out, he was fine, only slightly injured. But 3 months later, this paragon actually committed suicide. After his death, his body strangely began to turn black, and then began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the curse even more terrifying. After all, that paragon was not someone who had just stepped into the paragon realm. He was a 5 essences paragon. Back then, he had entered the dark abyss to find an opportunity to break through to the 6 essences realm and become a Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Even a 5 essences paragon had died. Who else would have the guts to enter this place? However, Su Yan had looked through some information during the past few days of recuperation. This information was related to Fang Yueshan. No, to be more precise, it was related to Fang Yueshan's ancestor, Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui had directly announced that he had left King Tai, and then began to brandish his butcher's knife to kill King Tai's people. Here, he had completely degenerated into a demon. Fang Yueshan was nothing more than a hoodlum, eating and waiting for death to come. Rosen had absolutely no reason to attack him, so it was obvious that he had done it for Fang Wuhui. For someone as powerful as Fang Wuhui, his methods were definitely extraordinary. Thus, Su Yan believed that even if Fang Wuhui had died, he would have left something behind. Although there were very few records about him, Su Yan could see that he was a person who was very affectionate. He was deeply in love with his wife. He was one of King Tai's most outstanding disciples, and had an incomparably beautiful future. But for the sake of his wife, it was obvious that he was willing to give up everything. It was impossible for such a person not to make arrangements for his descendants. In summary, he must have left something for his descendants in the dark abyss. Lawson didn't know where he got this information from and deduced it. Furthermore, since he had kidnapped Fang Yueshan, it meant that Fang Yueshan was of some use to him. Now, I can only hope that Fang Yueshan is smart enough. However, Fang Yueshan was a smart person. He was very clear about this. That was why he felt that he still had hope to rescue Fang Yueshan. The Nine Regions continent was vast and boundless. Even if Su Yan directly flew over with the demonic dragon wings, it would take a lot of time. More importantly, although he had already recovered, he had yet to reach his peak. Although he had defeated Rosen several times, he had to admit that Rosen was a tricky opponent. Moreover, he had the demonic god armor. It was a very powerful armor. After equipping the armor, Lawson's strength would soar. Even if Su Yan's realm had increased again, he did not dare to say that he could defeat him. At this moment, Su Yan began to summon his other powerful demon beast, the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger was the same as the blood-winged flying dragon. They were both powerful demon beasts that were extremely close to sacred beasts. Its strength was stronger than the sea-splitting demonic snake and the yellow sparrow. To put it bluntly, even if the yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake joined forces, they might not be a match for the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Therefore, in the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to summon the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Because they were too powerful. Their existence would strongly stimulate the demon beast blood essence in Su Yan's body. The demon beast blood essence was of great benefit to Su Yan. However, there was always a limit to everything. When the demon beast blood essence was completely stimulated, his strength would reach its peak. And this strength would definitely exceed Su Yan's current limit. If that was the case, then Su Yan would probably have to pay a huge price. Just like this time, when the power of the three hearts was stimulated at the same time and exceeded Su Yan's current limit, it actually allowed Ghost-Face Su Yan to be born. Su Yan had once killed a version of himself in the evil sword Cold Jade's small world. However, Ghost-Face Su Yan and the other version of himself at that time were different concepts. The other version of himself at that time was a copy of Su Yan. Their strength was almost the same. However, Ghost-Face Su Yan was not. Ghost-Face Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. He could directly kill a venerable, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the conditions for his existence were even more harsh. However, no matter how harsh it was, since he had already appeared once, then he would definitely appear again the next time. Regarding this, Su Yan was very sure. When Su Yan flew to an extremely high place, the double-winged heavenly tiger's body directly appeared. Su Yan's realm continued to increase, which was also beneficial to his demon pet. Of course, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was far above Su Yan's, so Su Yan's realm increase did not benefit it as much as imagined. However, it was finally able to increase its strength a little. One had to know that at the double-winged heavenly tiger's realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. It was indeed very close, or even infinitely close to a holy beast, but perhaps it would never become a holy beast in this lifetime. However, the increase in Su Yan's realm gave it hope. And Su Yan's strength continued to increase, especially after he reached the venerable realm. The increase in strength of the double-winged heavenly tiger would become even more obvious. Su Yan directly landed on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was stronger than Oriole and the others, so it was easier for it to communicate with Su Yan. Powerful master, where do you want to go? The reason why the double-winged heavenly tiger had submitted back then was because of the strength of the Godslayer sword. If it had not chosen to submit at that time, then it would have died. Under the threat of death, it had no choice but to do so. However, at this time, it did not have that rejection in its heart. After all, not to mention other things, Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly. And as long as Su Yan's strength continued to increase, its realm might continue to increase. This was what it wanted to see the most. Su Yan said, "You should know about the Dark Abyss, right? Let's go there." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, it immediately looked very surprised. Even if it was only a ferocious beast, it also knew how terrifying the Dark Abyss was. After all, it was not only a forbidden area for humans, but also for powerful beasts. In that place, there was an extremely terrifying curse. Not only human powerhouses, but even powerful beasts were the same when they entered. Not many beasts could resist the invasion of this curse. However, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger could not go against Su Yan's will. So at this time, it roared without hesitation and flew directly into the sky. The eternal Dark Abyss had existed for a long time. There were mountains everywhere in that area, but only this place seemed to have collapsed directly. Rumor had it that there was an extremely terrifying curse here. Rumor had it that as long as one stepped into this place, they would embark on the path of death. No one knew how long it had been since anyone dared to take a step into this place. But today, there was actually a guest here. This is the Dark Abyss. This is really an unpleasant place. Hee, back then, your ancestor fell here. He directly killed King Tai's powerhouses and then began to step into the devil's path. Only such a man is worthy of living in this world. Compared to him, you incompetent juniors are really too weak. Rosen ridiculed mercilessly. However, along the way, Fang Yueshan did not speak, not even a sigh. Rosen was not angry because there was no need for it. In the end, he was the victor and he would control everything. Now that he had arrived at this place, it meant that he was even closer to victory. He stood at the intersection of this dark road, feeling the power that floated out from it. This power was really terrifying. He actually felt a sense of trepidation standing here. However, he never believed in the nonsense of curses. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself because he had the Devil God armor. This Devil God armor was bestowed to him by the First Elder. At that time, he had a superstitious worship for the First Elder. However, when the First Elder of Divine Devil Island appeared directly and was about to eat his body, he already knew that the First Elder did not have good intentions towards him. If it was not for the help of the fairy from Divine Devil Island, he was afraid that he would have become a walking corpse by now. From that moment on, he swore that he must become stronger until he could kill the First Elder. He wanted to control the entire limitless demon sect. This was Rosen's ambition. This time, he found that the inheritance of Fang Wuhui could help him, allowing him to achieve his goal faster. As for whether Fang Yueshan would die or not, it was not within his scope of consideration. As long as he could achieve his goal, Fang Yueshan's life and death had nothing to do with him. He was that selfish. However, humans were selfish by nature. Finally, he got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and stepped directly into it. Chapter 753. Female Literature. The abyss was filled with faint wails. It was as if a person was about to die. Even Rosen felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. "Humph, you think you can scare me with this?" Rosen was obviously disdainful of these. Right now, he was extremely determined. In order to increase his strength, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had the demon god armor. Once he realized that something was wrong, it would not be difficult. He immediately put on the demon god armor. Even the curse of such a mysterious place would not be able to do anything to him. Rosen walked for a long time with the Fang Yueshan empty. Everything around him was so quiet. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on water. However, at this moment, eyes appeared in the darkness one after another. These eyes stared fixedly at him, as if countless evil spirits were crazily roaring and shouting. It was a terrifying and frightening scene. It was as if they would suddenly appear and tear Rosen's body apart. Rosen was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was sure that he had not seen this kind of creature anywhere else. His eyes were filled with disgust. Due to the appearance of this kind of creature, there was an additional aura that made him very unhappy. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power surged out. When this power appeared, it spread out like a wave. After coming into contact with this wave, those creatures began to die directly. It turned out that it was a mysterious plant. However, this plant actually had its own life. They could move, and there were pairs of eyes at the top of the plant. Moreover, they would emit a foul smell. He quickly killed these plants, but at this moment, the foul smell wafting from the plants made him very unhappy. Rosen had no choice but to speed up. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a long whip, and it lashed at Rosen fiercely. When the long whip was waved, there was an intense sound of the air being torn apart. Rosen could naturally tell at this moment. A cold light surged from his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. "Get out of my way." Although he didn't know what it wasn't important. What was important was that he was very unhappy now. The appearance of these damn things made him feel like he was going crazy. Demon God armament. At this moment, the surface of his body began to change. Finally, the devil god armament appeared on the surface of his body. There was a crimson light in his eyes. Under the gaze of this light, he saw everything clearly. The whip was just another type of plant. On the outside, the plants were just decorations that didn't matter much. However, in this place, these plants possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. "How troublesome," he muttered under his breath. Then, he pressed his palm down forcefully. At this moment, an endless amount of power gushed out and turned into endless flames. The flames started to spread in front of him. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed immediately. At this moment, he looked coldly at Fang Yueshan and said, "Do you see that? This is true power. You're simply tarnishing your ancestors' names." Rosen said proudly. In fact, he was qualified to do so. With the help of the devil god armament, his body was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The mysterious power of the fiend god armament was constantly tempering his body. And when this kind of tempering reached the extreme, his strength would undergo another evolution. At that time, his power would be unimaginable. When he thought of his current state, he felt extremely pleased with himself. He was the most powerful person in the world. He would become the dominator. When his power reached a certain level, he would find the divine demon island again and take that woman out. Then, he would make her his wife. However, a person soon appeared in front of him. It was Su Yan. This kid, I wonder if he died last time. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were both present and that he wanted to take Fang Yueshan away, he would definitely have made a move. However, now that he thought about it, it did not matter anymore. It did not matter even if Su Yan was still alive. No, this was even better. After all, he had to take revenge for his humiliation. If Su Yan died just like that, wouldn't he lose some fun? He firmly believed that he would be able to gain enough benefits from this operation. Once he gained benefits, what was Su Yan to him? Such a person was never worthy of being his opponent. The flames continued to move forward. Fang Yueshan's eyes flickered. Although he did not say anything, he had to admit that the guy in front of him did have the qualifications to be arrogant. As expected of an elite of the ghost-killing hall. He even believed that the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was not as strong as Rosen. The strength of the enemy was not a good thing for him. The hope in his heart became more and more uncertain. Rosen was like a king of destruction. Wherever he went, everything would be swept away. His terrifying power disregarded everything and directly tore everything apart. He was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon from the Shura. He continued to move forward, his eyes exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just as he was charging forward, Su Yan and the double-winged sky tiger finally arrived outside the dark abyss. The double-winged sky tiger did not land. He was just floating in the air. His eyes were filled with light. It was an extremely vigilant light. "Master, are we really going to enter? I can feel a very terrifying aura. If we enter, we will die." He directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. Su Yan did not say anything. Of course, he knew that the double-winged sky tiger was not lying. He believed that there was definitely something powerful inside. Even the double-winged sky tiger could not contend against such an existence. However, since he had come here, there was no reason to leave halfway. He directly said, "Double-winged sky tiger, you stay here. I'll go in alone." After a short moment of thought, Su Yan directly made this decision. "No, my master, I'll go in with you. You must understand that your life is our life. If you die, we won't be able to continue living." The double-winged sky tiger's words were very straightforward. This made Su Yan feel somewhat helpless. He naturally understood what the double-winged sky tiger meant. Su Yan might die inside alone. If it followed him, it would at least have a chance to escape. However, Su Yan did not think so. He directly rejected the double-winged sky tiger's opinion and said, "I think you should also sense that the existence inside is powerful beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, if you follow me in, I'm afraid only death will await you. Moreover, you are indeed stronger than me, but your aura is too obvious. In a place like this, the more obvious one's aura is, the more dangerous it is. However, I can completely seal my aura. Moreover, if you are outside, I will have an additional layer of insurance. Therefore, this matter is decided." Su Yan explained and comforted the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger finally agreed. It also knew that Su Yan was right. It was indeed stronger than Su Yan, but at the same time, it would be easier to provoke those powerful existences after entering. After all, the territorial awareness of monster beasts was very strong. If there were any powerful existences in the dark abyss, then the double-winged sky tiger's rash intrusion into their territory would be a provocation to them. At this time, he let out a slight roar of unwillingness and finally gave up his insistence. "Although it's outside the dark abyss, you still have to pay attention to your concealment. Don't expose yourself so easily." With that, Su Yan directly stepped into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was a very vast place, so Su Yan did not step into the place where Rosen had entered. Otherwise, Rosen's barbaric path would have brought a lot of convenience to Su Yan. This is really an ominous place. At this moment, a faint radiance began to appear in his eyes. This was his blood dragon pupil and Oriole's eyes of truth. Because the blood dragon pupil had a dragon soul, it had a special effect. As his strength continued to increase, in the last battle, he directly obtained the Oriole's eyes of truth. These two talents were stacked together, causing Su Yan's eyes to become even more powerful, allowing him to see through even more things. At this moment, a shadow directly appeared in his life. That shadow silently tried to assassinate Su Yan. Of course, this kind of assassination was not in Su Yan's eyes. What surprised him was that this shadow actually had a life of its own. At this moment, he suddenly cried out in alarm. This is a shadow creature. When he was in the Tai-Hang sword faction, he spent a lot of time reading books. There was an ancient record of shadow creatures in an ancient book. These special creatures were not common, but they were very dangerous. A long time ago, shadow creatures were very rampant, but they would not attack ordinary people. Their targets were those with powerful cultivations. Of course, they were like inner demons. They would only appear when powerful cultivators were very weak. It was just that a long time ago, these shadow creatures seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 754. Female Literature, as time passed, many people had forgotten about the shadow creatures. Just like how they had forgotten about the evil eye tyrant and the demon race. Humans had always been forgetful creatures. Perhaps it wasn't just humans. All in all, everything would be buried deep in the river of history. Of course, there would always be some people who would remember everything. If Su Yan didn't have the eye of truth, then this shadow creature might be a little troublesome. Unfortunately, Su Yan was now far more powerful than before. His existence was simply the natural nemesis of the shadow creatures. Therefore, even though the shadow creature was incomparably powerful, it couldn't do anything in front of Su Yan at all. The instant the shadow creature approached Su Yan directly attacked. His power surged and swept out, directly strangling the shadow creature to death. I actually encountered a shadow creature here. This is really interesting. I wonder what else exists here. I hope this place will bring me a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's gaze changed, revealing an extremely wise light. After killing the shadow creatures, he went straight into the depths of the abyss. Shadow creatures didn't exist alone, so Su Yan had already killed many shadow creatures along the way. However, the shadow creatures he killed were all terrifyingly weak. In front of Su Yan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, when Su Yan was extremely deep, he finally encountered a powerful opponent. This shadow creature was surrounded by 9 halos. The existence of these halos made this shadow creature look exceptionally powerful. If it wasn't for the Eye of Truth and the Blood Dragon pupil to rely on, Su Yan would have had no choice but to face this creature. It was very powerful. According to Su Yan's estimation, its battle strength had reached the realm of the 8 dragons venerable. Of course, realm didn't represent battle strength. Although many people had reached the same realm, their battle strength was far from being able to keep up. However, the shadow creature in front of him was absolutely the opposite. Its battle strength was above its realm. Moreover, the shadow creature was illusory and real, making it even more powerful. This was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. When the shadow creature approached, Su Yan felt a sense of oppression. That was the powerful pressure of the shadow creatures. This was an existence similar to a negative halo. You're courting death. Facing such an existence, Su Yan would not be polite at all. His scorching sun sword appeared, and a crimson glow appeared within the sword chi. When Su Yan circulated the sword chi, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the scorching sun sword seemed to be different from before. Although the difference was not obvious, as the owner of the sword, he could clearly sense the changes in the sword. The fusion between his sword chi and the scorching sun sword had become even more tacit. This was definitely a good sign. This meant that his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, the corners of his mouth moved, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although the fusion of sword chi had only deepened a little, it also meant that his sword chi would become more unrestrained and his strength would become more stable. Of course, this was not the only benefit. This also meant that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved. Ever since he obtained the scorching sun sword from Ugly Uncle, and then when he had enough strength to use this sword had accompanied him through countless dangers. Moreover, as Su Yan continued to use it, this sword seemed to have begun to evolve on its own. Although the evolution was really slow, Su Yan was very sure that this sword was definitely changing. This was definitely a good sign. Su Yan directly slashed down with his sword. The dense sword slashed down, and a blazing light shone directly. At this moment, the shadow creature directly erupted with another halo. The ring of light appeared between Su Yan and the shadow creature, and actually managed to block the attack. The halo that had suddenly appeared was completely out of place in this environment. This was the first time Su Yan had fought with such a high-level shadow creature, and it was also the first time he had seen such an attack method. Just as Su Yan's strength was about to clash, the halo directly became illusory, and then in the next moment, it actually passed through Su Yan's sword chi and smashed towards Su Yan's body. Interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his scorching sun sword, but he did not want to withdraw his scorching sun sword. The crimson sword chi continued to slash towards the shadow creature. At the same time, he directly raised his other hand, and then forcibly grabbed the halo in his hand. When the halo crashed into Su Yan's hand, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force, as if it was going to directly cut Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's expression turned cold, and he directly shouted coldly, and then suddenly slapped down with a powerful force. At this moment, the halo was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's palm fiercely slapped down, and it was as if a violent wind directly swept up at this moment. The shadow creature was suddenly flipped over. And it was also at that moment that Su Yan's sword abruptly descended. If this sword landed, this shadow creature would be directly cut in half. How powerful was Su Yan's sword, and how fast was its speed? If it was an ordinary person, how could they dodge Su Yan's sword? Unfortunately, Su Yan's opponent now was not an ordinary person, but a strange shadow creature. Just as his sword chi directly descended, the shadow creature actually strangely twisted. Although its twisting speed could no longer keep up with the speed of Su Yan's sword, it still allowed it to directly dodge Su Yan's attack at the most critical moment. Of course, it still paid a price for this sword. One of its arms was directly chopped off. Then, its body suddenly floated backward. It was like a kite floating in the air. Su Yan looked at this guy, and a light burst out in his eyes again. This guy's strength really exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Of course, its survivability shocked Su Yan even more. At such a close distance, it was actually still able to dodge Su Yan's sword. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but this shadow creature did it. This was already an extremely amazing thing. But this was nothing. So what if it did it? It was still destined to die today. Su Yan knew too little about this shadow creature. Now, he could use this opportunity to study this shadow creature. After all, the shadow creatures he killed before were too weak and had no research value. However, this one was clearly much stronger. Only such a guy had value and significance in studying it. At this moment, Su Yan's sword turned, and the Eye of Truth activated, locking on to the shadow creature. The shadow creature seemed to sense it and began to roar restlessly. Then, its severed arms suddenly fluctuated like a wave of light, and in the end, the arm actually grew out. It seemed like it had an immortal body. However, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. Severed arm growing back? Unfortunately, there's absolutely no such thing as an immortal body in this world. So what if your severed arm grows back? You're still going to die today. Su Yan ignored it and slashed at the shadow creature with his sword again. The violent power flickered like a storm. The crimson sword light slashed down, and the shadow creature almost collapsed. In the end, Su Yan swung his sword once more. At the same time, he activated his demonic dragon wings. Now, even the terrifying shadow creature had nowhere to run. Even if it wanted to use its previous distortion skill, it could no longer do so. Through the previous attack, Su Yan had discovered the flaw of the shadow creature's body distortion skill. He could indeed directly change his body structure to deal with a sudden crisis. However, this kind of distortion didn't reach the point of changing at will. As long as Su Yan was fast enough, it was absolutely impossible for the shadow creature to dodge. Of course, nothing was absolute. If this shadow creature was a little stronger, Su Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was a pity that its strength hadn't reached that level yet. If it could really achieve that, the role of the hunter and the prey would have to change. Moreover, this shadow creature had a huge weakness, and that was, although it could be reborn, it had a huge weakness. But it wasn't without a price. Every time its strength was reborn, its strength would weaken a little. From the beginning of the battle with Su Yan until now, it had been reborn at least 7 times. By then, its strength was no match for Su Yan at all. Su Yan could easily crush it. Such an existence naturally couldn't be Su Yan's opponent. Finally, Su Yan slashed out with his sword again. At this time, this shadow creature finally couldn't resist and was directly destroyed by Su Yan's powerful and terrifying strength. This time, it didn't have time to merge into a new body, and Su Yan directly caught it in his hand. It's a life form like this. How strange. Su Yan's divine thoughts swept through this shadow creature. After being directly pinched, this shadow creature turned into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which was full of dense shadow energy. This life form was like a sponge. When this sponge absorbed enough water, it began to expand. Now, it was directly pinched flat by Su Yan and then shrunk. Su Yan directly sealed this shadow creature into the scarlet sword case because he felt that there would be a new relationship between him and this shadow creature. Chapter 755. Female literature. Su Yan and Rosen were both triumphantly advancing on their respective paths. This place was indeed the dark abyss. When they first entered, although it was dark, at least they could see some light. But now, they couldn't even see the slightest bit of light. That's right, this place was completely dark. Such a world made people feel fear in their hearts. At this time, all the terrain had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be walking on the same horizon. Step by step, they moved forward to find their way forward. At this time, Su Yan couldn't see any light even if he activated his true sight. At this time, the two of them stopped here at the same time. Because at this time, a large tomb appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. It was a large tomb. The words inscribed on the tombstone shocked Su Yan and Rosen. Su Yan saw through his true sight, Tomb of Taxing Sword Su Yan. And Rosen saw through his demon god armament, Tomb of Limitless Demon Sect Rosen. They actually saw their own tomb here. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they didn't have the slightest doubt. They were very sure that this was their own anger. It was said that this place was very strange, but they didn't expect it to be strange to this extent. Does it mean that moving forward means death? Su Yan looked at this large tomb. It was impossible to say that he was very calm at this time. No matter who it was, the first reaction to such a situation would be shock. Why would such a thing appear in this place? If this tomb had existed for a long time, did it mean that his death was already destined? However, after a short moment, Su Yan had already thrown away these thoughts, and the fear in his heart had all been thrown away. This was the advantage of discovering his true self, and that was fearlessness. The thoughts in his heart would be thrown away in an instant. Without fear, he could move forward better. If one had fear in their hearts and found it difficult to move forward, then it was very likely that they would die on the way forward. This was what Su Yan got from knowing his true self. If this is fate, then what's the harm in dying here? He smiled freely and walked forward. The tombstone of the great necropolis suddenly opened. It was clearly a door, but it looked like a face that was staring directly at Su Yan. Su Yan no longer cared about these thoughts because he knew that they were all meaningless. He walked straight ahead. Then, his whole body became full of energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the great tomb. On the other side, it was the same for that person. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Su Yan had found himself, which was why he was able to walk without fear. On the other hand, Rosen was different. He was unscrupulous and didn't put anything in his eyes. Without any misgivings, he could do whatever he wanted. As time passed and he gained a deeper understanding of the demon god armament, he became more and more confident in himself. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't put anything in his eyes. At this moment, he was doing what he was doing because of this. At this moment, he directly walked forward. After he passed by, the gigantic tombstone directly shattered. You want to bury me? Humph, then you'll be destroyed first. He arrogantly walked past, and everything was directly shattered by his power. The two of them entered the great tomb at almost the same time. However, they didn't notice that after they entered the great tomb, a faint green smoke appeared. The green smoke followed closely behind them as they entered the cave. As the green smoke floated in, the great tomb became even more eerie. Then, everything started to change. The great tomb seemed to have disappeared from this world. In reality, if one looked closely, they would find that it didn't disappear. Instead, there was a strange spatial ripple. In other words, this place had directly sunk and seemed to have fallen into a chaotic space. Outside the dark abyss, the double-winged celestial tiger's eyes stared straight at this place. At this moment, he became even more uneasy. Because at this moment, he suddenly found that the connection between him and Su Yan had faded. It was as if Su Yan's existence had been directly erased. Of course, he was sure that Su Yan wasn't dead. It's actually spatial turbulence? Su Yan said in surprise. It was actually spatial turbulence that existed here. This was something he never expected. However, now that he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. Firstly, this world was a very unique one. There was nothing strange about the existence of spatial turbulence. Secondly, this place had always been very dangerous. According to the records, almost no one who entered this place could leave unscathed. It could be assumed that these people were lost in the turbulent flow of space, which was why they were like this. Spatial turbulence was actually an even larger and more complicated maze, and it was extremely terrifying. If one didn't have spatial ability, almost everyone would die here. And if one wanted to control spatial ability, they had to be in the Emperor realm. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Su Yan was one of them. His one sword to settle the universe was the most superficial spatial force. Although this kind of spatial force couldn't be considered special, it was enough to give Su Yan a little more confidence here. Su Yan directly established a spatial coordinate in this place. This coordinate could allow him to sense something, and it could almost prevent him from getting lost in this place. While they were talking, Su Yan had already disappeared. That was because he was directly swallowed by the space. He walked forward in the long spatial corridor, but he didn't know where he would go. This feeling was very strange and strange. It was as if he was swimming in the sea at this time, but it wasn't. There were no waves here. Although the small whirlpool and the space existed, it was indeed extremely dangerous. If one approached it rashly, it could even directly cut one's body in half. Facing such a situation, even Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly. The bright light almost blinded Su Yan's eyes. This was such a terrifying power that Su Yan couldn't open his eyes. But at this time, he also realized that he seemed to have arrived at his destination. The moment the blue light dissipated, his hair suddenly stood on end, and then a sense of danger directly appeared in his body. Not good. He immediately realized that there was an attack coming at this time. At this time, he felt a chill all over his body. This feeling was extremely bad, but of course, it was very similar to what he felt. Because not long ago, he felt such a change. That was the attack of a shadow creature. There was no sound of the air being torn apart, and there were no signs. It directly launched an attack. Only a shadow creature could do this. Previously, Su Yan thought that the appearance of a shadow creature couldn't be a coincidence, and there shouldn't be only one shadow creature here. However, after he killed the shadow creature that was equivalent to a dragon realm level 8, no other shadow creatures appeared, which made him suspicious. But now, everything seemed to have a good explanation. Because he was only at the periphery, he didn't go deep into this place. Only when he went deep into this place could he discover the real shadow creature. Speaking of which, Su Yan was lucky. If he hadn't captured that powerful shadow creature and studied it, perhaps he wouldn't have been so sensitive to this kind of attack. When this powerful attack came, even if he could discover it, he might not be able to dodge it in time. But now, since he was prepared, he could easily dodge it. The moment the shadow's attack was about to land on his head, he suddenly exploded. Crimson red light filled his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a small moving volcano. The rolling power directly rushed down. In the end, such a powerful and terrifying power exploded, and the shadow was directly torn apart and disappeared. Shadow creatures seemed to be different from the ones outside. The shadow creature outside was in the form of a human, but this shadow creature was in the form of a beast. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. He realized that there were many auras around him, and they were all shadow creatures. It seems that I've entered the home of the shadow creatures. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people entered this place, but almost none of them survived. Normally, even if a venerable one was caught off guard and was directly besieged, one would die right away. At that moment, Su Yan's dragon scales appeared all over his body. His dragon scale armor had an extremely powerful defense. This kind of defense wasn't only able to withstand attacks, but it also had a strong defense against fire and other unnatural forces. It could even defend against shadow attacks. The current dragon scale armor's power was indeed limited. Compared to Rosen's demon god armament, it was indeed much weaker. However, Su Yan firmly believed that as his realm and strength increased, the power of the dragon scale armor would increase again. One day, not to mention other things, the power of the dragon scale armor and the demon god armament would not be impossible. It was even possible that the dragon scale armor could become his own armament, and eventually surpass the demon god armament. At that moment, facing the endless shadow creatures, Su Yan's body immediately burst out with lightning arcs, and powerful energy was directly released from his body. Chapter 756. Female Literature, Rumble of Thunder. It was at this moment that the raging power of thunder burst out. Countless thunderbolts weaved into an extremely terrifying electric net, shrouding everything within. The power that was close to doomsday severed everything in this world. Countless terrifying forces that were drawn into the shadows were torn apart. In terms of yin and yang, the power of the shadow creatures was the power of yin. Although they were powerful and dangerous, they also had their nemesis, which was the power of yang. Whether it was the power of flames or the power of thunder, as long as they were powerful enough, they could easily destroy them. When countless thunderbolts swept across, the shadow creatures were immediately cleared out. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he continued to move forward without hesitation. At this point, the dark path seemed to be no longer as dark as before. The little bit of light also shone brightly at this moment. Su Yan's thunderbolts didn't stop, just like how Rosen started. However, this kind of advancement finally came to a stop because at this time, Su Yan encountered a person. The reason why Su Yan used this word to describe him was because he was very sure that this person wasn't a shadow creature. He had the aura of a human. How could there be a human in such a place? You shouldn't have barged into this place. Before Su Yan could speak, the person's voice sounded. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's just leave it at that. Su Yan's reply was also very calm. Su Yan, don't you see the words there? You will die if you barge into this place. The person suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Yan finally saw his face clearly. If one only looked at the left side of this person's face, this person was an extraordinarily handsome man. But if one looked at the other side of this person's face, they would be shocked to discover that this person's face was extremely terrifying. This was because the other side of this person's face was only left with a gap. This gap looked like a very disgusting worm that was constantly crawling around. Such a terrifying and disgusting scene was really rare. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to bear seeing such a scene. However, Su Yan had long passed this stage. He just looked at the person in front of him. The last 4 words of this guy kept echoing in this space, "You will die, you will die." Originally, it was just a simple sentence, but at this time, Su Yan found that under the influence of these 4 words, his body seemed to have become heavy. At this point, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Curse. He had heard that a very long time ago, a powerful heavenly sovereign had safely left this place, but in the end, he still died. At that time, he didn't know why, but now he immediately understood. Back then, he definitely wasn't poisoned. Instead, he was cursed. That terrifying curse was simply too terrifying. These 4 words gradually condensed into a pattern that Su Yan could not understand. Then this pattern directly attached to Su Yan's body, like a poisonous snake that wanted to directly enter Su Yan's body. Even his dragon scale armor was unable to block the power of this rune. It seemed that this cursed power could penetrate everything. These 4 words finally directly invaded Su Yan's soul, and then began to attack him tightly. At this time, Su Yan discovered that this strange sword power could actually attack his soul and body at the same time. In this world, there were indeed many very strange things. However, the thing in front of him was still beyond the scope of ordinary cognition. If it was a poison, then it was obviously a curse. However, if it was a curse, then it was not completely so. Su Yan could only be sure of one thing, and that was that the existence of this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. If he could not directly remove this curse at this time, then he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. What made Su Yan feel fortunate was that the person standing in front of him did not directly attack him at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be in even more trouble at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly overflowed with light. That was the golden holy light. The sudden appearance of this light was something that even Su Yan himself did not react to. The moment this golden light appeared, the terrifying light of the curse actually stopped just like that, and could not invade at all. At this time, this light flowed gently and finally turned into the shape of a long sword. That was the Godslayer sword. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly caused the strange power to begin to dissipate. At this time, Su Yan gently exhaled. This was because he was very clear that if it were not for the sudden appearance of the Godslayer sword, he would definitely not be able to resist such power. Now, to a certain extent, he was the Godslayer sword's scabbard, and he was using his own body to nourish the Godslayer sword. However, now it seemed that this was also a good thing. At least because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, his life was saved. In fact, speaking of which, this was not the first time the Godslayer sword saved his life. Many times, he had almost died directly, and it was always the Godslayer sword that saved him. It was like this when he faced the evil sword Cold Jade, and it was also the same when he faced the evil Eye Tyrant in the sea. The Godslayer sword was found in the sword well by Suya, and then Su Yan took it and sealed it in the red sword case. At this time, he suddenly thought of a sentence in his original world. In this world, everything was related to cause and effect. Was it the same between him and the Godslayer sword? Su Yan was not sure if there was really such a connection between the two, but now he was more and more convinced of it. At this time, Su Yan was like a traveler, and he was exploring everything step by step. However, Su Yan also knew that the most important thing now was to deal with this mysterious half-faced man in front of him. Because these 4 words were released from his voice. This man must be a very powerful person, at least in front of him. After a while, the 4 strange curse words disappeared, and the Godslayer sword also disappeared. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a determined light. The Raging Flame sword appeared. The Raging Flame sword's sword chi was unstoppable. Although it could not be compared with the Godslayer sword, the powerful sword chi that erupted when Su Yan activated it was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this time, Su Yan directly turned into a whirlwind, and then slashed at the half-faced man. Su Yan had focused all of his power on this one point. Not to mention, the power of the Scorching Sun sword was incomparably fierce. In order to better deal with this guy, Su Yan had even urged the power of thunder. Su Yan firmly believed that even if this sword could not kill this man, it could at least make him suffer a little. He wanted to see what ability this man had to escape from his pursuit under the impact of such a powerful attack. But at this time, something mysterious and strange happened. Su Yan's sword directly penetrated the man, and the powerful sword chi directly swept out, but the man still stood there quietly, as if all this had no effect on him at all. This is a real illusion. At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. One had to know that although the shadow creatures he killed before were all illusory existences, Su Yan's power could still hurt them. At that time, although they were shadows, they still had real attributes and were related to this world. As long as they were related to this world, they would be directly killed. But the figure in front of him, all his strength could not cause any harm to him. This kind of power could be called terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could not forget the extremely terrifying eyes of this person. He put so much effort into this attack, but in the eyes of this person, it was like a child playing. Su Yan, remember that this is the place of your death. I will wait for you at the end of the darkness. After the man finished speaking, his whole figure suddenly turned back. His pitch-black cloak was constantly moving about. Then his figure completely disappeared. Su Yan stood in place. The aura of the scorching sun sword was still activated. At this time, his aura had gradually calmed down, but at this time, Su Yan's heart was absolutely not calm. The guy in front of him was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him was enough to make Su Yan feel incomparable fear. Among the many enemies he had encountered, this guy was definitely one of the most terrifying. Su Yan simply could not describe the feeling he had when he felt his gaze. The only thought in his mind was that it was terrifying. This guy, where did he come from? Also, did he say that he would wait for me at the end of the darkness? He knows my name. These questions suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. Whether it was the tombstone from before or his shout now, it showed that the other party knew his name, but this was clearly the first time he had set foot here. Precognitive ability? Was there really such a thing as precognitive ability in this world? Even if Su Yan had already taken a step on the path of finding his true self, at this time, his heart still could not help but waver. This kind of power was really hard for him to imagine. In the great tomb, a blood-red light directly appeared. That blood-red light seemed to be a curtain that directly extended into the distance. Chapter 757. Female literature. Perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Fang Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Fang Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Fang Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Fang Yueshan. That light must have felt Fang Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Fang Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Fang Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha ha. He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Fang Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Fang Yueshan. Damn it! Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Fang Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Fang Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Fang Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way. However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body, and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Fang Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Fang Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan, you can't escape. I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Fang Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Fang Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Fang Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Fang Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Fang Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Fang Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. In just a short 15 minutes, Fang Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Fang Yueshan's. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death, Fang Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time, he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Fang Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Fang Yueshan and directly find the thing left behind by Fang Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Fang Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited, and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui. Chapter 758. Female Literature. Fang Yueshan finally arrived at a place under the guidance of Bai Guang. It was a small tower. There was a ray of light shining above the tower. He was brought to the front of the tower just like that. Am I finally here? Fang Yueshan had a complicated expression on his face. As a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he naturally knew some things. How could he not know about the inheritance of the Dark Abyss? However, his ancestor had left behind a message that if possible, he should never go near the Dark Abyss. Fang Wuhui was indeed a powerful venerable sovereign. He was a powerful figure who stood at the peak of the Zhozhou continent. However, he was definitely not a hero to the Fang family. Only the members of the Fang clan knew about this matter. Therefore, for so many years, the people of the Fang family had always been very ordinary. There were even a few generations where the people of the Fang family were just ordinary people without any cultivation. Fang Yueshan was very smart. His talent was also very strong. That was why he was able to cultivate to this realm. However, even so, after reaching this realm, his cultivation could no longer advance. It was as if there was a barrier that blocked his cultivation and did not allow him to advance at all. It was like a curse. When Fang Yueshan was young, he naturally wanted to enter the Dark Abyss. He needed to know what Fang Wuhui had left behind. Back then, for this moment of his heart, his father directly paid the price with his life. From then on, he knew that the thing that Fang Wuhui had left behind was very unknown. It was not something that people of his level could come into contact with. However, after so many years, he still returned to this place. Fate was so mysterious. It was as if everything was predestined. Gradually, as he looked at the tower, his eyes began to blur. The depths of his eyes began to emit a different kind of light. It seemed to be the light of extreme worship. At this time, he gradually walked forward. Fang Yueshan seemed to be unable to control himself at all. The mysterious force was calling him forward. In a trance, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was not tall, but there was an extremely dignified aura emanating from his body. This aura was so grand that Fang Yueshan was filled with awe. Although Fang Yueshan's consciousness was gradually fading, he clearly knew that this was the most powerful ancestor of the Fang family in all these years, Fang Wuhui. When he was young, Fang Yueshan worshipped his ancestors like a madman. At that time, he even thought of a way to join the limitless demon sect because of this worship. If it wasn't for his father's death that changed his mentality and made him choose to muddle along and wait for death, he definitely wouldn't be so unknown right now. However, back then, his father had died because of his ancestor. Back then, he had sworn that for his father's sake, he would absolutely not set foot in this place. But in the end, he still came. He had betrayed his father. His consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he was becoming more and more powerful, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good thing. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This pain was so terrible that it actually broke his trance. At this moment, his consciousness was so clear. The sudden pain made Fang Yueshan sweat profusely. He immediately guessed the reason. After all, he was also a member of the limitless demon sect. Rosen, what a good Rosen. He actually planted a corpse-eating bug in my body. Ha ha ha, this damned guy. Huff huff. The intense pain made Fang Yueshan unable to speak completely. However, at that moment, he started to laugh. He didn't go crazy because this sudden pain was exactly what he needed. Rosen, but now, I should thank you. If it wasn't for your corpse-eating bug, I'm afraid that I would have stepped into this tower unknowingly. Like this, I would have become food for my ancestor. That's good, that's good. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that his strength had become even stronger. It seemed that in the next moment, he would directly break through the limit of the dragon realm and directly become a venerable one. Of course, he understood that the reason why he had such strength was not because of how amazing he was. All of this was a gift from his ancestor. It was all because of his ancestor. However, this was definitely not a good thing. This was because he had seen this scene before. His father had walked into this tower in his place. At that time, his father's cultivation hadn't even reached Fang Yuan's level. But after he stepped into this tower, he actually directly became a venerable one. Then, his father was directly eaten. As the saying goes, fatten up before killing. Fang Wuhui summoned his descendant and made him stronger. In the end, he directly swallowed his descendant. Fang Wuhui wanted to be resurrected. This was the method that his ancestor, Fang Wuhui, had set up. Therefore, to the Fang family, this was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a curse. Back then, he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Father, am I going to follow in your footsteps again? This damned curse, this damned curse. His heart was filled with misery. At this time, he suddenly paused. That's right, it's his aura. With the influx of power, his strength directly increased. His divine thoughts also became extremely terrifying. At this time, he was no longer the weak Fang Yueshan of the past. Now, he had become a venerable one. Moreover, due to the infusion of Fang Wuhui's power, he was also a very powerful venerable one. His divine thoughts became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a person's aura. It was not Rosen, but Su Yan. He suddenly remembered a sentence, as long as Su doesn't die, he'll definitely protect you. Back then, Fang Yueshan actually didn't take this sentence to heart. This was because he understood that the most unreliable thing in this world was a promise. But now, Su Yan had actually appeared here. At this time, he would rather believe that Su Yan had come to fulfill his promise. He's here, he's really here. Good, no matter what, he's my last hope. Huff, huff, fortunately, Rosen and his corpse-eating insects woke me up. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly channeled his power. The corpse-eating insects were indeed very terrifying, but one should not forget that Fang Yueshan had now become a venerable one. The power of a venerable one was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary dragon could imagine. Although the corpse-eating insects had entered his body, it was not impossible for Fang Yueshan, who had become a venerable one. As long as he channeled his power, he could directly refine the corpse-eating insects, but he needed some time. He did not move forward, but sat down cross-legged. Fang Yueshan's expression was solemn. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on his body. This white light finally formed an illusory figure. If one looked carefully, one would find that this illusory figure was so similar to him. That was his divine thought clone. After becoming a venerable one, he had the ability to do so. Of course, this would consume a lot of his divine thought. Ordinary venerable ones would not do such a thing. However, he had no scruples at the moment, or rather, he had to do so. Under such circumstances, if there was one person who could save him, it would be Su Yan. Fang Yueshan decided to bet his life on Su Yan. However, this world was too big and too dangerous. Without guidance, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to come here. No, in other words, there was a high chance that he would die here. This was because through the power passed down by his ancestors and the records in his family, this place was connected to the mysterious shadow world. Back then, the powerful Netherworld clan disappeared overnight, which was also related to shadow creatures. This dark abyss was a place where space was chaotic. If Su Yan directly entered the shadow world, he was very likely to not be able to return. He knew that Su Yan was very strong and was stronger than most of the geniuses he had seen. Even Rosen might not be as strong as Su Yan. Since Su Yan had entered this place today, he had hope. Taking a step back, even if Su Yan came for the treasure, compared to Rosen, he hoped that Su Yan would succeed. At this moment, his divine thought clone immediately went to find Su Yan. He wanted to guide Su Yan here. Now, with the help of the pain caused by the corpse-eating insects, he could stay awake and stand at the entrance of this cave. However, as time passed, the corpse-eating insects would definitely be refined by the venerable one's enormous power. At that time, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself. Fang Yueshan's worry was not wrong because Su Yan was indeed moving in the direction of the shadow world at this time. The half-faced man's words kept calling out to him. For some reason, although he knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, he had a strong obsession to go forward at this time. At this moment, with every step he took, the ground under his feet changed directly. Space crisscrossed. This was the space promenade. In such a place, no matter who it was, they would lose themselves. Fortunately, Su Yan had a preliminary grasp of the power of space and established a coordinate for himself at the beginning. Even now, he could still sense the existence of this coordinate. As long as he could sense this coordinate, he would not let himself be completely lost. After the half-faced man in black left, it was very quiet along the way, not a single shadow creature appeared. Who is this black-clothed man? Why did I feel a power calling out to me after he left? Chapter 759. Female Literature. It was a very strange feeling. He knew that there was endless danger ahead, and it might even lead to death. However, he was so determined to go forward. Su Yan walked all the way, and even he did not know how far he had walked. Finally, Su Yan's footsteps finally stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a broken door. It was a huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. The structure of the door was actually very simple, which was that it was piled up by 3 huge stone pillars. There were many mysterious carvings on the stone pillars. When Su Yan's gaze fell on the carvings, he found that they were actually very attractive. It seemed that the carvings recorded something extremely mysterious. After seeing this, Su Yan's mind unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness swayed gently. At this moment, he woke up. How terrifying! He was truly shaken at this point. The mysterious attraction from before was so terrifying that he did not even have the strength to waver. If it was not for the movement of the green lotus that woke him up in time. He did not know if his soul would have been attracted. However, at this moment, he was also very clear that this door was so extraordinary. Then, there must be something extremely extraordinary hidden behind this door. Moreover, there was something hidden within that made him extremely fearful. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. At this moment, there was a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the door after he stepped through it. Why was his desire so intense? Perhaps it was not just that. He felt that the blood in his body was also boiling. It was the will of the blood itself. At this moment, Su Yan was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to do. What was more frightening was that his body had already reacted at this moment. At this moment, an extremely terrifying head suddenly appeared in the door. The door that was hundreds of meters tall could only accommodate a head underground. How huge was its real body? The skin of the head was drier than the bark of an ancient tree. Su Yan couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. At this moment, the huge head was trying its best to break free from the door. But the door suddenly released a purple light. The purple light was like countless chains that locked him in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the head opened its terrifying mouth, and an aura surged out. The rolling aura directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his left hand. The finger bones of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then a powerful force directly shot out. It was the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone. Compared to the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone was much quieter. Most of the time, he did not move at all. But at this time, he actually began to release his own power. The great heavenly demon master was also an extremely terrifying and powerful existence from ancient times. He, who should have been alive, should have been the most powerful saint venerate in this world. He might have even surpassed this limit. At this moment, even if it was only a finger bone, it would probably have extremely powerful power. At this moment, a black light appeared and directly pierced through everything. The terrifying gale stopped in an instant. At this moment, the power released by the great heavenly devil lord had yet to disappear. Su Yan slowly raised his left hand, and the terrifying destructive light slowly moved with his left hand. In the end, the terrifying head was actually directly cut off by the black light. Finally, the black light flew out of the head, and the terrifying head directly turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Finally, a few words came out of his mouth. Shadow creature, this is actually a shadow creature. Such a terrifying creature was actually a shadow creature. Then, would the shadow world be behind this door? But what was hidden at the end of this world? Why did he desire it so much? Su Yan clearly sensed that whether it was the Buddha's heart or the great demonic dragon's heart, they both desired to go forward. At this moment, he was very hesitant to enter. In fact, Su Yan's heart was filled with an incomparable desire. It was as if everything was urging him, but he knew very well that his power was still too weak in the end. Although he seemed to be all-powerful among the younger generation, it did not matter. However, this didn't matter at all. In a real battle, whether one belonged to the younger generation couldn't determine anything at all. If one was not powerful enough, only death would await one. It was at this moment that his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that behind him, something was rapidly flying towards him. He immediately spread out his divine telekinesis. Su Yan's divine telekinesis power was constantly increasing. As he broke through to the six dragons boundary, his divine telekinesis became even more massive, and it was even comparable to that of a venerable one. When he circulated his divine telekinesis power, he immediately realized that the thing that was rapidly approaching him was actually a divine telekinesis. It was the divine telekinesis of a venerable one. More importantly, he felt a sense of déjà vu toward this divine telekinesis. If it was not for this feeling, he would have already attacked. After all, no matter what, it was very dangerous for an unfamiliar venerable one to suddenly approach. As the distance closed, he finally recognized it clearly. Fang Yueshan. This was actually Fang Yueshan's divine telekinesis. Su Yan would not have sensed wrongly. This powerful venerable one's divine telekinesis was emitting Fang Yueshan's aura. How is this possible? How can he release such a powerful divine telekinesis? Su Yan could not believe it no matter what. He knew Fang Yueshan very well. To him, Yangming's cultivation was not strong. In fact, he was weak. However, at this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis was transmitted to him. Save me. The content transmitted by Yangming's divine telekinesis was very simple. There were only these two words. Su Yan's eyes immediately shone. This was Fang Yueshan's call for help. At this moment, he directly dispelled the thought of stepping through the door in his heart. That thought was too terrifying. He originally came to save Fang Yueshan, but at this moment, he actually forgot about this matter. This was not because he was irresponsible, but because the temptation of that thought was too strong. For the current Su Yan, he had to stay away from this door. He had to stay away from this place even though he had countless questions in his heart. Let's go. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis turned back, and Su Yan immediately followed closely behind. That divine telekinesis could only transmit a simple thought and lead the way because Fang Yueshan was currently enduring great pain. He had slowly refined the carnivorous insects, so the pain from his body had slowly decreased. However, the source of this pain was definitely not just that. More importantly, it was the pain from the high tower. He was resisting his ancestor. However, his ancestor's power was so strong that no matter how strong his willpower was, he could not stop himself from moving forward. His soul began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was countless times more intense than what he had imagined. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. He always felt that Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he was willing to continue enduring this pain and wait. He was really in so much pain that the connection between him and his divine telekinesis became vague. At this moment, he felt that someone was approaching. Is he here? At this moment, Fang Yueshan opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yan was already in front of him. However, he was disappointed because the person who appeared in front of him was not Su Yan at all. It was the person he did not want to see the most at this moment, Rosen. Rosen looked at Fang Yueshan and said, Fang Yueshan, I said before that you can't escape from my grasp. Now, I'm here. There was an incomparable smugness hidden in these words. Yes, now he was here. Since he's already here, you, Fang Yueshan, have nowhere else to go. That's amazing. You've actually become a venerable master at this time. Rosen was immediately shocked when he saw that Fang Yueshan had actually become a venerable master. This was because this was not a change that he could imagine. He had never seen a person who could achieve such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Countless people would never be able to reach this realm in their lifetime, but he had actually completed such an improvement in a day. He had directly jumped from the early stage of the dragon realm to the venerable master, an entire realm. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. This was the power that Fang Wuhui had left behind. If not, how could he have done this? Fang Yueshan was just a piece of trash in his eyes, but now, this piece of trash could achieve such a huge improvement. Although you've become a venerable master, I can see that you're just flashy. However, this is good too. You don't deserve to have this power. Just give it to me. Rosen was extremely decisive. At this moment, he directly reached out to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Can't wait for Su Yan to arrive? Then even if I die, I won't let Rosen succeed. At this moment, he stood up and stopped resisting that strand of will. He flew directly towards the tower. Right at this moment, a strand of sword energy whistled over. Luo Sen, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 760. Female literature, Rosen, get out of my way. The sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's eyes surged with an extremely strong murderous intent. Su Yen, it's Su Yen. This guy actually appeared here. This damn guy, he was born to go against him. At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. Su Yen, you damn thing, how dare you appear here? Rosen directly blasted out a punch. This powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the sword chi that Su Yen had slashed out. Immediately, a boundless commotion erupted between the two. A terrifying power surged. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yen had finally arrived, and he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that Su Yen was still a step too late. At this moment, he had no choice but to be attracted by the power from the tower. Fang Yueshan, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Su Yen noticed Fang Yueshan's abnormal state. He did not dare to delay and directly threw out a power, and then suddenly entangled him. At this moment, his spiritual power actually turned into silk threads. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan's control of spiritual power had improved to an extremely high level. However, at this moment, a power directly fell from the tower. This power turned into a crescent, and without any explanation, it was extremely overbearing and directly cut off Su Yan's spiritual power. After Su Yan's fierce power was cut off, he felt as if he was caught off guard. This power was too strong, and he could not compete with it at all. No, not to mention compete, he could not even stand on the edge of it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, Su Yen, I still have to thank you. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's mood was actually calmer. After all, Fang Yueshan had one more friend who was willing to take risks for him. Fang Yueshan. Su Yen cried out in alarm. Judging from Fang Yueshan's last words, this was clearly a dangerous place. Since he had entered this place, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. In the end, he was unable to save Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly fell on Rosen, and it just so happened that Rosen's eyes were filled with anger also looking at Su Yen. It's all your fault. These words came out of their mouths almost at the same time. If it was not for Rosen, then Su Yen might have been able to save him in time, and Fang Yueshan would not have to enter this place. In Rosen's view, if it was not for Su Yan's last sword chi, he could have directly captured Fang Yueshan and made him his own. Now, Fang Yueshan had already entered this tower, so for the two of them, everything was too late. Because whether it was Su Yen or Rosen, they were actually unable to enter this tower. Su Yen, you really are a meddlesome guy. You repeatedly came to ruin my plans. Last time, I was not lucky enough to spare your life on the ship. Today, I will directly kill you. I want to see if you still have the ability to interfere in my business. Su Yan's eyes were also filled with anger. He had promised Fang Yueshan that he would protect his life, but in the end, he was unable to do so. This was all because of Rosen. This guy who came from the limitless demon sex ghost killing hall was truly unforgivable. Rosen, people like you should not live in this world. As long as you live, more people will die because of you. At this moment, Su Yen was truly furious. If it was not for Rosen, then Fang Yueshan might not have met with such a mishap. This Rosen had his own ambitions. If he continued to act recklessly, then there would definitely be a flaw in everything. Last time, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were harassed by a perverted dwarf, and the perverted dwarf was under Rosen's command. No matter which world it was, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. In order to prevent future troubles, the only way was to kill the source directly. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Su Yen or Rosen, both of them had the intention to kill the other party. Su Yen, you and I have fought a few times, and you have always won. I admit this. I, Rosen, am not someone who can't afford to lose. However, you have to know that there is no one in this world who can win forever. From today onwards, you will definitely be the loser. His gaze was burning as he stared straight at Su Yen. In fact, there was nothing much to say. The two of them were mortal enemies, and at this moment, there was a new reason to fight. The battle was a matter of course. At this moment, there was no need for the two of them to test each other's strength. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them used their full strength. Su Yan's sword light directly rushed out. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging all over. Previously, Su Yan had suffered a strong impact from the door that seemed to penetrate the world. That terrifying aura had forced Su Yan to almost lose control of himself. At this moment, he had a strong desire. At this time, all of this directly turned into a desire to kill. His killing intent was soaring. At this time, Rosen's demon god armament had evolved again. His power was already very strong, and after the evolution, the power he could exert was even more terrifying. The first collision between the two of them directly ignited an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Such a powerful force directly spread out in this world. This obscure and dark world was surging with extremely terrifying energy ripples at this moment. The powerful force continued to push forward, as if it was going to destroy everything. However, this tower was, after all, a very terrifying existence. Needless to say, the power of the two of them was very strong. However, such violent energy was unable to penetrate the energy defense of this tower. Rosen knew that the key to Fang Wuhui's inheritance lay in this tower, but he could not enter it now. Of course, he had his own unique skill to forcibly break through the defense of this tower, but now there was a person who was blocking him, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan's existence made him unable to break through with peace of mind. Therefore, this matter ultimately came back to the original point, which was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, his eyes flickered. As his eyes flickered, the devil god armament actually glowed with a brilliant radiance. This was a new change in the demon god armament. Before this, the demon god armament was already very powerful, but it had not produced such a change. However, at this time, such a change appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt a wave of pressure. Humph, Su Yan, compared to before, I have become much stronger. This time, I will definitely kill you here. His voice was so cold, and his aura was so strong that it was terrifying. However, at this time, the sword light in Su Yan's hand changed, and a powerful sword skill burst out again. This time, he used the deity vanquishing sword. This terrifying sword possessed the most terrifying destructive power. If Su Yan's realm was high enough and his power was strong enough, he could destroy anything. Back when the great heavenly demon lord was still alive, his deity vanquishing sword was so terrifying that it was almost unstoppable. In this world, no one could block its edge. Su Yan naturally could not use the deity vanquishing sword to such an extent now, but his power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Kai's strength was reversed, and the dense sword Qi directly suppressed Luo Sen's demon god armament, directly blocking the attack from Luo Sen's demon god armament. It was a tie. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Su Yan was still fine, but at this time, Rosen's expression changed. In fact, Luo Sen had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the battle between the two of them. This was because in the previous exchanges, Su Yan had always had the upper hand. No, it should be said that Su Yan had always won every battle. As for Luo Sen's previous failure, it would become a shadow that would follow him in his heart. Rosen was able to cultivate to such a level, so naturally, he was a determined person. However, being determined in his heart did not mean that he could abandon everything. In this world, who could really abandon everything in the past? Perhaps even a saint could not. However, a saint's realm was very strong, and their thoughts were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen was not a saint, so he naturally could not do it. Therefore, the pressure in his heart would accumulate in his heart every time. He was still brave and fearless, but as long as this thought existed, it would be his disadvantage. Just like now, this disadvantage was directly displayed. If he had gained the upper hand in the first exchange, it would have been fine. However, the result of this exchange was a tie. After the previous failure, in order to obtain greater strength, he had put in a lot of effort to improve himself. He endured the excruciating pain so that his body could better adapt to the devil-god armament. He had put himself in countless dangerous situations so that he could achieve a breakthrough between life and death. However, the result of this battle was a tie. This was something that he could not accept. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was a powerful warrior and deeply understood that if he had any distracting thoughts during a battle, he would have already lost half the battle. He roared angrily, and then his strength began to surge crazily. Although the previous battle was not a test, it was only the beginning. Next, it was time to force out his own potential. Putting aside the grudges between the two of them, such an intense battle would allow the two of them to walk down the path of becoming a powerhouse even more smoothly. Mad God's heart, endless burning. At this moment, Rosen roared angrily. He roared angrily because he wanted to use this anger to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the demon god armament on his body suddenly began to shine. It was an extremely intense flame. It was different from the bright red of ordinary flames. This flame was actually golden. Chapter 761. Female literature, that was the purest gold. According to legend, the power of gold only belonged to the gods. The origin of this demon god armament was extraordinary. When the first elder of the ghost-killing hall bestowed this demon god armament to Rosen, he had spent all his energy to forge this divine weapon. However, as Rosen became more and more compatible with this demon god armament, he began to doubt the first elder's words. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably not forged by the first elder, because if he was really powerful to such an extent, he would have already become a supreme god. This demon god armament possessed an extremely mysterious and powerful power. Now, Rosen firmly believed that as long as he could master this power, he would become a god. At this time, he had already merged his cultivation will into it. At this moment, he was pursuing an all-round fusion between himself and this sword. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to make this demon god armament a part of his body. This demon god armament not only had an extremely powerful defensive power, but it could also help its owner directly increase his strength. It also had other unimaginable abilities. And this mad god's heart was an extremely heaven-defying skill that he had recently discovered. When the heart of the mad god was activated, his blood would be completely activated. It was as if his blood had been ignited. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. At this time, his strength would directly increase. Moreover, with the demon god armament's enhancement, this kind of increase was even more powerful than crossing a realm. At this moment, Su Yen directly discovered that Rosen's body in front of him had begun to expand, and his entire body was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. At this time, he was simply a battle puppet. Even though there was a distance between them, Su Yen could still feel such a powerful pressure from his body. Although Su Yen had defeated him many times, he had to admit that this guy was indeed an extremely difficult and terrifying opponent. If Su Yen could not kill such a person, he would definitely become a huge problem for him in the future. This time, he was even more determined to kill Rosen. Since Lawson had already started to show his true strength, he naturally couldn't let himself be tied down. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed across his eyes. A powerful aura filled his entire body. At this time, Su Yen suddenly froze because he suddenly realized that his 3 hearts had started beating at the same time. Although it was very faint, he keenly sensed that the 3 hearts were beating at the same frequency. He would never forget this feeling. At that time, when he was fighting against the Venerable One, the pressure he endured had reached its limit, causing these 3 hearts to awaken. When the 3 hearts beat in unison, the terrifying demonic face descended. Compared to the Godslayer sword that slept in his body and used his body as a scabbard, Su Yen was actually more fearful of Grimace. Until now, he still could not fully explain why Ghostface Su Yen was born. He could only guess that it was related to his 3 hearts. The 3 hearts were clearly not related to each other, so he still had no idea why Grimace would be awakened when they beat at the same time. At this moment, although the 3 hearts were only slightly vibrating at the same time, it still caused Su Yan's power to stagnate a little. In the midst of a battle between 2 powerhouses, such a move was no different from courting death. Naturally, a powerhouse like Rosen would not let go of a mistake like Su Yan. At this moment, he directly launched his attack. The violent power was like a whirlwind that directly charged towards Su Yan. The powerful power kept rolling as if it was raining fire from the sky that wanted to destroy the world. At this moment, Rosen was so terrifying, and the demon god armament became even more frenzied under his control. Vaguely, there was even the sound of breathing coming from the demon god armament. At this moment, Su Yan could only passively fight. He already knew that things were not going well the moment he stopped his power. However, there was nothing he could do about it because he was really afraid of Grimace. Su Yan had a hunch that if the frequency of Grimace's appearance increased, it was very likely that Grimace would replace him. This was definitely not something that Su Yan wanted to see happen. Before he could find a good way to truly suppress Grimace or even destroy Grimace, he did not want this monster to appear again. Even if this monster could help him get rid of Rosen as soon as it appeared. Su Yan, it seems like you've really gotten carried away with the previous fight. You actually dared to be distracted while fighting me. You're simply courting death. Rosen was filled with rage towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still behaving like this when they were fighting, which made him even more furious. However, he was secretly delighted in his heart because Su Yan's absent-mindedness had given him an opportunity. One had to know that in a battle of this level, even the slightest mistake could affect the entire battle. Now that Su Yan was at a disadvantage in the battle, it meant that he would be in a passive position in the following battle. It would be extremely difficult for him to turn the situation around. Su Yan clearly understood this point, but he could only think of ways to stabilize himself at this moment. As the saying went, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. If he tried to forcefully turn the situation around at this moment, he would definitely pay the price. He was not afraid that Rosen would hurt him, but he was afraid that he would awaken the demon in his heart. Therefore, he would definitely not act rashly at this moment. If he wanted to obtain the final victory, he could only seek stability. Otherwise, even if he killed Rosen, what was the point of summoning Ghostface and making him disappear from this world? Su Yan, you're at your limit now, aren't you? Your power is limited at the end of the day, so what's the point no matter how great your talent is? Everything is illusory in front of my great power. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. As the saying went, like a wolf in a mountain, proud and arrogant. At this moment, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew that Rosen kept talking in an attempt to anger him to the extreme. Once he was truly angered by Yangming's words and lost his rationality, it would definitely not be a good thing. If that happened, he would be directly swallowed by the violent power. Therefore, no matter what Rosen said, he only pretended not to hear it. Moreover, in this world, nothing could be solved with words. Only the voice of the true victor was meaningful. Therefore, before he became the victor, any words he said were nonsense. That was Su Yan's understanding. As time passed, the battle between the two slowly entered a new stage. The power of the demon god armament was truly terrifying, and the violent power even caused Su Yan to suffer many injuries. However, that was not enough because the power could not directly get rid of Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not suffer any fundamental damage, he would have a chance to turn the tables and win. As time passed, Rosen became angrier and angrier. It was clear that victory was right in front of him. However, the more it was so, the more he could not defeat Su Yan. He was only missing one last chance, but no matter how hard he tried, that last chance did not appear. He had begun to become irritable. Most of the time, there were some things that he could not control. Just like now, he knew that his emotions were very wrong. He also knew that if this continued, not only would he not be able to kill Su Yan directly, but he might even be turned around by Su Yan and lose the initiative in the end. However, at this time, his anger had gradually increased. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan suddenly showed a smile because at this time, his aura had gradually stabilized. The reason why he had to endure such a violent attack and even suffered so many injuries was because he had to focus on stabilizing his aura. He was very clear that if he could not stabilize his aura, he would lose. He would not lose to Rosen, but to himself. And now, his tactic finally had an important effect. At this time, his aura gradually calmed down. The faint resonance between the heart of the great demonic dragon, the heart of the demon god, and the Buddha's heart finally began to dissipate. As long as this kind of connection really dissipated, he could use his power as he pleased. As long as it did not exceed that critical point, he did not need to worry about the ghost face reappearing. At that time, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Many times in a battle, one could not rely on blindly advancing. Instead, one needed to rely on continuous detours. This was Su Yan's method at this time. "Why, Rosen, are you angry that you can't kill me?" Su Yan asked directly. Such an ordinary question was actually nothing, but at this time, this simple question was a fuse that directly ignited Rosen's anger. However, at this time, Rosen was so angry that he laughed, and there was even a hint of pride in his smile. He said directly, "Su Yan, do you know that you have done something wrong? You shouldn't have made me angry." At this moment, endless anger directly soared to the sky. Chapter 762. Female literature. The heart of the mad god was a terrifying skill hidden in the demon god armament. When this skill was activated, the blood of the owner of the demon god armament would be ignited. In such a state, as the owner, he had a fatal weakness, which was that it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Therefore, in the battle with Su Yan, Rosen became more and more impatient. However, there were pros and cons to this. There was no need to talk about the cons. What was mentioned earlier was the cons. However, the advantage was the powerful strength it brought. With the support of such a violent aura, his strength would be even more powerful. Because of anger, he would go crazy. The angrier he was, the more powerful his strength would be, and there was no limit to his strength. At this moment, Rosen was like this. Under the state of the heart of the mad god, his aura was like a huge wave that kept sweeping. Such a powerful and terrifying power, even Su Yan felt that it would be tricky to deal with at this moment. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although it was troublesome, it was not hopeless. At this moment, he had already dealt with his own problems. As the saying goes, one must first settle the internal problems before dealing with external problems. Now that he had settled the internal problems, it was time to go all out. What a powerful strength. In that case, let's have a good fight. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and then a powerful force surged out. Powerful dragon energy overflowed. 6 streams of dragon chi, each of which carried the power of lightning. Under the contrast of lightning, the dragon energy became even more terrifying and violent. At this moment, this world of nothingness seemed to be attracted by his strength. Although this was only an illusion, it was already terrifying enough. At least at this moment, Su Yan's aura was already on par with Rosen's strength. "Kill," Rosen said straightforwardly. He charged directly at Su Yan. This time, he was so determined to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan didn't stop either. Instead, he simply charged towards him. The two immediately launched a decisive battle in the tower. The power of the two swept out like a gale. As the power of the two flowed, everything seemed to be hidden. However, at this time, both Rosen and Su Yan were too engrossed in each other's battle. They did not notice that at this time, the tower had changed. The walls of the tower were filled with cracks, but these cracks were so small that it was almost impossible to notice them. Of course, if the two of them weren't immersed in their battle right now, they would definitely notice the change at this moment. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. The battle between the two did not stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Around the two of them, there were terrifying whirlwinds, fierce flames, and violent thunderbolts constantly appearing. In terms of strength alone, Rosen had the advantage. His demon god armament was indeed powerful, and from the very beginning, his thoughts were very simple and firm, which was to revolve around the demon god armament. Because of this, his power at this time was so overbearing and full of extremely strong offensive power. At this time, there were countless lights flickering in his eyes. This was a light of destruction. Under the siege of the demon god armament, his body began to gradually deform. Su Yan. After another move, he directly shouted at Su Yan, "Su Yan, I know that you have also reached your limit. In this case, stop playing around. Let's fight to the end. I will let you know that you are actually nothing. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash." At that moment, his power began to surge wildly. That was because his power was simply too great. Behind him, a strange vortex of power even appeared. The moment this power vortex appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. Just as he said, the battle would eventually end. At this time, he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, his support for the demon god armament had finally reached its limit. Therefore, he wanted to directly determine the winner with the final blow. Moreover, he also felt that it was not only him. At this time, Su Yan also felt the same. He had also reached his limit. Since this was the case, he would directly determine the winner at the last moment. In the face of Rosen's challenge, Su Yan did not retreat or dodge this time. His expression was so solemn. Rosen had used all his strength in this attack, and so did he. After all, Rosen was not an ordinary enemy. His power was really terrifying. With the help of the demon god armament, his strength was simply unimaginable. Among the younger generation, besides the mysterious Tuan Mulonghu, he posed the greatest threat to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to shine with golden light. Golden power, that was the domain of God. The reason why Rosen could use this power was because of the demon god armament. However, Su Yan also used it at this time. Rosen tried hard to calm himself down, but he was still filled with fear and respect for this power. He knew that he had to circulate all of his strength in order to block such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, he would most likely die here. Therefore, he made himself ignore the fact that Su Yan had used the golden power. It was just that he did not know that what Su Yan was circulating was not the legendary divine power at all. It was the regal sword aura. At this moment, the competition of power between him and Rosen had reached an extremely terrifying stage. At this time, he did not dare to use his other powers. This was because it concerned the three hearts in his body. Back then, he had introduced the demon god's heart into his body to maintain the balance. After the demon god's heart entered his body, it had indeed made his heart reach the state of a tripartite balance. However, it was a pity that at this moment, for some reason, when these three powers reached a certain limit, they actually reached a strange balance. In the end, this terrifying thing, the ghost face, was produced. This made the current Su Yan not dare to use this power at all. At this time, he could only rely on the power of the regal sword codex. Back then, Su Yan had cultivated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The great sun sword aura and the scorching sun sword complemented each other, and under the coordination of each other, they had an extremely powerful power. However, as time passed, Su Yan's regal sword codex became more and more mature. At this time, the regal sword aura actually directly swallowed the great sun-colored glazed sword aura and merged into one. Even the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture's circulation path had been assimilated by the regal sword codex. However, Su Yan did not feel that it was a pity because although the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was powerful, it was not his foundation. Su Yan's true foundation, his true trump card, was the regal sword codex. To put it bluntly, he could abandon all other powers in this world. Regardless of whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the great sky demon lord, or even the power of the Buddha, he could abandon all of them. However, the regal sword codex was the only power he would not abandon. After all, this was his foundation. It was the foundation of his resurrection in this world. The situation with these three hearts made Su Yan no longer use this power. Therefore, he used the regal sword codex at the moment. Regal sun-shattering cleave. The sword aura kept spiraling and the endless sword aura formed a scorching sun. The appearance of this scorching sun blocked Rosen's terrifying attack. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes released a cold light. Shatter. At that moment, his sword chi surged, and that huge blazing sun shattered right away. The strongest attack of the regal sun-shattering cleave was this attack. Ah! Rosen let out a howl that was even more terrifying than a wild beast's howl. It was obvious that he was enduring incomparable pain at this moment. However, even so, he did not think of retreating at all. Damn it, Su Yan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He kept howling and urging his power with all his might. This was his last attack. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the two people gradually started to come to an end. Rosen was filled with unwillingness. A draw? A draw? Why is this happening? I used all my power and did not hesitate to burn my own blood, but it is still a draw? A draw? No, it can't be. Daybreak sword. Su Yan's voice was a little weak, but the sword aura in this void had become even more powerful and terrifying. The scorching sun shattered, but it was not over yet. As long as the light did not completely dissipate, there was still dawn. After despair, the daybreak sword was the most terrifying. The appearance of this sword was shocking in this world. The sword aura filled the sky and everything began to wither. This sword was so domineering that it could destroy everything. Rosen's eyes were filled with despair. He lost. This time, he still lost. Gradually, a gray shadow began to appear in his heart. That shadow was like a tentacle that directly wrapped around him. Rosen, die. Su Yan urged the last of the regal sword chi and was ready to kill this enemy. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. At this critical moment, the tower directly erupted with an extremely terrifying and even shocking power. The power condensed and formed a peerless storm. Su Yan and Rosen were directly involved in this storm at this moment and could not control their bodies at all. The storm continued to sweep and actually directly pulled the two of them toward the tower. At this moment, the crack on the tower also directly flashed with light. Chapter 763. Female literature. The appearance of this crack was as if the void had been torn apart. Su Yan and Rosen were both sucked into the crack at the same time. The whirlwind was still going on, but at this moment, a figure slowly appeared. This gale was so terrifying, but he was still as steady as a mountain. Such a violent power could not affect him in the slightest. If Su Yan had not been swept in, he would have realized that this person was Duan Wulonghu, the person he feared the most. Su Yan was able to find this place in the endless darkness because of the guidance of Feng Yueshan's divine sense clone. Rosen was able to come here because he had planted a corpse-eating bug on Feng Yueshan. Both of them had come here in search of Feng Yueshan's tracks. However, this Duan Wulonghu appeared here out of thin air. His appearance showed how powerful he was. He looked at the tall tower and the terrifying whirlwind, then said, "This was really a wonderful battle, but it's a pity." After saying this, he did not speak anymore. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. He flew directly towards the tower and disappeared after a short while. This tall tower was extremely mysterious. It was something left behind a long time ago, and it was related to Feng Wuhui. Back then, Feng Wuhui was a peak Dizun master. Even in the long river of history, such a person could be ranked as one of the top figures. If this was his graveyard, then it was definitely not a simple place. How could the tomb of a Dizun be a simple place? It might even be a dangerous place in the world. Of course, there was one thing that could not be wrong, and that was that the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. That was why Rosen came here by all means. He wanted to seize Feng Wuhui's inheritance. That person back then was known as Great Emperor Wu Hui. At first, he was awe-inspiring and hated evil, but in the end, he became the person he did not want to become the most. Regardless of right or wrong, there was one thing that could not be false, and that was his strength. If he could obtain his inheritance, then Rosen's strength would definitely increase. Moreover, this increase would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, his plan was indeed very good, but in the end, it was still disrupted by Su Yan. What he did not expect was that even if Su Yan did not appear, he would not be so successful, because Duan Wulonghu had come. To Rosen, the name Duan Wulonghu was very unfamiliar. Perhaps he had read this name in ancient records, but it was more likely that he knew nothing about him. After all, when the demon sect's Hydralisk sent to bring Duan Wulonghu back, it was very secretive. This kind of thing was not known to anyone in the limitless demon sect. Moreover, even if Rosen knew about Duan Wulonghu, he would not put him in his eyes. Because his current strength had increased too quickly, his confidence had also increased too quickly. Although he was not arrogant, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. Duan Wulonghu, on the other hand, was very good at hiding himself and becoming an ordinary person. However, Su Yan was sure that if Rosen and Duan Wulonghu fought, the one who would lose would definitely be Duan Wulonghu. Whether it was Rosen or Duan Wulonghu, they were both Su Yan's greatest enemies. Therefore, when he was free, Su Yan had done some calculations. However, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that Rosen was defeated. Although he had not been in contact with Duan Wulonghu for a long time, and his strength had increased extremely quickly. However, Su Yan still regarded this person who was resurrected from the ancient times as his greatest enemy. A powerful enemy, no matter how much one overestimated it, would not be excessive. Let alone Duan Wulonghu. For example, at this moment, Su Yan never thought that the enemy he cared about the most would actually follow him in the dark. It was as if the enemy had directly appeared behind him. At this time, Su Yan and Rosen were both involved in the tower at the same time. Right now, he was not aware that his enemy had arrived, and was unable to do anything to deal with the appearance of this enemy. The storm around the tower finally calmed down. Everything stopped. The surroundings were so peaceful. However, at this time, a pair of eyes directly appeared behind the tower. It was like a pair of eagle eyes, but this pair of eagle eyes had been magnified countless times. Under the gaze of such radiance, everything seemed so deep and profound. That kind of indescribable feeling was simply incomparably shocking. Inside the tower, everything was so quiet that it was frightening. This place was not filled with darkness. On the contrary, there was an extremely quiet blue light. This light was quietly jumping, and it seemed so peaceful. Su Yan and Rosen were floating in the air at this time. There was no power supporting them. At this time, they were floating in the air. Such a strange scene was truly frightening. Moreover, at this time, there was a pair of eyes staring straight at them. This pair of eyes was naturally not as big as the eyes outside, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that this pair of eyes seemed to be a pair of eagle eyes. Of course, to say that it was an eagle eyes was only because of its pupils. In fact, Su Yan and Rosen knew the owner of this pair of eyes. That was Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan was holding his chin with his palm. His expression was very calm, and he did not move at all. He only quietly looked at the two people in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, he was not doing anything at this time. The only thing he was doing was waiting for the two people to wake up. At this time, a third person appeared. It was naturally Duan Wulonghu. When he entered this place, he noticed these three strange people. Interesting. He smiled lightly, then his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. Hee, this is really interesting. How should I address you? Should I call you Fang Yueshan or Emperor Wu Hui? Duan Wulonghu asked directly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately broke the silence of this dark space. His voice was like endless waves that directly spread in this place, and ripples spread out into the distance. At this time, Fang Yueshan finally raised his head, and his gaze fell on the person who suddenly appeared. Son of the Demon. Outside of a few very special people in the limitless demon sect, ordinary people did not know that the son of the demon was special. It was not only because of their identity and status, but also because they would obtain the demon origin mark. Of course, this demon origin was not a demon, but a type of demonic nature, a type of demon mark. This type of demon mark was extremely deep, and ordinary people would have a hard time finding it, let alone sensing it out of thin air. However, the person in front of him was able to see through it, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. Thus, he was not Fang Yueshan, but Fang Wuhui. Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, it really is you, Emperor Wu Hui. I must first congratulate you for your rebirth. Duanmu Longhu was already extremely handsome, and at this time, his sunlight could be said to be very bright. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the light in the night. However, Fang Yueshan, no, to be more precise, Fang Wuhui, did not care about his compliments at all. At his level, how could he let his guard down just because of a few words from the other party? At this moment, his eyes were somewhat sluggish. At this moment, his state was very strange. However, at this time, the thick aura emitted from his body could not be concealed. At this moment, he was even more powerful than before. At this moment, he was almost an extremely powerful legendary venerable. Son of the demon, why are you here? Fang Yueshan asked, but at this time, Fang Yueshan's voice was no longer the same as before. It was even louder. No, there is a problem with your life. You are not from this era. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. A ray of light directly shot out from his eyes towards Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu smiled faintly. Then, he pointed his palm and a power suddenly appeared. This power blocked in front of him and blocked the ray of light. That ray of light was very powerful, but he was able to block it so easily. Fang Yueshan, no, he should be called Fang Wuhui, because at this moment, Fang Wuhui was clearly controlling this body. This is not your own power. At least, it is not your current power. You are indeed strange. When Fang Wuhui spoke, his voice was calm. Clearly, after the initial shock, he had already suppressed this emotion. Emperor Wu Hui, actually, we are the same person. My name is Duanmu Longhu, and I should be considered your junior. However, you and I are the same. Neither of us should be living in this world. However, we are now alive again. Duanmu Longhu chuckled and continued, however, I am different from you. The current you should not have been truly resurrected, but I have. When he said this, his entire body was filled with an extremely domineering aura. However, at this time, Fang Wuhui said, truly resurrected? After saying this, he did not speak anymore. Instead, his gaze calmed down. Then, he looked at Su Yan and Rosen. My two friends, since you are awake, there is no need to pretend to be asleep. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of oppression. Following his words, Duanmu Longhu immediately attacked. Two attacks flew towards Su Yan and Rosen. Almost instantly, Rosen and Su Yan opened their eyes and retreated to the side. Su Yan and Rosen dodged the attack. Then, their gazes alternated between Duanmu Longhu and Fang Wuhui. At this time, Su Yan spoke first, long time no see, Duanmu Longhu. Chapter 764. Female Literature, Long Time No See, Duanmu Longhu. Speaking of which, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. At this moment, he was looking at Su Yan with a smile. Just like a long time ago, he was smiling calmly and calmly. Su Yan would not be numbed by his kind smile. In his heart, he had always been extremely wary of this person in front of him. And at this time, he had actually appeared in the dark abyss. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Rosen suddenly spoke, Who are you? The move you just used was the limitless demon sex method, and it was the almost lost 9 hell demon slaying sword. Rosen was very clear about the inheritance of the demon sect. He could clearly see that this guy in front of him was definitely using the 9 hell demon slaying sword. Even he only knew the name of this move. In the entire younger generation of the limitless demon sect, other than the remaining 2 sons of devils, Rosen was already at the absolute peak. Moreover, at this time, even if it was the other 2 sons of devils, Rosen had absolute confidence that he was stronger than them. Perhaps the 2 sons of devils knew how to use the 9 nether devil slaying sword. As the sons of devils, they were naturally able to look up many ancient books that had almost been lost. However, the problem was that he knew both the son of devils, Shengguan Sheng, and the other one. This person was definitely not one of the 2 of them. Moreover, this person's name was Duanmulonghu, a name he had never heard of before. "Huh, Rosen from the ghost-killing hall, and you even inherited this demon god armament. You are indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you seem to have lost to Su Yen again," he said calmly. However, this sentence directly angered Rosen. Losing to Su Yen was his sore point. And this guy in front of him actually spoke of this matter so directly. To him, this was an absolute taboo. Killing intent continuously flowed in his eyes. However, at this time, he was not stupid enough to directly attack because he felt an extremely strong sense of danger from this person called Duanmulonghu. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an ancient giant beast. He had an intuition that if he were to make a move now, he would definitely regret it. At this time, he was in a bad mood. In today's world, it was not enough that there was Su Yen, but at this time, there was actually such a person. However, he quickly remembered a sentence from before. "You and I are not people of this era." In addition, although he hadn't fully awakened earlier, he had vaguely heard the words "son of the devil." Now that he had put these words together, he was able to guess some of the information. Son of devils. You are the former son of devils, Duanmulonghu. You are called Duanmulonghu. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, the Limitless Demon sect had a son of devils with the surname Duanmu. However, later on, this son of devils mysteriously died. Could it be that you are him? Luosan was naturally a smart person, so he was able to sort out these things in a short while. "Huh, you are very smart." As expected of the person who can inherit this demon god armament. At this time, Su Yen directly said, "Is Fang Yueshan dead?" At this time, he looked straight at the person in front of him. This time, his purpose of coming to the dark abyss was to save Fang Yueshan. Therefore, compared to the few of them, his focus was naturally on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Rosen directly said, "Su Yen, why do you still care about Fang Yueshan? I don't believe that you are not here for the Taishan bead." When the three words, Taishan bead, came out of his mouth, Duanmulonghu's smile became even wider. However, Fang Wuhui's expression was gloomy. The Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure in the past. At that time, King Tai dominated the Jiuzhou continent and directly occupied the first position of the top 10 sections. At that time, their power was almost unimaginable. Later, Fang Wuhui fell into depravity and directly rose at an unimaginable speed. Then, he began to fight back against King Tai. Later, Emperor Wuhui even directly rushed into King Tai's sect. At this time, King Tai's Taishan bead was lost. After that battle, King Tai was unable to recover from the setback. Although in the following years, talents and powerhouses continuously appeared in each generation, allowing King Tai to maintain its position as one of the top 10 sects, it was now in an awkward situation of being at the bottom. According to legend, the Taishan bead was taken away by Emperor Wu Hui. Rosen came here today for the Taishan bead. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and glanced at Rosen indifferently, then fixed his gaze on Duanmulonghu. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yen. He's still alive. These 4 words were plain, but Su Yen could clearly hear the endless sorrow in his voice. At this moment, a light flashed from his body. This light was the accumulation of a dense evil aura, and the power within it was even more terrifying. This light carried an extremely evil power. When the light flickered to the extreme, a bead appeared. Taishan bead. At this moment, countless lights flashed in Rosen's eyes. This was the light of greed. In the end, he came here this time to obtain the Taishan bead. However, despite all his efforts, he was still unable to obtain the Taishan bead. But at this time, the Taishan bead appeared directly in front of him. At this moment, he almost lost control of himself and rushed forward to grab the Taishan bead in his hands. But even at this time, he still had some rationality left. He knew very well that he was in a very bad situation at this time. This was not the same as before. Fang Yueshan had no power to resist in front of him. He could only be at his mercy. To put it bluntly, he was a weakling at this time. Not to mention obtaining the Taishan bead. If he was not careful, he might even be in danger of dying. Therefore, at this time, he could only be careful. His eyes wandered back and forth between Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu, and this person who he did not know whether was Fang Yuashan or Fang Wuhui. The Taishan bead. How interesting. Fang Wuhui, you really did bury the Taishan bead here. This time, if it weren't for Su Yan and Rosen leading the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it, he said calmly. But at this time, Fang Wuhui said, the Taishan bead was buried here? No, you're wrong. I never buried the Taishan bead here. In fact, the Taishan bead has never existed here for so many years. Hearing his words, Su Yan and the others felt that it was strange. If the Taishan bead did not exist here, then where could it be? Could it be that he took it from thin air? At this time, he continued to speak. For so many years, the Taishan bead has always existed in the outside world, in the bodies of my descendants. This time, if it weren't for you, Rosen, I wouldn't have awakened and would have slept forever. In a way, I should be thanking you. His voice was so calm, but when he said the last sentence, there was clearly a sinister meaning in it. At this time, Rosen naturally felt it. At this time, all the pores on his body stood up. It was a murderous intent, and it was an extremely strong and terrifying murderous intent. It was a murderous intent that was not held back at all. It seems that there is an interesting story behind this. In fact, Senior Emperor Wu Hui, back then, this junior also wanted to find clues about you and admire your elegance. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, Duan Wulonghu said regretfully. Fang Wuhui said, do you want to know the method of immortality? Duan Wulonghu chuckled. I won't hide it from you, it is indeed so. Your legend is world-shaking. Back then, I suspected that you didn't die, but because of some reasons, I had to die once. So, I want to know whether you are dead or not. If you are not dead, or if there is a way to revive, how did you do it? Just as he said, back then, Duan Wulonghu knew that he was about to face a great calamity, and it was very likely that he would die directly. At that time, the only thing he could think of was a way to survive. So, he also searched for Fang Wuhui's tomb, hoping to find something from it. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu Hui's tomb was too mysterious. Even he couldn't find it back then. But fortunately, he found a better way in the end, so today, after 1,000 years, he came back to life. But he never thought that the thing he couldn't find back then would reappear in front of him now. He couldn't help but sigh. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. But when it came to treasures, who would complain about having too many? The Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure back then. It was because of this thing that King Tai was able to dominate the world. If it weren't for Emperor Wu Hui, the current King Tai might still be the overlord of the continent. Since Duan Wulonghu came back to life, he naturally had a lot of things to do. But because he came back to life, he had an extremely deep foundation, but his current strength was still not enough. If he could obtain the Taishan bead, it couldn't be better. Su Yan also looked at the original Fang Yuashan and the current Fang Wuhui. He also wanted to know an answer. Fang Wuhui's voice sounded again. But this time, his voice was different from before. At this time, he was actually suppressing his pain. You shouldn't have come to this place. The dark abyss shouldn't have appeared in this world. Especially you, Rosen. You shouldn't have brought my descendant here. Chapter 765. Female Literature. The Dark Abyss isn't just a dangerous place. I'm sure you've heard that the powerful Netherworld clan in the Jojo continent disappeared here. His voice was still the same, as if he was suppressing incomparable pain. However, at this moment, he still sounded very calm. As long as one had access to ancient records, they would more or less know about the disappearance of the Netherworld clan. As for this matter, Duan Wulonghu was especially clear about it. The Netherworld clan refers to the humans who lived here in the past and possessed unique talents. They were born to be able to merge with the shadows. Every clan member was born to be an assassin or a warrior. In terms of the degree of danger, this clan was the most outstanding back then. If it weren't for the jealousy of the heavens, which made it difficult for their clan to reproduce, the Netherworld clan would have already swept through the entire Jojo continent. However, it was a pity that this clan had disappeared in a single night. Senior Wu Hui, could it be that there is some kind of connection between the two? He didn't know about this connection, and it was also an unsolved mystery in history. However, judging from the current situation, the person in front of him obviously knew the secret, and this matter was very likely related to him. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for the rest. The dark abyss is actually just a door. This was Fang Wuhui's first sentence. However, when he said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the terrifying and huge door he had seen before. Even at that moment, he was still fearful of the gate from before. At that time, he only felt that there was another world behind this door. However, there seemed to be an extremely huge attraction in this world that kept calling him to pass through this door. Fortunately, Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone appeared at that time. That divine sense clone actually wanted Su Yan to save him, but inadvertently saved Su Yan. Now, Fang Wuhui was actually talking about this door. Therefore, Su Yan listened even more seriously. No matter what he would do later, this piece of information was very important, and he had to understand it clearly. Did you just say that this clan is envied by the heavens? In fact, strictly speaking, you can say that. They probably never dreamed that the homeland they lived in for generations was actually a seal. Behind this seal is a terrifying shadow world, the homeland of the shadow creatures. The Netherworld clan is indeed proficient in the Tao of Darkness. Their individual battle prowess is very strong, but so what? No matter how strong their battle prowess is, how can they be a match for countless shadow creatures? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Shadow creatures were notorious back in the day. Their appearance often meant the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Countless experts had died at the hands of these shadow creatures. Just as he had said, the Netherworld clan was indeed powerful, but when faced with the sudden appearance of a large number of extremely terrifying shadow creatures from another world, how could they deal with them? In the end, they were exterminated. Of course, it's all thanks to the Netherworld clan. Otherwise, the current Jojo continent might not be dominated by humans. Fang Wuhui quietly finished narrating this piece of history. However, Su Yan noticed that at the end of his words, his voice was clearly different from before. Previously, it was a kind of suppressed pain, but at the end, it was actually a kind of vaguely revealed cruelty. This Fang Wuhui is strange. Su Yan thought to himself. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Duan Mulonghu and Rosen had already discovered the strangeness. After all, both of them were true geniuses. How could they be simple when they had been able to grow to such a level? Whether it was Rosen or Duan Mulonghu, they were actually dragons among men. However, none of them spoke about this situation. They only made preparations in secret. If Fang Wuhui in front of them had any changes, they would be able to take precautions. It must be understood that this guy's strength back then was not to be underestimated. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if Duan Mulonghu was at his peak, he could not be compared to him in front of them. It was unknown what cultivation level Duan Mulonghu had reached at this time, but it could be estimated that he should not have reached the level he had at that time. As for Fang Wuhui, even if he was revived and did not reach the strength he had at that time, no, it should be said that even if this Fang Wuhui only had 1/10 of his strength back then, or even less, he could still kill them. At this time, the Taishan bead quietly floated, and its evil and deep aura faintly flickered. Fang Wuhui spoke again, but this time, his words were somewhat incoherent. You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have come. It would have been better if you had let me die here forever, but why did you have to wake me up? I didn't kill them, I didn't kill them. But why did you treat Sonaire like this? Why? You are really ruthless, really ruthless. As he howled, the light of the Taishan bead became even more intense, and the aura around him became even more powerful. What was worse was that this power had reached a level that Su Yan and the others could not withstand. A one-origin venerable? No, this was an aura that was even more powerful than a one-origin venerable. This kind of rolling thunder-like berserk power was simply frightening. The three of them immediately retreated. Taishian bead, you want the Taishian bead, right? Then, come, ha ha ha, come and get it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. The terrifying aura at this moment was like a curtain descending from the heavens. Kill, ha ha ha, I've already killed many, many people. Since that's the case, you can all die too. My children, you died so tragically, but you are innocent, you don't deserve to die. Sun Er is also innocent, she doesn't deserve to die either. Why? Those who deserve to die are not dead, but those who don't deserve to die are all dead. Kill. At first, he was still mad, but in the end, the last word was condensed with boundless killing intent. That terrifying murderous gaze was like thunder and fire. Oh no. The three of them were shocked. They all knew that they absolutely could not fight with this guy at this time. If they had to fight, only death would await them. However, the problem now was that just as they were about to escape, an extremely strange power floated, and then, the entrance that was still there before was directly sealed. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Ha ha ha, didn't you want the Taishian bead? Give me your lives in exchange for it. At this point, he directly pounced on Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had already summoned the demon god armament. However, this powerful demonic god armament did not give him any sense of security at all. This guy in front of him was really too terrifying. He was once a peak emperor. At this moment, he mustered all his strength to resist, but he knew that he could not resist at all. He would die. At this moment, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu's voices rang out at the same time. Attack with all your might. Su Yan suddenly slashed down with his sword, and an intense sword ray appeared directly like a swimming dragon. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu also struck out with his palm. His palm directly turned into a ferocious ghost. Ghost weeping palm. At this moment, Rosen was already in despair, but he did not expect these two people to help him directly. If he was alone, he would definitely die. However, if Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu attacked together, he would have more hope of survival. After all, strictly speaking, the other party was not the real Fang Wuhui. He was just temporarily borrowing Fang Yueshan's body. Fang Wuhui's soul was definitely strong, there was no doubt about it. However, Fang Yueshan's body was weak, and he could not withstand too much power. If time passed, Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be baptized, but there was not enough time now. Fortunately, there was not much time, so as long as they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if the three of them worked together wholeheartedly, they would still be crushed to death by this person. Ha ha ha, brother Su Yan, I told you that you and I are very good allies. Indeed, we have joined forces again. Duan Wulonghu actually had the time to say such words at this moment. Su Yan smiled coldly, but did not speak. This scene fell directly into Rosen's eyes. At this moment, his expression was solemn. He had long discovered that Su Yan seemed to be somewhat acquainted with this Duan Wulonghu. Thinking back to when he fought with Su Yan was able to use the lost technique of his devil sect. At this moment, he was very certain that Su Yan had a deep relationship with this person in front of him. These two fellows definitely have a deep relationship. I have to be careful. At this moment, he had already realized that Su Yan and this Duan Wulonghu were not loyal to each other, but to protect themselves. Even if this Fang Wuhui was not in his right mind, and did not have even a tenth of his strength left, he was still a terrifying existence to them. Now, only if the three of them were alive would they have a chance to survive. If Rosen died, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu would definitely be under much more pressure, and it was uncertain whether they could survive. Chapter 766. Female literature. At this moment, the three of them were in the same boat. None of them could escape. However, he couldn't let his guard down just like that. In his opinion, no matter if it was Su Yan or Duan Wulonghu, both of them were extremely cunning. If they had the chance to escape, they would definitely not mind tricking him and escaping with their lives. He had encountered too many of such situations. Therefore, at this moment, he had to be more vigilant. Humph, ha ha ha, come, all of you come and kill me. Master, martial uncle, all of you come and kill me. You killed Sun Air, and now you want to kill me? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. All of you, go to hell. After his attack was blocked, he became even crazier. His aura became even more powerful, and his attack became even more terrifying. The terrifying strike shook the entire area. There seemed to be a series of ripples in the air. Su Yan and the other two's expressions became even more serious. They were like turtles in a jar now. Under such circumstances, they had no way to retreat. The powerful force continued to oppress them, which made it difficult for them to even breathe. No, we can't defend. If we let this old thing continue to accumulate power, he will become even more terrifying. When that time comes, we won't have any hope at all. Duan Mulonghu said directly. Among the three of them, Duan Mulonghu was the most special existence. Although Su Yan and Rosen were both top talents among the younger generation, he still stood in front of the two of them. It was because he was a monster that had been alive for more than 1,000 years. Because of his terrifying strength, even in his current state, he was still ahead of Su Yan and Rosen. Moreover, his point of view was extremely correct. This guy was really too powerful, and he would continue to become stronger. Time had never been on their side. If they allowed this guy to continue to grow stronger, he would definitely reach a point where he could do whatever he wanted. At that time, the three of them would really have no chance at all. Therefore, no matter what, he could not be allowed to continue. If they wanted to survive, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to attack with all their strength and then launch a counterattack to defeat this person. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The three of them once again unleashed their moves, and the violent power directly rushed out. The three of them had already reached this point, so they were naturally decisive people. They clearly knew how powerful the person in front of them was, so since they had already made a move, they couldn't give him any chance. His powerful strength was on full display at this moment. After the three rays of light converged, they formed an extremely terrifying ray of light. At this time, Fang Wuhui didn't seem to realize the impending crisis. At this moment, he was in utter agony. This seemed to be an excellent opportunity. This ray of death directly hit Fang Wuhui, and an extremely terrifying light was released in front of Fang Wuhui. In an instant, everything disappeared. This space was constantly shaking. Taishian bead. Such a terrifying power was so terrifying that even an extremely powerful venerable one would not be able to withstand it. If Fang Wuhui really died from this attack, no, even if he was injured, then the Taishian bead seemed to have become an object without an owner. At this time, their chance had come. If they wanted to seize the Taishian bead, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu would be a huge obstacle. Not to mention Duan Mulonghu, Su Yan had just been defeated by him. Naturally, he would feel extremely indignant. However, he had to admit that until now, he was still no match for Su Yan. Even when he had just been defeated, he had almost despaired, and it had already cast a shadow over his heart. Having a flaw in one's heart was definitely not a small matter. For a powerhouse like him, this would even affect his future path. Therefore, if he wanted to eliminate this effect, he had to directly defeat Su Yan this time. Moreover, he had to defeat him in a straightforward manner. The best way was to directly seize the Taishian bead in front of Su Yan. He didn't believe that Su Yan would come here and take the risk for a Fang Yueshan. People were used to judging others by their own standards and guessing the worst of others. Of course, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be even more terrifying. He was too strong. Until now, he still hadn't figured out where his limits were. Therefore, in the next attack, he had to finish it off in one fell swoop. He had to finish it off in one strike. Of course, this would depend on the armor he was wearing. If the armor could explode with all its power, then he could do it. At this moment, the powerful energy fluctuation gradually dissipated. His heart began to burn with passion. This thing was right in front of him. However, at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, Fang Wuhui's body appeared in front of them, unharmed. Of course, there were still some changes to his body. At this moment, his eyes had become even more profound. Furthermore, black veins had already appeared on his face. This seemed to be a kind of tattoo, but it also seemed to be an extremely strange mass. The moment this thing appeared, his evil aura became even more intense. Moreover, he didn't seem to be as crazy as before. Hee, do you want this? Then, come, let me see how strong you are. You actually dared to touch the Taishen bead. This voice seemed to resound directly in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the three of them felt that something was wrong. If he continued to be crazy, then they still had a chance. If the three of them worked together, they could catch him off guard and kill him directly. However, this was no longer the case. The other party's heart had completely calmed down. His gaze was so calm. This gaze was completely different from before. Although there was still a flicker of light, Su Yan knew that this guy had finally begun to settle down. You're the real Emperor Wu Hui. The one before was Fang Yulua. Su Yan suddenly asked. Fang Wuhui chuckled and said, not bad, you're really a smart child. His tone was calm and full of confidence, as if he already had everything in his hands. This kind of person was definitely not a simple existence. At this moment, he spoke again, Fang Yulua is nothing but trash. He can't even protect his own woman. This is truly tragic. Therefore, he shouldn't exist in this world. That's why I exist. Split personality. It seems that Senior Fang Yulua's split personality allowed you to appear in this world, Su Yan said directly. In a sense, this Emperor Wu Hui's existence was similar to Ghost Face's. Although he didn't know the exact reason behind Ghost Face's appearance, since he was a second version of himself, he could be understood as a second personality. Split personality? That's a new term, but you're not wrong. That's probably the case. Emperor Wu Hui didn't immediately attack, but continued speaking. Back then, Fang Yulua was King Tai's elite disciple. Back then, he had outstanding talent and was very popular among the younger generation in the sect. Although he didn't necessarily inherit the position of sect master, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he could become a powerful elder. This was practically set in stone. It's just a pity that this idiot fell in love with Li Sun, the limitless demon sex Li Sun. These two idiots clearly stood on different sides, but in the end, they still came together and tried in vain to live in seclusion. They clearly had powerful cultivation, but their thinking was so naive. They didn't know that in this world, there are many things that can be done as one pleases. In the end, they still paid the price for their naivety. Later, when Fang Yulua was out, King Tai's people finally found Li Sun heir and killed her right outside the sect. The great King Tai, who claims to be from a righteous sect, is actually so ruthless and unscrupulous. This world is truly heartless. A coward like you Luo shouldn't live in this world. Since that's the case, let me do it. These few short sentences immediately gave Su Yan and the others a rough idea of what had happened. To think that such a situation had happened back then. No wonder Emperor Wu Hui had been so merciless when he'd killed King Tai's experts. As long as he saw King Tai's people, he'd immediately kill them. Even if it was just a new disciple. Fang Yulua's heart had been traumatized to the point that her second personality had split and taken over. The second personality was incomparably extreme. If it had been Fang Yulua, perhaps she still had feelings for King Tai and would have only killed the main culprit. However, Emperor Wu Hui wouldn't. He had appeared in this world because of his extreme thoughts, so how could such a person have the slightest thought of mercy? Therefore, when he attacked, he'd definitely be ruthless. Fang Yulua was a genius to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the higher-ups of King Tai. Therefore, after he'd fallen and become a demon, he'd become especially terrifying. Cultivating both King Tai and the limitless demon sex secret techniques, his cultivation had rapidly increased in a short period of time. In the end, even King Tai's sect master couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he'd killed his way into King Tai. In the end, the Taishan bead had fallen into his hands. Chapter 767. Female literature. Seriously, I can't believe I'm talking about these things with you. It seems that I'm really old, which is why I've become so long-winded. But it doesn't matter. It's actually quite interesting to talk to the dead. As he spoke, his strength was still increasing. You're just biding your time. This body isn't yours, but your descendants'. That's why it's too weak. Are you using your own strength to refine it so that it's more suitable for accommodating your soul? Su Yan directly interrupted him, then continued to ask, this is your descendant. How could you be so cruel to him? You're simply incurable. He directly questioned him. At this moment, the other party laughed and said, descendant? So what? I'm not Fang Yulua, that damnable idiot. In my eyes, only my own pursuit of the heavens and earth is real. If that idiot Fang Yulua hadn't dug his own grave back then, how could I have fallen to this point? His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Obviously, he was really angry at this time. Ha ha ha, how interesting, Duan Wulonghu said, laughing and clapping his hands. I really feel sorry for Senior. I think if it wasn't for Fang Yulua, Senior would probably have become a saint venerable by now. Once you become a saint, you'll transcend the world. Duan Wulonghu's words were actually not too exaggerated. Moreover, Su Yan and Rosen knew that it was probably true. Legend had it that great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation did not improve after reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. In order to find a breakthrough, he used many methods, but in the end, he mysteriously disappeared. In his era, the peak of the Emperor realm was almost the peak of the world. Even King Tai could not do anything to him, and was even beaten to such a miserable state by him. How could he have met with misfortune? Now that he thought about it, the root of all this was his true soul, Fang Yulua. Although Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua had different personalities, they were ultimately the same soul. Fang Wuhui could naturally think clearly and do whatever he wanted, but unfortunately, Fang Yulua could not. In other words, his soul was flawed. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to become a holy venerate. You're right, kid. That damned bastard. After I killed so many of King Tai's people, he started to feel guilty and obsessed. He even thinks that I've killed too many people, and doesn't want me to exist in this world anymore. That idiot. His words were filled with anger and disdain. Fang Yulua was ultimately a righteous disciple. Even though he had suffered such a mishap, the kindness in his heart had not been extinguished. His deep-rooted feelings for King Tai had not completely disappeared either. As Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui killed more and more people, the guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In fact, the tragedy was destined to happen the moment he fell in love with Li Sun Er. He was in despair and pain. In the end, he didn't want to live in this world anymore. So you're saying that Senior came here to eliminate this trouble? Rosen asked. Fang Wuhui sighed, then said, that's right. Back then, I thought of countless methods, but in the end, he's still a part of my soul. How could I completely eliminate this damned bastard? I could kill everyone else, but he was the only one I couldn't kill. This is truly a huge regret. He continued, but later on, I finally thought of a method, and that was a shadow creature. Ha ha ha, a shadow creature, that's something between illusion and reality. If I could transform myself into that state, then I would be able to directly face my own soul and directly devour him. From then on, Fang Yulua would no longer exist in this world, only Fang Wuhui would remain. What a wonderful thing, but it's a pity. In fact, there was no need to say too much to imagine what would happen next. If he had really succeeded, then Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui would definitely not have disappeared for so many years and then sought to revive here. Clearly, he had failed. Alright, you've heard the story, so I'll send you on your way. It's been a long time since I've tasted blazing blood. Speaking of which, it's quite nostalgic. Now, are you ready to die? He sneered. Suddenly, an evil light flickered in his hand. The evil light gently hovered, then turned into a long snake. Die. With these two words, the long snake directly pounced on Su Yan and the others. It was clearly created with his power, but it seemed to have its own soul. In a whistling sound, it had already pounced on Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu, and Rosen all paled. Of course, they could see that Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui was even more terrifying than before. Although he didn't use his full strength before, it was close enough. The three of them joined forces, but they didn't cause any harm to him. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. And now, this person was even stronger than before. Their chances had become even slimmer. To put it bluntly, their lives were already in danger. However, even if they knew they would die in the next moment, they still had to struggle before death. This was human nature. Even ordinary people were like this, let alone these three young experts. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for them to stretch out their necks and wait for death. At this moment, the demon god armament had become even more profound. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu suddenly said, "The two of you want to continue living, right? If that's the case, then I have a method that we can try." His voice was very calm, as if he wasn't threatened by death at all. What method? Let's hear it. Su Yan wasn't lacking either. At their level, they naturally knew that the more they panicked in this situation, the faster they would die. Actually, it's very simple. We need to attack him based on his demon god armament. Duan Wulonghu glanced at Rosen and continued, "The demon god armament is one of the absolute treasures of the boundless demon sect. It has unimaginable power. If you can fully unleash the power of this demon god armament, then you will be almost as powerful as a holy venerable." Hearing this, Rosen's eyelids twitched. He knew that his demon god armament was very powerful and terrifying, but he didn't expect it to reach such a level. When its power was unleashed to the extreme, it could be mentioned in the same breath as a holy venerable. This meant that as long as he put all his effort into this demon god armament, as long as he could fully unleash the power of this demon god armament one day, then he would be as powerful as a holy venerable. What a pleasant surprise this was. Of course, he also knew that such a good thing wouldn't happen in this world. It would be very difficult to make the demon god armament reach such a level. However, this didn't matter. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would persevere and work hard. From the moment he made up his mind, his belief would never waver. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. He said directly, "The current demon god armament can't possibly be so powerful." He was right. No matter how powerful the demon god armament could become in the future, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the current demon god armament couldn't possibly reach such a level. Even if I fully unleash the power of the demon god armament, I won't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. This was a fact, a helpless fact. Emperor Wu Hui was too powerful. Even if Duan Wulonghu used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. Even if Duan Wulonghu was a newly resurrected Emperor Wu Hui who had taken over the body of his descendant. However, since Duan Wulonghu had said those words, he wouldn't be speaking without thinking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, he said, "You naturally can't do it alone, but what if the three of us work together? If that's the case, it won't be impossible." As soon as he said this, Rosen was the first to object. He didn't doubt that the three of them could activate the demon god armament. After all, he already knew about Duan Wulonghu's identity. 1,000 years ago, he was the son of demon. The son of demon had another title, the crown prince of the demon sect. With such a status, it wouldn't be strange for him to know more than him, even if it was about the demon god armament in his hands. However, from a psychological point of view, he wasn't willing to do so. Because if he did so, he would be exposing his secret. Whether it was Su Yan or Duan Wulonghu, they were both people he feared. When the three of them attacked together, he didn't know what they would do. "I know you don't trust us, but you have to understand one thing. If we don't work together now, we will definitely die. Remember, this week includes yourself. You can see that you don't have much time left. Every breath of time, he will become a little stronger. Tuan Mulonghu looked at Rosen with a smile. Obviously, he was sure that Rosen would agree. At this time, Rosen's expression was extremely ugly. However, as expected by Tuan Mulonghu, he had no choice but to agree. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I agree." Tuan Mulonghu said, "Don't worry, Tuan Mulonghu won't let you suffer. If we really escape this time, then I will owe you a favor." I think Brother Su Yen also thinks so. He looked directly at Su Yen. At this time, Su Yen sneered, "No, I don't think I owe him. After all, he wants to live. If he doesn't want to do this, then I won't force him."
Chapter 3380. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had one main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield, for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw. And this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now, one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all. They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1. This was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face. However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed. The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space. Who can tell this old man what happened? This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress? 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress. Where is its antimatter light energy generator? Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Inji race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Inji race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield. Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its secondary charge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again. Boom! Boom! A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time, it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe. The result was obvious. Another 50,000 meters. Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this guy is a freak, and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships, fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right. He even has this kind of star sky black technology. What else can young Master Ling Hu not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine, tools, and array. He is invincible in realms. Even star sky black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the 3 universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying. In just a minute, 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed. All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together. We have to kill him. They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000+ battleships on their side. After all, among the 1,000+ battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, the remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were. As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago. Including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them. However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by Star Sky Black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem. The so-called Star Sky Black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress. It was alive. What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it? If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a star sky killing weapon, a Demon King level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void. Chapter 3381. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan. The Demon Battleship had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the Demon Battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the Starry Sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black, and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan." Not only the human clan, but even the Wan Luo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the Demon Dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the Demon Dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the Demon Dwellers royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Master Linghu's Star Sky Black Tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz! Wang! Along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon, they formed a larger circle, surrounding the two small fortresses, the Starfield battleship and the Demon battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area, in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand and gave a new order. For Art battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, attack. Buzz! The Starfield battleship, the Starfield battleships, the four-cannon battleship, the battleship field battleship translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wild Star battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong, because the four 20,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared. Was it? Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just Star Sky Black technology. This was simply a dream. All right? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were four main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters. Is this a magic trick? They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous four main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battlehorn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise. What? This small fortress? Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber, that's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had four main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Long Yi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Xian swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense. Long Xian? You mean, young Master Linghu is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible. Boom! Right at this moment, the Long Yi fortress's super main ship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the second universe's allied forces and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the second universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wild Star battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time, they were serious. They couldn't let the Long Yi fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battleship from the first universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battleship was as important as the Long Yi fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Long Yi fortress and the Devil battleship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Long Yi fortress, Yi Xian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battleship, Mo Qigong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed, and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battleship wasn't as abnormal as the Long Yi fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battleship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed, we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Chapter 3382. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect, Rumble. Boom! In the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the second universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the first universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Star field was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time, the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge 7-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battlecry Fortress from the first universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battlecry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battlecry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battlecry, such as the AI center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life. Just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire magic battle fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in the first universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race were at war, The technology to fuse these mechanical lifeforms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch, De. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, De's direct subordinates were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the magic battle fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the magic battle fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the magic battle fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini fortress-level supermech. The one who entered and fused with this supermech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha! 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the magic battle fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now, it had perfectly fused with the magic battle fortress. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini fortress-level mechanical life form. The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then, this change extended to the exterior of the magic battle fortress. The shape of the entire magic battle fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha! 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 The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the magic battle fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute, it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the devil battle cry had turned into a mechanical warbug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the magic battle fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in mid-air. This was definitely fatal. When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it. However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, the blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blade slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, De. Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity. As De's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today, he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Chapter 3383. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation. Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug, and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young Master Linghu, They both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battlebugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Linghu and the Tianji race have both mastered starry sky-level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, that giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed. It can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! Amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air, traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction suitable for the life fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction? Suitable for life fortress? Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug. Although Yi Xian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe, comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yi Xian's wild starship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now, there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the wild starship and the devouring system's full analysis, Yi Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the wild starship itself. Of course, even though the wild star battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the wild starship's transformation was much easier and more durable. It could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble! Boom! A large number of explosions rang out, and the wild starship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the wild starship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the wild starship could not do the same, so why did he have to stay away? Excited, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's orders, the devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the wild starship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the wild starship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, a meal's time had passed. During this entire process, the wild starship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the wild starship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy. This was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the starry sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the wild starship was basically gone. Young Master Linghu would be finished soon. He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy. It was just a matter of time. Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc. Chapter 3384. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug, Kacha. Kacha! Kachacha? Right at this moment, the wild star which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds. This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug. It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, but when the experts of the starry sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over. The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the wild star also began to change. Long mechanical arms extended out and the shape of the ship rapidly changed. From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouth part of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battlebug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race. Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock. Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Linghu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Linghu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Linghu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these two stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these two mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise, we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Linghu was the scapegoat. Only the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bull*T Tianji clan. As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood. Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation, as long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple. It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying because it meant that the Yi Xian's starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong. This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret even for the #1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan. But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical life forms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, it was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above. The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships. But with the starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xian was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical Dao Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dao Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time, it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385. The Legend of the Living Battleship, Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battlebug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's Legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous, this is preposterous. Following Emo Qigong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The wild starship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, D.E., were given this method. Moreover, even the #1 confidant of D.E. hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, Although he was one of Di Yi's trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now, he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of Di, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50. But as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under Di of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again. This time, his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now, the opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI. Impossible. Mo Qigong was shocked. He immediately denied it. On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battle bug doesn't seem to require too much technology. But in fact, it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy as the AI, a battleship is a dead object. How can it change its internal structure and appearance? Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Mo Qigong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader Di, Xingbo, who is also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship. This is a mystery. No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step, as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Tianji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself. But the speaker didn't mean it, so Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard 1-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Tianji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Tianji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in the star field and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away. But that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid and he was somewhat certain. It seems that Brat really is Long Xian, and now he's called Young Master Linghu. Teske, as expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian, or Young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, It's indeed that kid's style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash, but who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship. Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered. In any case, a small fortress similar to our Tianji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp. This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 3386. Blade Mantis vs. Demon Bug Success. Ha ha ha. As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him, this success wasn't as simple as the Starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tianji race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yi Xian, the Starfield, and even the devouring system. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain. And today's success had given Yi Xian and the devouring system this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the Starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the Starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yi Xian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the Starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the Starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the Starfield battlebug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the Starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Linghu. But now, everything had been reversed. Young Master Linghu was alone, and now, he was going to suppress all of them. Screech! You bunch of shameless bastards! You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful, and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devilbug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Linghu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today, this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devilbug. Just nice. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless. I'll definitely beat you all to death. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devilbug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble! Boom! For consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out. Just as the mechanical devil bug's body landed, 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chila! Chila! Boom! Rumble! 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter-tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched-out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress, it was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half. Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability. It was just that right now, the mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Mo Qigong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have. Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much. Enraged, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battlehorn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation. Well, let's do it this way. You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally. Boom. Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed 2 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake. Who do you think you are? Even your Tianji clan leader, DE, may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this. Do I need to talk to you? Chapter 3387. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Xing is not dead, boom. The scorpion tail on the mechanical bug's tail was like a giant meteor hammer, and its speed was even faster than a meteor. It shot forward, tearing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it smashed into one of the mechanical bug's legs. There was a huge roar and explosion. The mechanical blade puppet's leg bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was severely damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. Ah! Ling Huchong, you deserve to die. Inside the mechanical bug, Sha Baofeng roared crazily with hatred and fury. He had fully integrated with the Devil Battleship, and the Devil Battleship was like his body. Now that one of its legs was broken, although it was the Devil Battleship that was damaged, Sha Baofeng had to bear the pain. After all, the Devil Battleship was only a small steel fortress without life. Although Sha Baofeng was a mechanical life form, he could feel pain from the moment he gained self-awareness. Otherwise, a life form without pain, even a mechanical life form, would not be complete. Although the mechanical bug had many legs, one of its legs was broken during the fierce battle with the hundreds of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses, causing it to temporarily lose part of its function. Now that the second leg was also broken, the mechanical bug's movement was greatly affected. Sha Baofeng roared furiously. Perhaps it was because of this, or perhaps it was because of Yi Xian's sarcasm, but he was infuriated that De, the patriarch of the Tianji clan, did not even put him in his eyes. You are not qualified to say such things to this young master. It seems that I will have to teach you a good lesson. Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out once again from the long mouthpiece of the mechanical demon insect. At this moment, the tail clamp hammer that had just shot out like a meteor hammer and smashed one of the mechanical demon insect's legs to the point of fracture had already been retracted. However, the mechanical demon insect's enormous body had already abruptly shot up. With a light leap, it crossed hundreds of miles in the void and landed on top of the mechanical bug. Is this a mechanical bug? I think that's all there is to it. Just a casual smash and one of his legs was broken. He can't even take a beating. Yi Xian's mocking words rang out. Immediately afterwards, two of the mechanical devil bug's large number of legs suddenly chopped out. Shockingly, they were also two saber slashes. Swish! Slash! Two rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical demon bug's two slashing arms instantly hit the mechanical demon bug's body, splitting open two cracks. For a time, a burst of dazzling electric sparks flashed on the mechanical demon bug's body. Just like that, two 10,000-meter-long gashes appeared on the huge body of the mechanical blade puppet, making it look extremely miserable. Inside the gap was a spacious hall, and inside, a large number of demon dweller masters were staring at the void outside through the two gaps with dumbfounded expressions. The two compound eyes of the mechanical demon bug just so happened to be facing these two terrifying holes. Therefore, Yi Xian could see everything inside clearly. It was also because of this that the mechanical demon bug's body clearly slowed down for a moment. The two energy wings that were originally stretching out from its back instantly stopped in the air. Originally, these two death rays condensed from antimatter light energy were going to directly slash down and completely finish off the mechanical demon bug in one strike. But now Yi Xian changed his mind, because he saw the scene in the vast plaza within the blade puppet space. Among the large number of demon dweller rankers, there were actually many familiar faces. Yi Xian did not know the names of most of the demon dweller, but he had seen them before, but there were two of them who had a close relationship with him. One of them was the great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuofeng Tai, who was Yi Xian's demon slave. His cultivation was previously at the 4th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, the 9th stage of the origin. It seemed that during this period of time, he had quite a few fortuitous encounters. However, the slave imprint in his mind was still there, so there was no problem. He was still under Yi Xian's control. At this moment, when Yi Xian's eyes caught sight of Zhuofeng Tai's figure, the slave imprint in the latter's mind clearly reacted. When it looked at the mechanical demon bug where Yi Xian was, it emitted a blazing light. Yi Xian immediately comforted it with his mental power source core, ordering it not to be exposed. The blazing light in Zhuofeng Tai's eyes dimmed and quickly returned to normal. The other guy was actually the Demon Emperor planet's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong. His cultivation had originally been at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but now he had reached the 12th stage of the Void realm. This was definitely not something that could be explained by a fortuitous encounter. It could only mean that Mo Qigong's cultivation level was actually concealed. If he thought about it in a different way, it was very likely that the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others' cultivation levels were also concealed. Following this sudden speculation, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. White sweat instantly crawled out of his back. If this was really the case, then Old Devil Wen Xing had most likely concealed his cultivation level. The cultivation level he had displayed at that time was the same as the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, which was also the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm. Although he had just entered this realm, if everyone else had concealed their cultivation levels, how could he be the only one with a real cultivation level? If he hadn't been in the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but had been in the 12th stage of the Void realm, then the cannon from Naples definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. In other words, Old Devil Wen Xing had most likely faked his death to escape. Not only had Yi Xian been fooled, but even the human race and the myriad Luo Federation had been fooled. If this was true, then no matter what Old Devil Wen Xing's motive was, this person was too terrifying. But all of this was just speculation at the moment and had not been confirmed. Besides, the current situation was not suitable to investigate this matter further. Yi Xian quickly put it to the back of his mind, but in his heart, he planned to investigate it in the future. While Yi Xian suddenly thought of the first high priest of the demon imperial city, Wen Xing, at the center of the first universe, which was a whole universe plane away from here, in the depths of the first universe, a super starry sky fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, or 1,000 kilometers, in the hinterland of the Tianji clan's headquarters. An old man who seemed to be in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. It was as if he had suddenly sensed something at this moment. But he didn't say anything, and soon closed his eyes again, entering a state of seclusion. This person was the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wen Xing. Universe 3. Near the star field of the Tianqian Empire. After temporarily putting aside the matter of old devil Wen Xing, Yi Xian's eyes quickly caught Mo Qigong's grin in the gap. Yi Xian was startled, and then sighed inwardly. This old man actually guessed my identity. Chapter 3388. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Remembering Old Times. The smile he gave Yi Xian now was exactly the same as when Yi Xian appeared in front of him as Zhang Wuji in the Demon Kin Star region. Not to mention that his identity had already been recognized by the other party. Even if he didn't, Yi Xian wouldn't continue to attack. Zhua Fengtai was his demon slave and still had great use. Although Mo Qigong was the emperor of the demon race, he was still pretty good to Yi Xian. If he destroyed this mechanical blade, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape if they fell into the hands of the humans. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately changed his mind. Not only did he not plan to destroy the demon battleship, but he also wanted to help it break out of the encirclement of the warships. Once it reached the periphery, with the size of its small stronghold, it would definitely be able to jump and escape. Consider this a favor for the sake of their old friendship. However, he could not do all of this too obviously. If he did, young Master Linghu would definitely be identified as a spy of the Tianji race. Moreover, it would be an irrefutable fact. Although Yi Xian did not care, he was not willing to do so. If he did not care about this, he could simply grab the mechanical puppet and break out of the encirclement and help him escape. However, he could only do so in a more subtle way. Boom! Rumble! As he thought about it, the pincers on the mechanical puppet's tail smashed out again and again, causing the body of the mechanical puppet to sway incessantly. However, after a dozen or so pincers, the huge hole that Yi Xian had cut into its body was forcibly closed by this brute force. Although there were still some small gaps, they were no longer a problem. At the very least, in the next large jolt, these small gaps would not allow the people inside to fall out. Ah! It hurts so much! Linghu Chong, this sovereign will definitely kill you, definitely. Every time the pincers smashed out, Sha Baofeng's miserable howls immediately rang out. He was in so much pain that he regretted merging with the demon battleship because it would be too big of a target. Every time he was in pain, he would be the one to bear the pain in the end. Everything was not supposed to be like this, but because of the appearance of young Master Linghu, everything changed. He was supposed to crush all of his enemies, but now he was being beaten in public. This was too humiliating. Sha Baofeng was so angry that he could only let out mournful howls and roars again and again. Seeing all of this, all of the warships, fortresses and star experts in the surrounding space, all of them were already shocked. How strange was this scene? They had seen and participated in the so-called interstellar wars before. No matter how large the scale of the interstellar wars was, they would at most be shocked, but definitely not shocked. However, everything that was happening in front of them really shocked them, to the point that they were dumbfounded. What were the two translation? What was translation what? If it were two giant dragons or ferocious beasts, it would be easier for them to accept it. However, what was fighting fiercely in space at this moment was clearly two gigantic mechanical battle insects. Mechanical battle insects that were as large as small planets. Moreover, both of them were transformed from two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in front of everyone. Neither the human race nor the Wan Luo Federation had ever seen such mechanical battle insects before, but today, not only did they see two of them at the same time, but they were also fighting in space. A small part of the space was disturbed, which shocked a large number of starships that had besieged them and forced them to retreat. These two mecha battle bugs were too terrifying, especially the mecha devil bug. Even though it was currently beating up the other mecha blade, in truth, as long as it was willing, it could easily free itself to attack the surrounding human warships at any time. The four huge soft tubes with a diameter of 20,000 meters represented four antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Once they fired at the same time, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would be destroyed in an instant. In addition, the pair of black antimatter light beams on the back of the mechanical battle insect was equally terrifying. The light beams made of antimatter energy could cut a small fortress in half with a single slash. This was a mechanical god of slaughter. This was a consensus. Did they not see the other mechanical battle insect being savagely beaten up by it? The latter was able to fight fiercely against hundreds of various types of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses for a long time without being at a disadvantage at all. Instead, it destroyed dozens of starships. But now, under the mechanical battle insect's savagery, it was unable to fight back at all. This truly demonstrated the strength of the mechanical battle insect. It was too chilling. Boom! Boom! Ah! Ling Huchong, I'm going to kill you! Boom! Just like that, amidst Sha Baofeng's furious roars, the huge mechanical battle insect attacked again and again. It was no longer slashing, but simply bombarding. The mechanical battle mantis, which was already close to being crippled, was blown far away again and again. Along the way, all the warships, fortresses, and small fortresses hurriedly avoided the mechanical battle insect as if they were avoiding a ghost. They could see that young Master Ling Hu was truly enraged. He was clearly going to smash this mechanical battle mantis from the Tianji clan into pieces and kill it on the spot. Under such circumstances, they were not in a hurry to attack for the time being. Although there were more than 1,000 warships in the surroundings, in the process of fighting these two freaks at the same time, nearly 100 of them had already been destroyed. Against these two freaks at the same time, more than 1,000 warships of various types were really not enough. Now these two freaks were fighting on their own, and it seemed like the outcome would be decided soon. One of the mechanical battle insects was about to be beheaded, so they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They would only attack after the battle was over. At that time, the 1,000 warships would concentrate their firepower to crush a single mechanical battle insect, increasing their chances of victory. What was not to be happy about? It was precisely because of this consideration that all the warships would immediately retreat as soon as the two mechanical battle insects in the middle of the fierce battle approached. After all, young Master Ling Hu was the one who had the upper hand. This guy was too arrogant and had never thought of running away. He had already shown himself twice before, which was enough to explain the problem. Therefore they were not worried at all. They simply did not think that this was Yi Xian's strange plan. He was secretly assisting the mechanical battle cry in this way, helping it escape the encirclement of the 1,000 warships. And this was something he did very quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two pairs of mechanical battle insects finally broke through the encirclement of the 1,000 warships after repeated bombardments. They had already left the area affected by the void tremors. Yi Xian did not warn him, as that would expose himself. However, Sha Baofeng was not really beaten senseless. Just as the mechanical battle mantis was sent flying several dozen li by the mechanical battle insect's hammer and finally shook off the area affected by the void tremors, Sha Baofeng's angry roar stopped. Chapter 3389. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. John too was dumbfounded. Then, Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Fate clan with a swollen face, appeared in the interior of the demon battleship fortress. He was in such a sorry state that he could not walk without a limp. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that the Heavenly Fate clan member who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent even if the ship itself was damaged. Sha Baofeng was in such a situation. Ling Huchong, just you wait. I, Sha Baofeng, will never let you go. Ah! After uttering the last sentence, the demon battleship fortress instantly activated a space jump and disappeared. F***CKU. Stay here and fight for another 300 rounds if you dare. In the void, the mechanical demonic insects were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they clamored. This scene happened to be seen by two figures who were rushing over from the distant void. In an instant, their heads buzzed and they were both dumbfounded. The two figures had powerful auras and were both powerful beings of the 15th realm of heaven and earth. One of them was Ancestor Zhan Tu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. The other was a man in his 60s. He had a white face and no facial hair. He had triangular eyes that flickered with ruthless and feminine light. This man was called Ancestor Wu Mei. He was an itinerant cultivator in the starry sky. However, he was highly valued because he was one of the few remaining array grandmasters in the human race's science and technology camp because of his expertise in array formations. Although he was an itinerant cultivator, even Ancestor Zhan Tu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had to pay him a visit in person to show his respect. Right now, the eyebrowless ancestor had finally arrived. However, when he arrived, he didn't see the expected void trap array. Instead, he saw a chaotic battlefield. In the surrounding void, there were a large number of damaged starships. With a casual glance, he found that at least 100 starships of various types had been destroyed and turned into cosmic garbage in the void. Some of the wreckages were from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. They had been destroyed long ago and only a few corners were left. Judging from the scene, these small fortresses were obviously caused by antimatter deathlight cannons. However, there was not a single space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters in the surrounding void. Even the largest warship was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. I wonder where these antimatter death ray cannons are fired from. One had to know that every antimatter death ray cannon needed to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and its size would not be smaller than the antimatter cannon. Therefore, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be equipped with it. Only true interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be equipped with it. But this wasn't the most shocking part. What was most shocking was that other than the disappearance of the space trap array and the star cauldron, there were also a large number of starships that had been destroyed by the antimatter death ray cannons. There were also 2 enormous mechanical battle insects. In fact, whether it was the Tianji race of the first universe or the human race of the third universe, both of them had built such mechanical battle insects. However, they were basically fixed defensive forces on the inner cities of the various administrative planets. It was impossible for it to be deployed into the void of the universe. This was because it was impossible for them to transform. However, just now, Jean Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor clearly saw that one of the 2 mechanical battle insects had transformed into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters within a short period of 10 breaths. Although it was badly damaged, it did not lose its basic abilities. Before the 2 of them could react, it had already performed a space jump and escaped far away. The remaining mechanical battle insect was still clamoring. Jean Tu vaguely felt that the voice that came from it was a little familiar. Jean 1, Jean 2, get out here. Where's the space trap array? Where's the star cauldron? You bunch of good-for-nothings. How long has it been since I left? How did it become like this? At this moment, Jean Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor were still quite far away, tens of thousands of miles away. The reason why they could clearly see everything that was happening in the battlefield was because the 2 of them sensed extremely strong energy waves coming from the void in front of them. It was because they had performed some kind of divine ability. At this moment, the 2 of them quickened their pace and were rushing over at top speed. However, Jean Tu's voice had arrived in advance and reverberated in the vast void of the battlefield. Everyone trembled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the roar from afar. Some were pleasantly surprised, some heaved a sigh of relief, and some were inexplicably excited because they knew that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor Jean Tu had finally returned. This was the Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Qian Kuan. With his arrival, no matter how monstrous young Master Linghu was, he would be suppressed this time. Although his mechanical demon insects were powerful, they would definitely not be able to withstand the Heaven War Empire's means. Of course, young Master Linghu could immediately summon the Star Cauldron, but that would be useless. Perhaps after hiding inside, it could stop the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Jean Tu's footsteps, but it would definitely not be able to stop the means of the Heaven War Emperor clan's old friend that the Jean Tu ancestor had invited. If this person did not have this ability, he would not have come with the Jean Tu ancestor today. In their line of sight, the group of starry sky experts looked into the distance and could clearly see that there were 2 streaks of light rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away. The Jean Tu ancestor had indeed visited his old friend. The 2 Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Qian Kuan were about to arrive. Damn! The old bastard is actually back? What made everyone's jaws drop was that after hearing the Jean Tu ancestor's thunderous roar, everyone's hearts trembled. However, young Master Linghu, who was inside the mechanical demon insect, did not show any fear at all. He actually cursed on the spot and opened his mouth to curse the old bastard. Moreover, he did not deliberately suppress his voice at all. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately shouting loudly. All the starry sky experts in the void of the battlefield could hear him clearly. With such a commotion, it was impossible that the 2 Heaven War Empire's mighty figures who were rushing over from thousands of miles away did not hear him. This kind of arrogance and audacity stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. This brat's guts were really extraordinary. Seeing that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor was about to arrive, he actually dared to provoke him so presumptuously. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, as Yi Xian's words rang out, the gigantic mechanical demon insect began to change again. The crisp and dense sound of mechanical operation resounded throughout the world. In less than 3 breaths, the mechanical demon insect returned to its original state and turned into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the starry sky experts in the surrounding void changed greatly. The void tribes Jean E., and Jean C. of the Heaven War Emperor clan exclaimed one after another. "Oh no! This brat is clearly going to escape. Immediately activate the space oscillator with all your might. Don't let it perform a space jump to escape this place." Chapter 3390. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Chin Kuan's fury destroys the void faced with the arrival of 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Yi Xian's only choice was to escape immediately. Anyway, it was not shameful. He was only in the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm. Faced with 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm, if he did not escape, would he stay and fight them to the death? Everything he had done before was already enough to deter them. Presumably, this group of people would absolutely not dare to provoke him again and take the initiative to provoke him again. From this point of view, Yi Xian had actually achieved his goal this time. However, although he had to leave, he needed to make a decision on how to leave. If the other experts of the Starry Sky were to find out that Yi Xian actually had more than one way to leave when facing 2 supreme beings of the 15th realm, they would probably be shocked to the point that their eyeballs would fall out. In fact, if Yi Xian did not want to leave, he was fully capable of scaring away the 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Whether it was the headless infant corpse or the Rai seal, they both had the ability to do so. Even the fallen Sky Bao, after Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, could pose a certain threat to the powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. In addition, when it came to escaping, he also had more than one choice. The fastest way was to activate the Universal Coordinate Jumping ability attached to the system title. Once he did so, the 2 powerful beings of the universe would be instantly dumbfounded. They would not even understand how Yi Xian had disappeared. Although the void teleportation formation could be used to teleport a very long distance, once it was used, even the powerful divine sense of the 15th Grand Realm would not be able to capture it. However, Yi Xian's Universal Coordinate Jumping ability did not rely on the teleportation formation. On the surface, it looked more like teleportation. No matter how far the Starry Sky Masters of the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm could teleport, they could not exceed the range of the divine sense of the powerful beings of the universe. What's more, the void had once again fallen under the sealing effect of the space oscillator, making it impossible for the Starry Sky Masters to teleport and teleport. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian used his Universal Coordinate Jump ability to leave, this matter would definitely attract the attention of a large number of powers and experts. It was equivalent to exposing one of Yi Xian's trump cards. In the future, there might be people who would come up with countermeasures to guard against this. For Yi Xian, the loss outweighed the gain. Because of this, Yi Xian gave up on the idea after a slight hesitation. He decided that it would be more cost-effective to leave in a conventional manner. After all, the Starfield's abilities were already exposed, so it wouldn't hurt to expose a little more. That's right. He was planning to use the ability of the Wild Star to escape. At this moment, the Open Star continued to transform after removing the mechanical bug form and returning to its 50,000-meter diameter small fortress form. The experts in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded by this scene. Kacha! Kacha-cha! The sound of the mechanical operation continued to resound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Open Star's size rapidly shrunk. In a short span of 3 breaths, it had shrunk from its original 50,000-meter diameter to 10,000-meter diameter. It didn't stop, everything was still going on. Another 3 breaths passed, and the Open Star's 10,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 1,000 meter. This wasn't the end. The last 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the 1,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 100-meter diameter. At this point, the starfield was practically a solid sphere, and its density had reached a terrifying level. The space inside was only 10 meters wide, and Yi Xian was standing in the center of this 10 meters wide core space. The 50,000-meter diameter fortress had shrunk to its limit, and finally became a 100-meter diameter sphere with a 10-meter space inside. The density of this sphere was unimaginable. Moreover, its surface was covered with a 50-meter thick energy shield. This was an extremely sturdy shell, and Yi Xian was hiding inside it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of security. This wasn't just a feeling, he even activated the engulfing system in his body and started to calculate. The final result was that even if the open star stopped here and didn't move, it would still be bombarded by the 15th stage universe realm level 9 supreme being. It could still hold on for more than 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, Yi Xian wouldn't be damaged at all. After 2 hours, the reason why the open star wouldn't be able to provide him with any protection was because the energy stored inside had been depleted. The energy that the World Bug Evolution Group temporarily extracted from the evil spirit slime's nest wouldn't be able to withstand the energy shield and the depletion of the countless micromolecules of the World Bug Evolution Group. If this energy supply could keep up with the depletion rate of the bombardment, then this 2-hour time limit could be extended further. With this result, Yi Xian was completely relieved. At this moment, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were originally tens of thousands of kilometers away, finally came within 1,000 kilometers. The two old guys were a little dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. What kind of monster did they encounter today? Previously, it was a terrifying giant mechanical demon bug. Then, it changed its shape and turned into a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress. Before they could digest what they saw with their own eyes, the small fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter turned into a 100-meter round sphere covered by a 50-meter thick energy shield. Just one look was enough to tell that its defensive power was insanely high. All of this made Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor feel a little confused. What the hell? Since when did the human race's starship construction ability become so abnormal? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could be transformed into a mechanical demon worm, and its defensive capabilities could be reduced to a diameter of 100 meters. It was a dense little tortoise shell. This was simply F*King unheard of black technology. Little B** starred. Do you think you can escape unscathed like this? Looking at the small sphere in front of them, not only did they not know where to attack, but it was also rapidly moving toward the periphery of the area surrounded by a large number of starships. Due to its small size, the effect of the void oscillator on it was almost negligible. At this speed, this 100-meter sphere would be able to break out of the encirclement very soon. Then, it would perform space transmission and escape instantly. Zhan Tu was so angry that his beard was trembling. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he turned around and looked at the eyebrowless ancestor next to him. He said gloomily, "Old friend, I'm afraid this tortoise shell can't be opened in a short period of time. I have a suggestion. Let's work together. The two of us will attack at the same time. We'll tear apart the void and banish it to the space turbulence. What do you think?" "That's great." The eyebrowless ancestor's eyes glittered. Then, he and Zhan Tu attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, two giant energy palms that were as big as the sky suddenly slapped down, covering the void where the 100-meter sphere was. Chapter 3391. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Slaughtering the Stars, Rumble. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth collapsed. The universe almighties were enraged and attacked with all their might. The entire void seemed to be destroyed. As the two sky-like energy palms slammed down, the void where the 100-meter-long ball was completely shrouded. As the energy surged, the void was torn apart. Endless void turbulence leaked out, and a terrifying suction force was released. Amidst the surging waves, the 100-meter-long sphere, which was like the peak of a huge wave, was instantly drawn into the void. One of the two giant energy palms instantly condensed, turning into a palm-shaped imprint, and pursued at an extremely fast speed. In the end, before the void crack could close, it broke through the 50-meter thick energy shield and turned into a blood-red palm imprint, imprinting itself on the body of the Starfield ship. Immediately after, the void crack that was blasted open by the two 15th-tier universe almighties was completely closed. From then on, the dust had settled. In this battle, young Master Linghu was finally exiled to the boundless void at the cost of over 200 battleships, fortresses and small fortresses of human forces and sections. If there were no accidents, he would never be able to return. As for the Tianji clan's small fortress that could transform into a mechanical knife, although it managed to escape, it was basically half destroyed. Even so, the universe almighties in the surrounding fleets were still in a heavy mood. Even if there were a few who had smiles on their faces, it was a bitter smile. This battle could not even be considered a Pyrrhic victory. It could only be considered a loss for both sides. Especially the Second Universe's allied forces, they had suffered heavy losses. Several of the young clan leaders of the various clans were eaten. Even a few of the clan elders of the various clans were killed. Even the small fortresses where they were located were destroyed. Even the dynasty's immortal army from the immortal planet had lost two 10,000-meter diameter fortresses. The Federation's Overwatch Council's Blue Army had lost a small fortress. And this was because Yi Xian did not know that Hongdou Lifeng was the commander of this Blue Army. Otherwise, the entire Federation's Overwatch Council's fleet would have been annihilated. This time, Hongdou Lifeng had gotten lucky and escaped this disaster. The fleets of the various major forces dispersed one after another. What followed was the impact of this battle. This battle had shocked the entire Wanluo Federation. Young Master Linghu's monstrous talent and ability made all the major forces sigh. This person was really too monstrous. The three ultimates of alchemy, craftsmanship and array were just a facade. He must be hiding an even bigger secret. Not only was translation, it was the invincible god of war whose clone it was still unknown. Furthermore, they had a terrifying small fortress that was far more advanced than the current technology of the human race. His attack could transform into a mechanical demon worm, and his defense could shrink to 100 meters in diameter. This was simply unheard of black technology. If such a genius could be used by the human race, the profound significance would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the end and was exiled into the endless void, never to return. In addition, the terrifying transformation ability that the Qianji clan's small fortress had displayed in this battle had also aroused the vigilance of the human race and the Wanluo Federation. The entire Federation was surging with undercurrents. Countless experts in the field of warship manufacturing gathered together to discuss countermeasures on the immortal planet. In this battle, the advanced technology that the Qianji clan had displayed made the human race and the Federation very worried. If all the Qianji clan's small fortresses had this kind of ability, then in the upcoming all-out war, the human race and the Federation would have no chance of winning. The entire battlefield would fall into a situation of being beaten up. That was too shocking. Many people didn't hold any hope and sighed endlessly. At the conference, many human experts in warship construction angrily rebuked the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, saying that they were the ones who had forced the human race's peerless genius, young Master Linghu, to rebel. Otherwise, with the starry sky black technology in his hands, the entire human race's technological prowess would have leaped to a whole new level. Even if there was still a certain gap between them and the Qianji clan, at least they would have been able to fight. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Faced with this kind of rebuke, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan sneered and didn't express any opinions. Furthermore, the only person guarding the fortress, Ancestor Zhan Tu, had disappeared completely after the battle. Damn it, I acted too hastily and made a mistake in my deduction. The exit of that void crack was actually shifted to a certain starfield in the second universe. In a vast void, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's ancestor Zhan Tu and ancestor Wu Mei were standing in the void. The latter was holding an ancient astrolabe in his hand and seemed to be deducing something. In the end, his face darkened and he muttered a few words unhappily. He turned his head and glanced at Zhan Tu, who was frowning. There's no other way. It seems that you and I have to go to the second universe again, and we have to move quickly. Otherwise, once that kid rushes out from the other side of the void crack, even if I left a mark on that strange small fortress, in case the other party keeps this fortress in his storage magic treasure, all senses will disappear. At that time, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden for too long. Soon, the powerful figures of some forces should be able to see that what you and I jointly opened that day wasn't some banished void, but a void passage with a clear location. On the side, Zhan Tu nodded in agreement. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people looking for you and me. They won't be willing to let all the good fortune of young Master Linghu be taken by us. There's no time to lose. Let's move immediately. After that, the two didn't stay any longer. Their figures flickered and rushed to the graveyard starfield. There were two natural universe wormholes, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. Not long after Zhan Tu and ancestor Wu Mei disappeared, there was a faint light that flashed past in different directions around the void where the two of them were originally standing. At the same time, in a certain border starfield of the Heavenly Battle Empire. Although this place belonged to the territory of the Heavenly Battle Empire, it was a border area of a small country under the Empire's rule. Because the nearby starfields were relatively barren, and even the more precious minerals were not produced, this star field basically did not have many starry sky powerhouses. It was a star field with a very low population of powerhouses. At this moment, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng led his 108 high-level bloodline universe zombies and quietly appeared at the edge of this star field. 109 universe zombies, all with red eyes, stared at the quiet administrative planet in front of them. Chapter 3392. Zombie Crisis reappears at this time. Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng and his 108 elite zombies were all floating in the void, standing far away from the atmosphere of this administrative planet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the seemingly tranquil planet. Although it was located in a remote area, this administrative planet also had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was a must. All the residential administrative planets in the dynasty's territory had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was because there would occasionally be some void ferocious beasts descending in the void of the universe. Without the star defense array, the entire planet would be undefended, and the ferocious beasts could descend at any time. The only difference was the strength of the star defense array. This administrative planet's star defense array wasn't strong. After all, there weren't any powerful void beasts running rampant in this area. The entire administrative planet wasn't very big, belonging to the type of ordinary small administrative planet. If it didn't have an atmosphere, and the interior environment was suitable for human habitation, it wouldn't have been chosen as an administrative planet to be inhabited. The entire administrative planet's atmosphere only had 4 entrances and exits, located in 4 different directions of the atmosphere. Although there were ships patrolling the exits, they were just ordinary shuttles. This planet belonged to a small country. This small country was located at the border of the Heavenly War Empire, so its economy wasn't developed. Below that, the small country's administrative planets were even weaker in terms of military power. This administrative planet didn't even have a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were only 10 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long star-level battleships. Moreover, these battleships were usually docked in the inner part of the planet, and weren't in operation. This place was located in the hinterland of the Heavenly War Empire's territory, not a strategic frontier. Coupled with the backward economy, the daily necessities of the battleships were somewhat insufficient. King, can we begin the operation? After observing for a while, a bald man walked out from behind Tuoba Linfeng. Although he was a zombie, he didn't look any different from an ordinary starry sky powerhouse. His cultivation was around the 6th Great Realm, Nebula Realm. These 108 elite zombies were all like this. Their zombie bloodline had evolved to a very high level, and they had the ability to transform. They also had their own intelligence and thoughts, and could communicate with people normally. In short, on the surface, they looked like ordinary starry sky experts. However, if they were allowed to manifest their zombie form, they could take all kinds of forms. Some of the elite zombies could even transform into mountains of flesh and devour everything. They were definitely a nightmare for starry sky experts. Divide into 4 groups and wait for my signal. Attack the 4 spatial tunnels outside the planet's atmosphere at the same time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tuoba Linfeng quickly issued the invasion plan. After taking down the 4 space channels, immediately shut down the star network signal relay station in the atmosphere and cut off the star's connection with the outside world. After that, leave 2 people behind to guard the passage and prevent any experts from leaving. The rest of you are to enter the planet immediately and take care of the powerful military department first. After that, when I remove the Star Web Artificial Intelligence Hub in the planet, everyone who enters the planet is to gather immediately and carry out a unified massacre. In the shortest time possible, we have to turn all the creatures in the entire planet into our own kind. Then, let them devour each other and select the elite zombies to take away. After the arrangement was completed, the entire elite zombie army was immediately divided into 4 groups and rushed to the 4 different atmospheric tunnels of the planet. They quickly occupied the tunnels and shut down the Star Web signal relay station in the atmosphere. Since then, the planet had completely lost contact with the outside world. Roar! Screech! Immediately after, 2 elite zombies were left behind to guard the 4 atmospheric tunnels to prevent starry sky experts from escaping. The other elite zombies all rushed to the planet's interior. A terrible disaster instantly befell. 100 elite zombies all manifested their zombie form. Their body size was around 10 to 100 meters. Some were ferocious humanoid beasts, while others were disgusting squirming mountains of flesh. Their bodies were covered with fleshy tentacles, and as they waved around, They constantly poured out venom. Some of these poisonous liquids were strong acid, and some were even a kind of black corpse flame, but without exception, they all had a strong infectious property. The slaughter was unfolding, and the undying and indestructible poison began to rapidly spread through the interior of this planet. Gradually, half a day passed. The entire planet had turned into a barren land. There were no more living creatures, but it was still bustling with noise and excitement. The creatures that originally lived here had all turned into the lowest level of universe zombies. Under the influence of the zombie king Tuobalinfeng's brainwave boots, a large number of low-level zombies in the planet's interior began to devour each other. At the same time, the 108 elite zombies also joined in. They also needed to continue to transform and strengthen. This scene was too tragic, and people couldn't bear to watch. From this moment onwards, the entire planet had turned into a true boundless hell. No one knew what happened here. After 2 full days, the zombie king Tuobalinfeng set off again. This time, the number of elite zombies following behind him had reached 200. All of them had evolved their own consciousness, and were able to conceal their aura. Their appearance was no different from a normal universe expert. Very quickly, this elite zombie squad once again left, disappearing into the boundless void of the universe. No one knew where they went, and no one even knew of their existence. And on this planet that they had just ravaged, in fact, not all of the low-level zombies had been devoured. There were still some wandering around. Time slowly passed, and another 3 days passed. Among the remaining universe zombies on the planet's interior, some of them finally obtained a certain degree of evolution. Although they hadn't developed their own consciousness, they had the ability to fly. After all, some of these zombies were originally infected by universe experts. After obtaining the ability to fly, these universe zombies left the planet through the atmosphere passage in the sky, and entered the void of the universe outside the planet. At first, there were very few of them, but slowly, their numbers increased. These universe zombies wandered in the void. Their strong sense of hunger made them increase their speed, drifting further and further in the void. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of universe zombies spread out over a large area. Finally, some of the universe zombies encountered a starship sailing in the void. This was a commercial fleet. There were only a dozen star-level commercial ships with a length of 3,000 meters. Their destination was a small administrative planet in front of this starship, and they would arrive in 3 days. Chapter 3393. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When it rains, it pours. Oh my god, what the hell are these guys, so disgusting. Look, the one on the right, his whole head is crooked, hanging under his shoulder. Zombies. Space zombies. Damn the Heavenly Battle Empire. Didn't they say that the crisis was over and all the zombies were eliminated? Could it be that we're blind? Fire. Fire immediately. Don't let them get close. Damn it, the nearest administrative planet is 3 days away from here. This zombie army is close to 10,000. We can only rely on ourselves. If we can't get out, we will definitely die. Boom. Rumble. The 10-star level merchant ships immediately became chaotic. The ship cannons fired, the sound echoing in a small star field. But at the same time, more universe zombies wandering around were attracted by this movement. Slowly, the number of universe zombies gathered around the 10 starships reached more than 100,000, covering the sky and earth. In just half a day, the 10 starships were all submerged in the sea of zombies. These starships were not space fortresses. If they were space fortresses, as long as they didn't open a channel, these space zombies wouldn't be able to enter. Space zombies that evolved to this level didn't have the ability to tear apart starships, so they were basically safe. Unfortunately, this kind of traditional starship had a fixed channel on the deck. Although there was an energy shield, it didn't have much effect against a sea of space zombies. Soon, some space zombies broke through the fixed channel on the starship deck and entered the cabin. Not long after that, the rumbling sound of cannons stopped. All 10 starships had fallen. All the Federation citizens and powerhouses on the starships were gnawed, their bodies were torn apart, and then, turned into space zombies, they began to walk out of the starships, wandering in the surrounding space. 2 days later, another fleet encountered space zombies. This time, the fleet had more ships, and their combat power was stronger. They had more than 40 star-level merchant ships, and the zombies they encountered were only a small group, only slightly more than 1,000 of them. Not long after, they were all annihilated. Then, the fleet hurriedly fled from the place and changed course temporarily, heading to the nearest administrative planet. When they arrived, the news of the Heavenly Battle Empire's space zombie crisis spread like wildfire. The Heavenly War Empire panicked and immediately sent a powerful military fleet to this star field. In the end, they found that the situation had developed to an uncontrollable degree in a short period of 10 days. The universe void was actually filled with wandering figures of the universe zombies. This star field was really too remote. Even in this small country's territory, it was considered the border. The degree of the interstellar network communication was not frequent. This led to the current situation. It wasn't until the universe zombies had basically completely spread out in this small star field that everything was discovered by the outside world. At this time, the universe zombies wandering in the void were even close to this small country's capital, and had even spread to the border starfields of other small countries. When the news reached the undying star, the experts in the various fields of science and technology who were still intensely discussing the measures to deal with the mechanical battle bugs were completely stunned. This was simply a case of when it rains, it pours. The Tianji race had only just revealed the crisis of the mechanical battle bugs, and they had not yet come up with a concrete countermeasure. Who would have thought that the previous outbreak of the cosmic zombie crisis would once again appear? For a moment, the entire undying dynasty was in a state of panic. Slowly, the entire Third Universe's human race began to worry. This was because the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital where the first space zombie crisis occurred was too far away from the location of the second space zombie crisis, the border starfield of that small country. No one knew how the Heavenly Battle Empire's zombie virus was transmitted there, but one thing was certain, and that was that this time, the space zombie crisis would be even more difficult to eradicate. Previously, the space zombies in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital had not been able to rush out of the Empire's capital star. They were all eliminated within the atmosphere. But even so, in a short period of less than a month, the second space zombie crisis occurred at the border of this small country far away from the star field. And this time, not only did a large amount of space zombies enter the universe's void, they even spread out in the void, spreading over an extremely vast star field. The situation was countless times more serious than the previous time. Someone pointed out that this time, even if all the space zombies wandering in the void were killed, there was basically no guarantee that the strange zombie poison would not spread anymore. When this news was revealed, the originally anxious Third Universe's human race became even more restless. While the Second Universe's Federation's various races maintained their silence at this moment, quietly watching the situation develop, faintly like a tiger watching its prey. In the end, the search operation for the Tianji clan's new top-grade small stronghold that had escaped from the previous battle also came to an end. They did not find the whereabouts of that small stronghold at all, and suspected that it had already escaped back to the First Universe. This made the upper echelons of the human race in the Third Universe and the leaders of the myriad Luo Federation's headquarters even more restless. Now that the Third Universe's internal strife was about to erupt, the Tianji clan could send out troops to attack at any time, and the human race was already faintly showing signs of being tossed about by the wind and rain. Yi Xian did not know about any of this. That day, after being swallowed by the space crack that Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, the two almighty beings of the universe, the wild starship, which had turned into a small sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, had been wandering in this space crack ever since. Because it was surrounded by endless space turbulence, it was like dense and invisible space blades, blowing everywhere, wreaking havoc endlessly. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to restore the wild starship to its original state, although its defensive capabilities were stronger in this state. For the next few days, Yi Xian controlled the wild starship to wander around this space crack, trying to find a way out. In the end, he decided on a direction and sped off. This direction was the result of the devouring system's analysis. The other directions had a 30% chance of survival or less, but only this direction had a 70% chance of survival. Even so, the wild starship sped along this direction for a full 4 days, but it still did not reach the end. The space outside the ship was still filled with endless space turbulence, exactly the same as when it had just been swallowed by this space crack. There was no difference at all. Just as Yi Xian was getting impatient and was about to use the devouring system to perform a new round of analysis, an obscure blood-red color suddenly appeared in the boundless dark space in front of him. Although it was strange, this blood-red color was the first time Yi Xian had seen a color different from the deep black from before in the 10 days since he had been swallowed by the space crack. This was most likely the exit. Chapter 3394. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to a freak combination of circumstances, after a short while, Yi Xian urged Xing Yi to charge towards the blood-red color. The entire world instantly turned into a vast expanse of blood. After a short period of 2 to 3 breaths, light descended, and the familiar void of the universe appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A suitable location has been discovered. Blood Void Underworld, located in the second universe. This universe plane has not yet imprinted your galactic coordinates. Do you wish to imprint them immediately? Blood Void Underworld? Located in the second universe? Yi Xian was stunned. After charging out of that spatial rift, they had actually arrived in the second universe from the first universe? Two universe realm experts of the 15th level teaming up to tear open a spatial rift with their full strength actually had such power? They had actually crossed an entire universe plane. This was obviously not very realistic. At the very least, Yi Xian did not quite believe it. Because if that was really the case, then the natural wormholes connecting the universe planes would be meaningless. Universe realm experts of the 15th level, whether it was the human race, the various races of the Second Universe Federation, or the Tianji clan, were definitely not few. If two universe realm experts of the 15th level teamed up and used their full strength to tear open a spatial rift and cross the universe planes, then when war broke out, this method would become a true nightmare. The armies of the three universes could very well use this method to secretly descend on the enemy's plane. That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, how could the three planes of the universe be so peaceful? This spatial rift that Old Devil Jean 2 and Old Devil Jean 2 teamed up most likely had an accident. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian had an analysis result. His eyes flickered with a bright light. From this point of view, it can be seen that those two old fellows don't have any good intentions. Their goal isn't to banish the Starfield ship into the endless void of the universe. The spatial rift they tore should have its original destination, which is within the territory of the first universe. Those two old fellows clearly wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. They hid from the experts of the other factions and wanted to capture this young master alone. It's a pity that a small chance of an accident happened in the Void Fissure, which actually moved Starfield to the second universe. As for this, the two old guys should have already noticed something. The eyebrow-less ugly ghost that the old bastard John 2 invited is most likely a powerful person in the universe who is good at this. He should be able to deduce the new endpoint of the Void Passage after a small probability of mishap. If that's really the case, the two old fogies should be on their way here right now. They might even arrive soon. After all, the wild starship had been stuck in this spatial crack for quite some time. It had been close to 10 days. From the Heavenly War Empire to the domain of the Buried Falling Star region, to the second universe through the natural wormhole in the depths of the domain of the Buried Falling Star region, and then to determine the final location. The whole process will take about a dozen days. When he thought up to here, a bright light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and a wisp of coldness faintly flashed through them. No matter how good Yi Xian's temper was, he was still slightly infuriated when he thought up to here. Then, Yi Xian remembered the blood-red handprint that was left on the wild starship's hull. This was clearly a mark that Jean 2 and the eyebrow-less ugly ghost had used to determine his exact location. No matter what, he could not leave it behind. However, this was a mark left behind by a powerful person in the 15th realm after all. Yi Xian was not confident that he could erase it. In the end, after he tried, the result made his jaw drop. After Yi Xian gave the command to the core of the wild starship, the blood-red handprint was erased in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. The entire wild starship was formed by countless micromolecules derived from a world bug. Following Yi Xian's command, the core of the world bug simply discarded the small area of the ship where the blood-red handprint was imprinted. Like a gecko cutting off its tail, the problem was solved. In the blink of an eye, a piece of the ship that was a meter wide and a foot thick separated from the wild starship and fell into the depths of the void, disappearing quickly. Although this dangerous void called the Blood Void Underworld was indeed suitable for imprinting his interstellar coordinates in the second universe, just like the black hole of life in the first universe and the Death Star vortex in the third universe, the exit of the void crack was here. That old bastard John 2 and the eyebrow-less ugly ghost should have already deduced this point. In other words, this place was already exposed and would become the focus of the enemy. Furthermore, the small piece of the wild starship that was formed by the micromolecules of the world bug that was completely dead had also fallen into the depths of the void. The blood-red handprint was still on it, and most likely, it still had the function of guiding the direction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal interstellar coordinates in the second universe was not suitable to be imprinted here. After considering all this, Yi Xian did not stay any longer. He stepped out of the wild starship and waved his hand to keep it into his undying world. Finally, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. After activating the concealment array, he activated the shuttle and turned it into an invisible arrow that shot into the distance. This time, coming to the second universe by a freak combination of factors was a stroke of luck for Yi Xian. He originally planned to immediately find some time to rush to the second universe after dealing with the troublesome matter in the Heavenly War Empire. He did not expect to unexpectedly fulfill his wish in this way. There were 3 reasons why he wanted to come to the second universe. First, to find a suitable place in the second universe to imprint his personal interstellar coordinates. He had already imprinted a personal interstellar space in the first and third universes, so he only needed to imprint one in the second universe. Then, in the future, once he activated the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title, Yi Xian would be able to perform a planar jump between the 3 universes with just a thought, unimpeded. Second, the ancient tortoise shell that contained the incomplete Dongshu scripture, the purplish warbler, was obtained from the abyssal tortoise's sea in the second universe. No matter what, Yi Xian had to personally go there to search and find it. Furthermore, it would not be a short time because the Dongshu scripture was too important to him. The abyssal tortoise's sea was an entire star field. Yi Xian could not just take a quick look around and leave. Therefore, this time, he might stay in the second universe for a while. Third, the various races of the second universe were basically beasts and birds with a bloodline of primordial creatures. Previously, Yi Xian had eaten the roasted wings of the Inji clan and the roasted beef kettle of the barbarian bull clan. Putting aside the excellent taste, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of these powerful races had an extremely strong effect on his physical body's evolution. It could be used in medicine and concocted into the next gene fluid. Although Yi Xian had already concocted a level 11 gene fluid, he would be able to consume it when his physical body reached the 10th realm, the peak of level 9 Grotto Heaven, and enter the 11th realm, the Mystic Light Realm. Chapter 3395. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The second nine-eyed golden crystalline view of the above 3 goals, Yi Xian felt that it was necessary for him to create a new identity. First of all, the identity of young Master Linghu could not be used in the second universe. Once people found out that young Master Linghu was in the second universe, the entire universe would be turned upside down. As for the identity of Prince Xian, he could not use it here either. This was because in order to concoct the level 12 liquid, he would definitely hunt down the races in the second universe whose flesh and blood were of great use and could be used to make medicine. Prince Xian was the bloodline-plucking prince of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. Naturally, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would it cause internal strife between the races in the second universe and the humans in the third universe, but Prince Xian's reputation would also be damaged. After thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that he should come up with a full identity in the second universe. It would be best if he was not a human, but a member of one of the native races in the second universe. As for which race to choose, he was not in a hurry. After all, there were many races in the second universe. Not only were there races in the Federation, but there were also races that had not joined the Wanluo Federation. There were too many choices. After confirming the general direction, Yi Xian began to think about his next step. Of the 3 goals of coming to the second universe, the first one was not in a hurry to imprint his interstellar coordinates. After all, he would not stay here for a day or 2. He could just imprint it when he found a suitable place. For the last 2 purposes, concocting a level 12 liquid wasn't something that could be completed in a day or 2. All sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare ores were required. Yi Xian's previous harvest from the bamboo pole was basically complete. He had just entered the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven realm, and had not used the level 11 liquid in his hands. He could slowly study the concoction of the level 12 liquid. After considering this, Yi Xian decided to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea first. That was a vast starfield. Looking for the ancient turtle shell was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would definitely take a long time. The sooner he went, the better. However, there was a very serious problem that needed to be solved. In the second universe, the competition between the races in the Federation was actually very fierce. The humans in the third universe were a whole, and there was still endless killing between them. The second universe was owned by the various races of the Federation, and a large number of different races lived there. Naturally, the situation was even more so. Moreover, these alien races basically had the blood of ancient ferocious birds and ferocious beasts running through their veins. They were naturally aggressive. Therefore, in the second universe, killing was everywhere. If one was not strong enough, it would be almost impossible to move around here. Yi Xian wanted to enter the sea of hellish turtles. Moreover, he wasn't going to find a secluded place to enter seclusion. Instead, he needed to walk around and explore this place in search of other ancient turtle shells. Then, he was destined to meet a large number of elites from the second universe. If he did not have a powerful means, he was afraid he would only be bullied. Unfortunately, the various powerful techniques he had at his disposal had all been exposed. They were either exposed as Prince Xian or as young Master Linghu. He couldn't use them casually. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. In terms of magical powers, the Fallen Sky Bow, Dark and Dark Vision, Spiritual Lightning Technique, and so on are all too obvious. I can't use them anymore. As for magical treasures, the Rai-Di Seal, Shunnong Cauldron, Wild Starship, and even the Dongshu Shuttle, Withered Demon Bloodblade, Undying Glass Armor, and so on are all too obvious. Similarly, I can't use them anymore. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seems that there are no magical treasures or magical powers to use at all. Wouldn't it be difficult for me to move around in the second universe? Either I can't move around, or my identity will be exposed and I will become the enemy of the whole world. This is really f***ed up. Oh right. While smiling bitterly, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. In an instant, it was as if he had been enlightened. He raised his hand and patted the back of his head, saying, "How could I forget about the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals? If there's no other way, I'll just have to swallow another one and obtain a new magical power. It's just nice that I can use it in the second universe. Furthermore, I've already reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. I don't have enough divine abilities on hand. It's time for me to devour the second nine-eyed golden crystal and obtain a new primordial divine ability." Back in the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yi Xian had obtained countless multi-eyed sense crystals. Among them, there were 108 nine-eyed golden crystals that contained the primordial inheritance. Of these 108 nine-eyed golden crystals, he had only used one and obtained the Fallen Sky Bow from it. Now that the time was right, he had to use the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't arrived at the Nether Turtle Sea yet, Yi Xian activated the Void Cave Shuttle to its self-propelled model. Then, he took out a small spatial box from the undying world within his body. Inside was a 9-pupil golden crystal. All the 9-eyed golden crystals looked the same on the surface. There was no way to know what kind of magical power they contained, so he randomly picked one. As he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal from the small space box and threw it to the devouring system, the familiar system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained one 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade: 9-eyed level 9. Quality: normal 9-eyed. Attribute: spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start absorbing it immediately? Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb it immediately. Then, he sat cross-legged on the floor of the Dongshu Shuttle's main cabin and closed his eyes to focus, entering a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything. The system's notification rang, and the process of absorbing the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal began. Very quickly, traces of dark green spirit source energy were sent into Yi Xian's mind like silk being peeled from a cocoon, automatically entering the purple spirit source core above his sea of consciousness. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yi Xian, who had sunk into it, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorption complete. You have obtained the primordial mystique, Netherworld Claw. Netherworld Claw? When he heard these 3 words, Yi Xian was stunned. Why did it sound like a kind of demonic mystique? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had been sent in by the devouring system. When he returned to his senses, he saw the situation in the sky above his mind. In the central region, the Rai-Di Seal and the Shunnong Cauldron each occupied one side. In the sky above his mind, there were originally 4 treasures in each side, but now there were 5. Their positions were slightly shifted, obviously to make space for newcomers. There was a spiritual origin core, a void essence crystal, a black gold dragon scale, a small golden bow, and a dark green withered claw. This dark green withered claw was the imprint of the primordial mystique, the netherworld claw, that Yi Xian had obtained from the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Chapter 3396. Heaven-defying netherworld claw. This time, Yi Xian was indeed quite disappointed. Because this dark green claw looked thin and unremarkable, like a broken bird's claw. It probably didn't have much power. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately felt depressed. He sighed and accepted his fate as he extended a strand of his divine sense. Soon, he touched the dark green withered claw that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out without any warning. It was like a thunderclap in a drought, instantly causing Yi Xian's consciousness to be shaken to the point that he almost fell asleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yi Xian's consciousness shook slightly. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the environment around him had completely changed. It was no longer his knowledge sea, but a vast and boundless void. Looking at this strange and vast starry sky, he was not surprised at all. This void was still filled with an ancient and endless aura, which was surprisingly similar to the void where he saw the giant tortoise when he cultivated the Dongshu scripture fragment and the giant golden star dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestor dragon blood and saw the giant golden star dragon. It was the image of the battle in the desolate era. Screech. Roar. Roar. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. He had long been accustomed to all this. Without the slightest panic, he adjusted his state of mind and treated it as if he was watching an extremely realistic holographic movie. This star field full of ancient aura soon became lively. All kinds of sounds filled the air. There were fierce roars full of violent auras, and roars full of the power to swallow the void. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, at the end of the endless and distant void, he saw an extremely tragic battle. The entire boundless void of stars was the battlefield. In this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that couldn't be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless void of the Milky Way, Yi Xian could still clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. Xiao! Just as Yi Xian was in shock, a high-pitched shriek rang out, and a dazzling dark green light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield ahead. A dark green claw print that was withered like a ghost's claw shot out violently with a speed that practically surpassed space. It instantly charged towards the end of the boundless expanse of space, and it obliterated everything along the way. Even space itself was slashed into two. In the end, it split the Cyan Heaven Eye at the back of the enemy's camp into two. A single claw actually tore apart the existence that seemed to be the primordial heavenly Tao's giant eye. Even Yi Xian was taken aback by this display of power that surpassed even the heavens' fall bow. In the next moment, he reflexively looked in the direction of the dark green claw, and happened to see a figure flash through the void. It was like a ghost. Then, the image of the inheritance disappeared and Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of the system beep in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body's qi and blood boundary has been raised. Current boundary. Grotto Heaven Level 2. Although the nine-eyed golden crystal contained a mysterious energy that was extremely beneficial to one's mind source core, this energy was also beneficial to a starry sky martialist's cultivation base and physical body evolution. However, Yi Xian's mind source core had recently undergone a metamorphosis and evolved to level 7. Therefore, just absorbing the mysterious energy contained within the nine-eyed golden crystal hadn't been enough to raise the grade of his source core again. However, although the power of his body's vital energy and blood had only received a small benefit, it had unexpectedly broken through a small level and advanced to the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Level 2. This had surprised Yi Xian quite a bit. This could be considered a small surprise. Compared to this small surprise, the power of the underworld claw, which looked like a broken bird's claw, was no different from a huge surprise. Yi Xian still felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen on the image of the mystic ability inheritance. The dark green withered bird claw actually cut the heavenly Tao green eye, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao, into two? That was really impressive, big bro. If the fallen sky bow was called a heaven-destroying item, then this broken bird's claw was clearly heaven-defying. Even the sky path's green eye had been split in half. This was clearly heaven-defying. Yi Xian had seen a corner of the primordial war from the inheritance of the void cave technique and the heaven-falling bow. At the very least, he knew that the primordial yaksha had once drawn his bow and shot, annihilating a large portion of the primordial heavens. However, he was completely unaware of the subsequent developments of this unprecedented war. For example, he didn't know how the supreme beings of the two camps had fought in the end. He also didn't know why the headless infant corpse camp had been defeated, what had happened after the defeat, why the corpses of the headless infant corpse camp had all been thrown into the primordial cage, and why the victorious camp had ultimately disappeared into the long river of history. Everything was like a huge mystery that lingered in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Every time he thought about it, he would always be fascinated. This time, through the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw, although he didn't solve all the mysteries, at least he knew a little more than what he had seen before. At the very least, he knew that in the headless infant corpse's camp, there was once a dark green figure that looked like a ghost. It had once stretched out its claws towards the back of the enemy camp and actually cut the commander of the enemy camp, the Heavenly Tao Green Eye that was suspected to be the clone of the primordial Heavenly Tao, into two. No matter what, with the terrifying power of the Netherworld Claw, it's definitely enough for me to roam freely in the second universe. Even the primordial Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, which is suspected to be the primordial Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, was split in half. Even with my current cultivation level, it's still not enough to display the full power of this primordial divine skill. I don't need the help of other divine skills or secret methods to travel in the second universe. Just this move alone is enough. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Subsequently, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he frowned as he continued. However, the figure that executed the nether claw in the inheritance scene was too fleeting. It was like a ghost, and I was utterly unable to see its appearance clearly. If I want to use the netherworld claw to travel in the second universe, it's best to reveal myself as the bloodline of this divine skill inheritance. Only then will I not attract suspicion. Chapter 3397. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, the ancestor of the Een Demon Clan now, the data database of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was far from what it used to be. After successfully completing 2 system competitive missions in succession, the total amount of information stored in the devouring system's data database could be said to have increased explosively. It was several times richer than before. Yi Xian had previously discovered that the information in the devouring system's data database would only be updated when the host came into contact with a new substance. Every system host had different experiences, and the materials they had come into contact with were also different. Although most of them were similar, there were some that did not overlap. And even for those that were similar, different systems would obtain different data and information. Therefore, when the data database of Fairy Een Xia and Xiaoyao Zi was replicated and updated by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body, the amount of data grasped by Yi Xian had greatly increased. Previously, even in the data database of the system in Yi Xian's body, there was no information about the Netherworld clan. However, after combining the data databases of the 3 systems, there was finally some information about the Netherworld clan. Although it was still not much, it was enough for Yi Xian to have a general understanding of the so-called Netherworld clan. What he did not expect was that the Netherworld clan was actually the ancestor of the Een Demon clan, a non-federal federation clan in the second universe. This made Yi Xian immediately think of Ling Huju. Ling Huju had not long ago returned to the Heavenly War Empire under the immortal dynasty of the Human Clan Science and Technology Camp in the third universe. He had colluded with the Barbarian Bull clan and the Een Demon clan. Although this matter was later left unsettled, the Barbarian Bull clan disassociated themselves, saying that they were used by Ling Huju and had nothing to do with the Een Demon clan. However, during the exploration of the King of Medicine's remains, Ling Huju joined forces with the Een Demon clan and finally took away the green jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the King of Medicine. Since then, he had completely disappeared and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, he should have returned to the second universe. Perhaps he was in the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. The green jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the Medicine King was indeed in the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan. Right now, it was being studied by the clan leader and a group of elders. However, the jade ruler was not brought back by Ling Huju to the Een Demon clan. That guy had died long ago. It was the elder of the Een demon clan, Een Chi, who disguised himself and took the Cyan Jade ruler back to the second universe. Since I've come to the second universe, I should settle my grudges with Ling Hu Ju. This guy is a descendant of the Ling Hu clan, yet he colluded with the second universe's Een demon clan. This is truly a disgrace to the Ling Hu clan. After all, this young master has accepted a favor from the Ling Hu clan and used their name. Moreover, Mr. Hu has brought the other members of the Ling Hu clan to seek refuge in Triumph City. They can be considered one of us. No matter how you look at it, this young master has the obligation to clean up the clan. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but burst out with a cold light. What's more, when we were exploring the Medicine King's remains, Ling Hu Ju threw an undying and imperishable pearl into the farmer god cauldron. That's this young master's treasure from the desolate era. It's not a garbage dump. How can anyone throw something away as they wish? That undying and imperishable pearl was provided by the Een demon clan. This matter, the Een demon clan also has an unshirkable responsibility. What's more, long before this young master, the ancient Medicine King was the previous owner of the farmer god cauldron. Speaking of which, he can be considered this young master's senior brother. Since that's the case, how can this young master ignore the fact that senior brother's inheritance has fallen into the hands of the Een demon clan? It doesn't make sense at all. In a sense, now that this young master has obtained the inheritance of the Netherclaw, I'm basically the successor of the Netherworld clan. This clan is the beginning of the Een demon clan in the second universe. In other words, this young master's identity is now the ancestor of the Een demon clan. My descendants are unfilial. As the ancestor, I naturally have to teach them a lesson and teach them how to conduct themselves and how to be this ancestor's grandson. In the end, Yi Xian felt that this was indeed the case and immediately became excited. In that case, it was obvious that he had to go to the Een demon clan. Moreover, this time, he was going to show off his ancestry. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. However, before he went, in addition to mastering the Netherclaw, he also had to change his appearance. At the very least, in terms of appearance, he had to be extremely similar to the legendary Netherworld clan. In this way, coupled with the fact that he could use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, his identity would not arouse suspicion. After all, the Een demon clan was an entire clan. If he went there alone, it would be somewhat dangerous. Of course, even if he went there as a member of the Netherworld clan, it was difficult to guarantee that there wouldn't be any trouble. After all, if an ancestor suddenly fell from the sky and wanted to sit on his neck and act like a tyrant, no one would be willing to do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had confidence in the power of the Netherworld Claw. In addition, if it really didn't work out, he still had other means. At the very least, there was absolutely no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, after some consideration, this matter was settled. Yi Xian decided that his first stop in the second universe was to go to the Een demon clan. After dealing with this clan, he would go to the Netherworld Turtle Sea. He actually had other considerations in mind. After all, the Netherworld Turtle Sea was too vast. It was an entire star domain. It was a little too difficult for Yi Xian alone to explore there and find clues to the ancient tortoiseshell. If he could subdue the entire Een demon clan before this and use the clan's power to do things for him, then his efficiency would be greatly increased. The probability of finding the ancient tortoiseshell would also be higher. Soon, Yi Xian focused again. His divine sense touched the dark green withered claw in the sky above his knowledge sea, and a wave of cold Een energy instantly surged out. He wasn't in a hurry to change. Instead, he carefully pondered the mysteries within, like an old monk in meditation. After a full half a day, Yi Xian's form began to change. From a body of flesh and blood, he transformed into a body of energy that emitted a cold and obscure aura. This was the aura of the fleeting figure he saw in the picture of the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Since then, he finally figured out the characteristics of the Netherworld clan's form. After a short while, the drifting and nimble cold energy transformed again, taking the form of a human. However, it was no longer young Master Ling Hu's appearance. Instead, it had taken the form of a pale-faced, skinny young man with a pair of triangular eyes. He gave off the appearance of a scheming young man, and his entire body was emitting an extremely cold feeling. Xiao! Suddenly, this cold young man raised his hand and waved. Thousands of miles away, a meteor whistling past suddenly split into two. A dark green withered claw flashed through the void. Chapter 3398. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Evil weapon lustful smoke net. The Een Demon clan lived in a cold place in the western star region of the second universe. It was located in the deepest part of this cold place, and its name was the Een Nest. Because the Een Demon clan was not a clan of the Federation, and because the members of this clan had always been sinister and evil, they were not well liked among the clans of the second universe. Not to mention the clans of the Federation, even the clans of the Federation did not like to interact with the Een Demon clan. Therefore, the Een Nest where the Een clan lived was basically lonely all year round. Very few strong figures could be seen. At most, one would occasionally see one or two ghostly figures drifting by. These were all the members of the Een Demon clan. After changing his form, Yi Xian even put away the Dongshu shuttle and did not hide his body anymore. Just like that, he used the appearance of a cold human male to cross the void of the second universe with his physical body and quickly rushed to the western star region where the Een Demon clan's Een Nest was located. Along the way, he occasionally gave orders to the devouring system in his body to activate the attached star communication system and connect to the star networks of the clans of the second universe along the way to obtain some information. Basically, all the clans of the second universe had joined the Wan Luo Federation. Therefore, the clans of the second universe had introduced and used the human race's technology. This could be seen from the fact that the strong clans of the second universe all had their own small private battleships and military fleets. However, the clans of the second universe's federation could not compare to the human race in terms of the use of the human race's technology and elements. Although their administrative planets also had star networks and even had the star superbrain as the central hub of the star network, they were all the most ordinary and low-level goods. This level of star network was simply unable to stop the invasion of Yi Xian's personal star communication system. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He could easily obtain any information he needed. Moreover, it was done so flawlessly that not a single trace of it could be found. Yi Xian quickly understood the aftermath of the chaos that had happened in the heavenly star region of the third universe's heavenly war empire. Basically, it was similar to what he had predicted and did not attract too much attention from Yi Xian. The only thing that shocked him was the second outbreak of the universe zombies. This time, it was even more serious than the last time. The inexplicable appearance of the universe zombies had actually broken through the administrative planet and spread out in the boundless space of the universe. The planet that Tuoba Linfeng had first massacred had now exploded, causing a huge commotion in the human race and even in the three universes. Just like that, an entire administrative planet was silently massacred. No one was left alive. All the creatures were either torn to pieces, their limbs and flesh scattered all over the surface of the planet, or turned into terrifying cosmic zombies. Some of them were still wandering inside the stars, but some had the ability to fly and rushed into the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. They had already spread out and their footprints had covered a small area of the star sector. Strange, looking at the situation, this time the zombie crisis in the universe clearly started from this star, but this place is so far away from the heavenly war empire where the zombie crisis first broke out, this doesn't make sense. Analyzing this information, Yi Xian's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. And at that time, the zombie crisis in the heavenly war empire was indeed resolved. The 4 zombie kings were all dead. When this young master left, although there were still some low-level zombies, how could the joint fleet of the Immortal Dynasty and the Heavenly War Empire not be able to deal with those low-level zombies? They actually let the fish escape the net? This is not possible. Faintly, Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something extremely important. But after thinking hard, there was no result at all. In desperation, he could only temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he was in the second universe, it was impossible for him to return to the human race in a short time. He wanted to intervene and explore the matter there, but he was powerless. What's more, the second zombie outbreak was no longer a secret. With the power of the entire Immortal Dynasty suppressing it, there should not be any problems. Taking a step back, if the entire Immortal Dynasty could not suppress it, with his own power, even if he returned to the third universe of the human race now, what could he do? Thinking like this, Yi Xian quickly stopped thinking about this matter. Maybe when he returned to the third universe of the human race soon, this outbreak of the universe zombie crisis would have been completely suppressed. Who knows? In addition to this news, there was another piece of news that also caught Yi Xian's attention, which made him quite interested. And the location of this news was not in the third universe, but in the second universe. A legendary evil weapon at the level of a primordial treasure was about to be born. This evil weapon was called Yenluo. It was said that Yenluo was a mysterious pink silk cloth that was only a foot in size. This treasure was woven from an unknown material, and it was impervious to water and fire. And there were some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk cloth. They were all primordial existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by this treasure. It was said that after refining this treasure, there was a chance to shape the soul of the ancient demon that was sealed in the silk cloth, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense, so that it could reappear in the human world and be ready to serve. This treasure was one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. It was a legendary treasure in later generations, and countless strong people in the starry sky were scrambling for it. What made Yi Xian speechless was that according to the rumor, the place where Yenluo was born this time happened to be the Sea of Hades turtles that he was about to go to later. Not long ago, some strong people in the starry sky saw a strange phenomenon in a corner of the Sea of Hades turtles. In a beam of light that rose into the sky, there was a silk cloth fluttering in the wind. But soon, the light beam stopped and disappeared. These strong people in the starry sky went back and looked up a lot of information. In the end, they confirmed that the silk cloth was very similar to the Yenluo, one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. No one doubted it. Because recently, many primordial treasures had appeared in the world. The Shenong giant cauldron that young Master Linghu obtained was a primordial treasure. In addition, Fairy Yin Xia's soul-entangling chain, Xiaoyao Zi's red blood chop, and barrier breaker boots were all primordial treasures, and they had never been heard of before. Obviously, they suddenly appeared in a mysterious area and were obtained by Xiaoyao Zi and Fairy Yin Xia. Including the demon dust woman's zither of hatred and the fallen demon son's Qi demon flag, they had all appeared recently. It could be said that it was the zither of hatred and other primordial treasures that created the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, including young Master Linghu, who was known as a peerless genius. If it wasn't for the Shenong giant cauldron, he would have died long ago. He wouldn't be able to become a peerless figure like he was now, and his name could shake the 3 universes. Chapter 3399. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The ancestor was overjoyed. Obviously, as the news of the primordial treasure Yenluo appearing in the Abyss Turtle Sea spread, all the big and small forces in the 3 universes would be alarmed. Who didn't hope for a young genius to appear in their clan that could compete with the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan or even the 2 peerless geniuses? Without a doubt, the Abyss Turtle Sea would soon become lively. In addition to the experts of various races in the 2nd universe, the experts from the 3rd universe's human clan, the overlord of the 1st universe's Tianji clan, and their servants would gather to fight for this primordial treasure Yenluo. This made Yi Xian somewhat speechless, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he thought that after he left Universe 3, he had jumped out of the center of the whirlpool where the wind and clouds were surging. He didn't expect that even though he ran away, the whirlpool of wind and clouds seemed to have eyes and actually chased after him to Universe 2. It was really depressing. Yi Xian wasn't interested in this so-called Yenluo. It wasn't like he didn't have any primordial treasures or even primordial treasures in his hands, so he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. In addition, this Yenluo was an evil weapon, and it was in the form of a silk. It was obvious at a glance that it was a woman's item, so he was even less interested in it. But even so, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the battle for the treasure this time. Because it was impossible for Yi Xian not to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea. Although he was going there to search for clues about the void dimension technique and try to find other ancient turtle shells, others didn't know and would definitely regard him as a competitor for the primordial treasure Yenluo. When the time came, there would definitely be a fight. It seems that I have to go even if I don't want to. Soon, the Abyss Turtle Sea will be turbulent, and all the major forces in the 3 universes will gather. This is really troublesome. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yi Xian became even more determined to head to the Yin Demon clan and subdue them under his command. If that's the case, then this young master won't be able to do it alone. Some powers will see me as a soft persimmon that they want to pinch at will. If I'm forced into a corner, it's inevitable that my identity will be exposed. Only by taking the Yin Devil clan under my command and leading them to move out in full strength would they be considered a force. Then, there would be fewer existences who would dare to provoke us. Naturally, there would be fewer troubles. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and his speed unknowingly increased by a large margin. Not far ahead was the western star field of the second universe. The Een demon clan's ancestral land, the Een nest, was in the depths of this star field. They were almost at their destination. The Een nest was actually a place similar to the void mystic realm. This was a starry sky-level cold place. It was similar to a black hole with a fixed entrance. After entering it, one would find themselves in a dark and cold world that was different from the outer space. This Een nest emitted cold, evil, and filthy aura all year round, which affected a part of the void. Therefore, this small star area around the Een nest was filled with Een chi. In this vast area, there was not a single life planet. Therefore, no starry sky experts would come to this star area. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Almost all of it was cold Een chi. Why would they come here? As for everything inside the Een nest, except for the members of the Een demon clan, the outside world basically didn't know. This clan was too mysterious and didn't like to communicate with the outside world. Everything about this clan was basically a blank slate to the other races. There weren't many members of the Een demon clan. There were only slightly more than 10,000 of them. Over the countless years, they had maintained this number. The members of this clan didn't reproduce through bloodline. All the members of the Een demon clan were born from the Een pool in the depths of the Een nest. The Een pool was a forbidden area in the Een nest of the Een demon clan's ancestral land. Except for the patriarch and the 9 elders, no one was allowed to approach it. The patriarch's name was Een Emperor. It was said that his cultivation base had reached the 15th great realm. He was an almighty expert of the universe. However, Een Emperor had entered the Een pool to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago. He wanted to break through his bloodline and become a member of the Netherworld clan. Moreover, it was a seclusion where he couldn't come out unless he succeeded. Therefore, for the past hundreds of years, the Een demon clan was basically controlled by the 9 elders. The 9 elders were called Een 1, Een 2, Een San, until Een Jiao. The Een Chi who colluded with Ling Hu Ju and went to the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire and brought back the Green Jade ruler that recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King was actually just a clone of the Een demon clan's old Een Chi. Een Chi's original body was the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. Among the 9 elders of the Een demon clan, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu were the 13th great realm, the Genesis Realm. Een 1, Een 2, and Een San were the 14th great realm, the Cosmic Realm. The 9 elders weren't all in the clan. The 3 elders of the first grade, Een E and Een San, had left many years ago and weren't in the clan right now. The 3 elders of the second grade, Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu, were either in seclusion to break through or outside. They were also not in the clan. For the past 100 years, the entire Een demon clan was jointly controlled by the 3 elders of the third grade, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao. In other words, Yi Xian had to face more than 10,000 Een demon clansmen and 3 elders of the third grade who were in the 12th great realm, the Void Realm, when he came to the Een demon clan this time. As long as he didn't make too big of a commotion, the clan leader and the other 2 elders of the second grade who were in seclusion wouldn't be alarmed. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know this. He didn't even know the structure of the Een demon clan's clansmen, nor did he know that the clan leader, Een Emperor, was a supreme expert of the universe in the 15th great realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to come to his door and call him his grandsons. Moreover, he would be calling him a nest of grandsons. Of course, this feeling was very good. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was floating. He had already decided that in the future, he would definitely look around and see if there were any descendants of the desolate ancient Yaksha clan in the Federation of the Second Universe. If there were, he could go and find a nest of grandsons. As for the Enji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, and the other top 10 clans of the Second Universe, they basically all had the desolate ancient bloodline. Yi Xian reckoned that he would definitely be able to find a corresponding ancestor's inheritance among the 106 9-pupil golden crystals in his possession. When he obtained the inheritance, he planned to go and find a nest of grandsons. These kinds of disciples and granddisciples were free anyway, so the more the better. In any case, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. When needed, he could use them as cannon fodder. Of course, everything had to start from the Een demon clan. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xian soon arrived at the western star field of the second universe where the cold aura was at its peak. He stood in the void outside the entrance of the Een nest and roared, "Disciples and granddisciples of the Een demon clan, your ancestor has arrived." all grandsons come out and quickly welcome him. Pooh! Chapter 3400. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin suppressing the disobedient descendant, Puff. In the depths of the Een nest, Elder Een Chi spat out the tea he just drank, and his old face turned black. Then he roared, "Damn it, where did this reckless guy come from? How dare he come to the ancestral land of the Een demon clan to make a ruckus? Calling him a disciple and a disciple. How annoying! I must tear him apart." Before he finished speaking, Een Chi had already leaped up, followed by a group of trusted subordinates, and rushed to the exit of the Een nest in the ancestral land. This scene fell into the senses of the two elders, Een Ba and Een Jiao. They were originally furious, but at this moment, they suppressed the impulse in their hearts and didn't move. On the one hand, these three elders who were currently in power in the clan only seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other. Since Een Chi had already taken action, the other two were not interested in going. On the other hand, it was just a reckless little thief who came to seek death. The three elders of the Een demon clan were giving him too much face by taking action at the same time. After a short while, Een Chi led a group of trusted subordinates behind him, a total of more than 100 clansmen of the Een demon clan, out of the Een nest's entrance and exit. Their figures floated in the void, and they pointed at Yi Xian angrily. They roared angrily, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you come to my Een demon clan to seek death? Quickly kneel and come forward, and I will leave you a complete corpse." At this time, Yi Xian had the appearance of a young human, with triangular eyes, a cold aura, and a pale face. Een Chi thought this was a little troublemaker from the human clan, so he didn't take it seriously. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. "How dare you, the ancestor is here, how dare you, an unfilial descendant, do this? You are simply disobedient and unfilial. I must suppress you today." Yi Xian felt great in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He suddenly sank, and at the same time he shouted. His shoulders slightly shook, and in an instant, he turned into a dark green mist that was faintly discernible to the soul. It was exactly the appearance of the figure he saw in the Netherworld Claw's inheritance. Although it had the shape of a human, it was obvious that it was not a physical body. Its entire body was covered in a thick dark green fog, and its face could be vaguely seen. Its eyes were also emitting two dark green lights that seemed to have substance. At the same time, an incomparably cold aura gushed out from Yi Xian's body. It was the effect of activating the dark green Hades claw that was hovering above his sea of consciousness. Nether body? This is impossible. On the opposite side, Een Chi's face instantly turned green, and he was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was too great, and even his words were stuttering. The more than 100 trusted subordinates behind him were instantly petrified. As members of the Een demon clan, they could naturally recognize the nether body. This was because there was a faint trace of the nether bloodline flowing in their bodies. At this moment, they did not even need to look at it. The vague feeling and suppression of the bloodline allowed them to understand it in their hearts. In fact, the reason why the patriarch of the Een demon clan, Een Emperor, entered the forbidden area of the Een pool in the ancestral land's Een nest to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago, was to seek a breakthrough and return his bloodline to its ancestral roots. From there, he could obtain some kind of powerful bloodline ability in the legends of the Nether clan. However, before the patriarch Een Emperor had succeeded in cultivating in seclusion, a pure Nether clan member had already appeared in front of them. This aura was definitely not wrong. The vague feeling and suppression at the bloodline level could not be faked. This person in front of them was indeed a pure Nether clan member. However, wasn't the legendary Nether clan already extinct in the later stages of the primordial era? They only left behind a mixed blood descendant, which was the current Een demon clan. The aura of the Nether clan member in front of them was incomparably pure. He was not a mixed blood at all. Where exactly did he come from? Een Chi was confused as this question was tangled in his mind. When he thought about how, in a certain sense, this person in front of him was really his ancestor, he suddenly felt as if he was in a mess. It was inevitable for anyone who encountered this kind of situation. A stranger suddenly appeared, and you could be sure that he was your ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? Before he could sort out the doubts in his heart, Yi Xian spoke again. This young master was born in the later stages of the primordial era. At that time, I was still young and coincidentally met with the arrival of the Great Tribulation. I was sealed in an innately cold place by my father. I was finally born recently, but I was shocked to hear that my clan had already been annihilated in the long river of history. I was originally disheartened. Fortunately, I was shocked to hear that there was still a mixed-blood descendant with an impure bloodline that had been passed down to this day. I came here with a little consolation. Originally, I wanted to recognize a group of disciples and grand-disciples. At the very least, I wanted to pass down the bloodline ability of my nether clan. I didn't expect you to be such a group of rebellious descendants. When you saw your ancestor, you actually wanted to kill me. This young master is truly bitterly disappointed. Forget it, forget it. In the end, you're just a bunch of mixed-blood descendants with impure bloodlines. This young master is indeed too stubborn about this matter. It seems that the bloodline ability of my nether clan, the nether claw that once cut the heavenly Tao's green eye into two during the primordial era, will be completely severed from now on. When this young master passes away, this ability will become the last song of the starry sky. At the end of his speech, Yi Xian seemed to have some thoughts. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He raised his hand slightly and waved it gently. Swish! Rumble! A peerlessly sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded. Subsequently, in a space 5,000 kilometers away, a small star that was like a shooting star was strangely slashed by a strand of invisible netherworld energy, and it was split into two. Oh my god! Nether! Nether claw? Seeing this scene, Yin Chi was so scared that he almost sat down in the air. The expression on his face changed wildly once again, and a trace of boundless joy could be vaguely seen. This kind of ability was the most powerful ability of the Nether clan's bloodline. Now that Yi Xian had displayed it in front of everyone, its power was exactly the same as in the rumors. Moreover, this person actually knew the secret of the Yin Demon clan's teachings. It was recorded in the teachings that their clan's ancestor, the clan emperor of the Nether clan, had made a remarkable achievement during the primordial era. Once the Nether claw was used, even the heavenly Tao's green eye of the primordial era's will of the heavenly Tao was cut in half. Apart from a group of elders and the clan leader, even the clansmen didn't know about this. Since this person could say it, there was no doubt about his identity. Moreover, from what he said, this person was actually the youngest son of the clan emperor of the Nether clan. He was sealed in an innately cold place and had only been born now. His origins were truly extraordinary. He had pierced through the heavens. Even if the clan leader, the Yin emperor, was here, he would immediately prostrate himself on the ground. Although the other party's words weren't pleasant to the ears and kept calling him a mixed blood, it was still understandable that he was an ancestor who had just been born and didn't know the ways of the world. More importantly, what did the ancestor just say? That he wanted to pass down the Nether clan's bloodline ability? What the F***ck? This was enough. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 3401. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Boundless Longevity, plop. Ancestor, long live the boundless longevity. This unfilial descendant, Yin Chi, has been disrespectful just now. Please punish me, ancestor. Yin Chi eventually knelt down. Although they were in the void and the bodies of the Yin demons weren't solid, there shouldn't be any sound when they knelt down. However, in order to show the effect, as he knelt down, he purposely transformed a piece of hemp stone under his knees, making it bumpy. Moreover, even his legs turned into flesh and blood in the instant before he knelt down. As he knelt down heavily, his knees knocked against the bumpy green rock, making a heavy plop sound. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel his scalp tighten when he heard it. This old fellow was really not an ordinary retard. He was too easy to trick. Although he thought so, Yi Xian didn't show it on his face. His figure flashed, and he returned to his human form. He waved his hand and said slowly, that's more like it. That's my good grandson. When I'm going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, I'll definitely choose the most pleasing person. Now, it seems that it's most likely you. Rise. Plop. Plop. It would have been fine if he didn't say that, but once he said that, the 100 or so Yin demon clansmen behind Yin Chi all knelt down. Moreover, they all followed Yin Chi's example and materialized the flesh on their legs, transforming into a large bumpy bluestone under their knees. When they knelt down like this, a series of plop sounds rang out, causing even Yi Xian to be caught off guard. There were even a few more vicious fellows. The large blue stone that appeared under their feet was not only full of potholes, but also densely packed with sharp spikes. When they knelt down, their brittle heads would be pierced by the spikes, and blood would flow out. After all, their legs had turned into flesh and blood. What should bleed would still bleed. It seemed that what he said before he rose was effective. When he was going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, he would definitely choose the most pleasing person to pass on to. In other words, everyone was equal and had a chance. These fellows were all envious. They were trying their best to show off. Regarding this point, Elder In-chi was also well aware of it. He immediately glared at those guys whose knees were bleeding. He had already secretly prepared to kill them. Damn it, they actually dared to snatch the fortune from Master. They clearly didn't want to live anymore. You guys, who the hell are you? Are you retarded? Yi Xian's expression darkened, and he scolded on the spot. Kneeling and kowtowing is a gesture of sincerity. What's the point of doing this? All of you are already bastards. If you continue to do this, won't people laugh at this old ancestor's nest of Devil clan descendants? Not only are they bastards, but they are also all stupid pigs? Wah, I'm so pissed off. Yi Xian had also gotten into character. Previously, he had called himself the young master, but now that In-chi had brought this group of Demon Clan clansmen to kneel on the ground, he immediately called himself the ancestor. He spoke so sneakily. However, none of the people kneeling on the ground felt that it was harsh to the ears. Even the words bastards made them feel very comfortable in their hearts. At the very least, this meant that the ancestor before them had already acknowledged their identity as mixed-blood descendants. Damned fellows, how dare you provoke old ancestor? What if old ancestor's body is damaged from anger? In-chi immediately stood up, and as he scolded, he raised his hands and slapped out 2 palms. These fellows with ulterior motives, I can't let you live. Boom! Boom! 2 energy explosions sounded, and those 2 fellows exploded into a cloud of cold mist on the spot. Their consciousness dissipated, and they turned into ashes. As his trusted subordinates, they couldn't resist the huge temptation and dared to snatch the creation from him. This was clearly an ingrate, and he couldn't be allowed to live. Although In-chi didn't say these words, the hundreds of Devil clan subordinates who were kneeling behind him knew clearly. All of them trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. All right, what did old ancestor say just now? Do I need to ask you to stand up respectfully? Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his expression darkened. He waved his hand, showing his displeasure. This group of fellows didn't dare to delay any longer, and all of them hurriedly got up. In-chi bowed slightly and welcomed Yi Xian like a eunuch. He pointed at the entrance of the nest and said, "Old ancestor, it's windy outside. It won't be good if you catch a cold. Please follow me home." All right, after all, they are old ancestors' descendants. Although they are bastards with impure bloodlines, they can be considered as family. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. He took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and his heart was already bubbling with joy. However, he didn't plan to stop there. As he spoke, he seemed to casually mention it, but in reality, he was throwing it out and thinking about the treasures of the Demon clan. Coincidentally, this ancestor has just been born, so I don't know much about this world. It's quite boring, so I'll see what interesting things you unfilial descendants have to play with to pass the time. Yes, there are. Please, old ancestor. Hearing Yi Xian's words, In-chi hurriedly responded and bowed, leading the way in front. Old ancestor, don't worry. There are many interesting things. I'll send them to you in a while. Please don't mind. You know, we are just a bunch of useless bastards. We can't take out anything that can catch your eye. It's fine. As long as you have the heart. Yi Xian waved his hand but sighed in his heart. This bastard is so king filial. Nest. Deep in the ancestral land. In the cave residence of the other 2 elders, Ba and Jiao. Ba and Jiao didn't pay much attention to the situation outside the nest. It was just a reckless young human who came to make a ruckus. With Chi's help, he would definitely die. They didn't have the time to care about this kind of thing. Therefore, they didn't know what happened outside at first. It was only when their subordinates reported the situation that Ba and Jiao suddenly stood up in shock and regret. What? The Netherworld clan's young master? He actually displayed the legendary bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw in front of everyone? He instantly and silently cut a small meteor thousands of miles away into two halves? Wahaha, we've really suffered a huge loss this time. A living ancestor has come knocking on our door, and he actually said that he would choose the one that he liked the most, and that he would impart the bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw. Old Seven is really lucky this time. No, we can't let him take all the advantages. If you want to play, why should you? We are also mixed blood descendants of the Netherworld clan. We are also bastards. We also have to kowtow to the old ancestor. Chapter 3402. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Who are these two bastards? When he led Yi Xian into the Yin nest, Yin Qi had already secretly glanced at his trusted aide. The latter understood and immediately walked a few steps forward to rush to the front. Yin Qi could tell that this Netherworld race's young master ancestor had just been born. He was not very shrewd and was easy to coax. As long as he was happy, he would definitely find Yin Qi pleasing to the eye. The Netherworld race's bloodline ability would most likely be passed on to him first. Although he did not say that he would not pass on the other skills, what if the other skills were delayed after one was passed on? No one could afford to wait for 180 years. Therefore, Yin Qi only wanted to make the Netherworld race's ancestor happy. Although he was in the 12th realm, the Void realm, the Netherworld race's ancestor had just been born. His cultivation was not high and was only in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. However, Yin Qi had never thought of using force. On one hand, this little ancestor was not shrewd and was easy to coax. There was no need to use force. On the other hand, the Yin Devil clan was, after all, a mixed blood descendant of the Netherworld clan. When it came to using force, they might be able to kill a pure blood member of the Netherworld clan because their cultivation was higher than the other party. However, it was impossible for them to search the other party's soul and obtain the secrets of the other party's bloodline. Yi Xian was well aware of this. That was why he was so calm. He threw out the great temptation of the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. He was sure that this group of people would not be able to resist. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they could only hold their breaths in front of him. Soon, Yi Xian was led by Yin Qi with an ingratiating smile. They passed through the Yin nest's tunnel and arrived inside the Yin nest. What entered their eyes was a dark and cold world. Although there was also the void and stars, the main color was gray. There was no source of yang energy. There was only cold Yin energy everywhere. Welcome, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. The Yin demon clansmen in front of him were all kneeling on the ground. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons in total. The entire Yin devil clan had a total of over 10,000 people, and they were all under the control of the three elders. 7 Yin's lineage had 3,000 to 4,000 people, and all of them were present, kneeling here. Needless to say, Yin Qi really knew how to arrange things. It was as if he could tell that Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance, so he arranged things to suit his taste. If Yin Qi knew that the reason why Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance was because he saw these bastards being taken advantage of by him, and they were so willing, crying and shouting as if they wanted to die, that was why he felt so happy and comfortable. Yin Qi would probably explode on the spot and spit out blood. Hey, what are you doing? What's the point of making such a big show of extravagance? This ancestor has always kept a low profile, and I don't like this the most. Yi Xian was so happy that he almost floated in the air when he saw the Yin demon clansmen kneeling in front of him. Although he said that he liked to keep a low profile, he had already soared into the air and arrived in front of the group of people kneeling, enjoying their worship. He wasn't in a hurry to get them to stand up. First, he smiled and swept his gaze over these guys. Finally, he gently waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Bastards, get up." Thank you, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. These bastards were all beaming with joy. Ancestor Huansuan had seriously glanced at them just now. Everyone felt that they had caught the Ancestor Huansuan's eyes, and they might even be remembered by the Ancestor Huansuan. It was just a matter of time before they would have a meteoric rise. Overjoyed, these guys all got up one after another. They didn't dare to block the path in front of them, and took the initiative to retreat to the side, looking at him with burning eyes. "Ancestor, this way please." Chi could see that this young master of the netherworld race clearly liked this very much. Wasn't he so happy now that his mouth was all the way behind his ears? Thinking about it, it was normal. He was the young master of the powerful netherworld race in the Antiquity Age. Now that he was born in the current age, he found that the netherworld race had already declined. How strong was the sense of loss in his heart? Under such circumstances, it was rare for him to enjoy the noble treatment of those years in the nest of his bastard descendants. Naturally, he was happy. Since the ancestor Huansuan was happy, Chi was naturally happy as well. He vaguely felt that he had already grasped the ancestor Huansuan's preferences. It seemed that the netherworld claw's divine ability couldn't escape and would definitely belong to him. Thinking of this, Chi felt that his body was a little floating. On this side, just as the 3,000 to 4,000 subordinates of Chi retreated far away, two groups of people immediately floated over like dark clouds in front of them. One on the left and one on the right, there were 3,000 to 4,000 people on each side. When they approached, they directly knelt down in front of Yi Xian. The two people in the lead were Yin Ba and Yin Jiu. After the two of them knelt down, their heads were lowered, but they each held a small space box in their hands. They raised it high and shouted, "Ancestor, Old 8 is here. Please forgive me. I have prepared some small things here. They are a meeting gift for the ancestor. It's the same for Old 9. They're not good things, but they represent Old 9's sincerity. I hope the ancestor Huansuan won't mind and accept them. Old 8? Old 9? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Chi, who was beside him, and when he saw that his expression immediately darkened, he immediately understood. It seemed that these two fellows were the same as Chi, clan elders of the Demon clan. They must have received the news and rushed over to flatter him. To put it bluntly, their ultimate goal was to win his favor so that they could obtain the inheritance of the netherworld claw. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately calmed down. As long as the other party had this intention, they would be firmly controlled by him. Moreover, there was Chi, who was deeply poisoned, beside him now. Even if the two in front of him didn't fall for his trick, with Chi around, they couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face darkened. He raised his hand and patted his chest, saying, "Who are these two bastards?" They suddenly rushed out and led a group of people to kowtow. This ancestor Huansuan was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was originally something that Yi Xian said casually to take advantage of the situation again. He didn't expect that when it reached Yin Ba and Yin Jiu's ears, it was no different from the sound of nature. The two old fellows immediately grinned and were incomparably excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They fought to be the first to reveal their identities and express their loyalty. Yes, yes, yes. The ancestor is so perceptive. Aren't the two of us bastards? Your mixed blood descendant, your seed, is short for bastard. This is what it means, ancestor Huansuan, right? The one beside you is the bastard old 7, this is the bastard old 8, and I'm the bastard old 9. We're all your seed. Originally, Yi Xian felt comfortable calling them bastards. However, after hearing it so many times, especially when these two fellows kept calling them bastards and then saying that they were all his seed, Yi Xian gradually felt that it wasn't so. Weren't they King scolding him? Chapter 3403. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios getting the Medicine King inheritance. Yi Xian felt awkward when he thought about how these bastards had brought him in as well. His face couldn't help but darken. Chi, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed when she saw Yi Xian's unhappy expression. Just as she was about to jump out and attack Yin Ba and Yin Jiu to establish a bad first impression of them in the eyes of the patriarch. However, these two fellows were quick to react. Seeing that the situation was not right, they quickly changed the topic and opened the small space box in their hands in an extremely nimble manner. Walala! Ding ding dang dang. In an instant, all the treasures in the two small space boxes poured out and piled up into two small hills in the void. A lot of strange clanking sounds rang out, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance burst out. The surrounding demons all stared at them. Even Yi Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were some heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that even he didn't have. As expected of the two elders in charge of the Demon clan, they spared no expense for the Netherclaw. They were indeed generous. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the two small hills of various heaven and earth treasures, rare minerals, cultivation resources, and even finished products in front of him, the two elders were immediately invigorated. They immediately stood up and waved their hands behind them. The 6,000 to 7,000 demons immediately retreated silently. On the other hand, Ba and Jiao surrounded Yi Xian from left and right. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they excitedly introduced the two small piles of treasures to him. Look, Patriarch, this is the Wuji gold crystal, the best material for refining weapons. This is the Phoenix bloodgrass, the best material for refining medicine. It is said that the 14th level liquid of the human race's science and technology faction requires this material. Of course, that is the formula in the derivation. The human race has no use for it, and only the 11th level liquid has been created. What? You don't know what the 11th level liquid is? Oh, by the way, you've just been born, so it's normal that you don't know about this. The 11th grade liquid is a kind of body-refining medicinal liquid refined by the human race. As they spoke, Ba and Jiao kept the two small hills of treasures in front of Yi Xian back into the small space box. Finally, he stuffed the small box into Yi Xian's hands and said fawningly, "Ancestor, with your experience, these little things naturally won't catch your eye. However, they are novel and interesting. Take your time to play with them. We'll gather more for you later." Yes. We are your most loyal bastard descendants. You must remember us, Bastard Old 8 and Bastard Old 9. Old 8, you guys have gone too far. Before Ba and Jiao could finish their words, Qi, whose face was as gloomy as water, could no longer hold it in and suddenly shouted, "Didn't you see that I, Old 7, was the one who brought the patriarch into the sect? I haven't even had the time to say anything yet. What do you mean by this? Isn't it just a bunch of broken things? Don't tell me I don't have them?" As he spoke, Qi coldly snorted and took out a small spatial box from his bosom. He handed it over to Yi Xian with a smile and said in a fawning manner, "Ancestor, little 7 has a lot of these things as well. We don't care about them. Hee, and they don't have what little 7 has. Hey, this green jade ruler is an item from the primordial era. It is said that it was left behind by a medicine king in the primordial era. It records the entire inheritance of the medicine king. This is a good thing. Little 7 hasn't had the time to study it yet. He just got it not long ago. Oh, of course. To old ancestor, this is just a small broken jade ruler. However, it is an item from the primordial era after all. Old ancestor, you can more or less feel close to it since it came from the same era." At this point, the faces of Ba and Jiao were already filled with disdain. This old thing was too shameless. In order to curry favor with them, he even took out the medicine king's inheritance that he had just obtained, which he had flaunted in front of them after returning, but did not even allow them to touch it. The key was that he said little 7 as if he was a little follower. He cursed his neighbor and wanted to take the old ancestor for himself. He was simply too shameless. Nonsense. How is this an item from the primordial era? Yi Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, "How can this old ancestor not see the aura of the primordial era? This is at most an item from the primordial era, but it's close to the later stage of the primordial era." This old ancestor sighed when he saw it. "It's not a bad idea. Little 7, you're a good bastard, a good bastard." Speaking of this, Yi Xian raised his hand and patted Qi's shoulder. He had an expression that said, "I think very highly of you. Continue to work hard and you have a bright future ahead of you." Of course, he took the opportunity to throw out a few more words, taking advantage of Qi. However, Qi was flattered. This good bastard was very impressive. From the beginning to the end, he had heard the old ancestor say the word bastard many times. However, until now, he was the only one who could make the old ancestor praise him as a good bastard. Qi, who was greatly encouraged, immediately puffed out her chest and proudly glanced at Ba and Jiao. The green jade ruler in her hand and the small spatial box that contained a large amount of treasures were respectfully handed over to Yi Xian. With a flip of her hand, the latter stored them into the undying world within his body. At this point, Yi Xian hadn't even entered the door yet, but he'd already received so many gifts that his hands went soft. It could be said that he'd earned an overflowing bowl. Needless to say, his heart was carefree, and his entire body was about to float. All right, this old ancestor has seen the filial piety of the three of you. In short, you're all good bastards. This old ancestor feels rather comforted to have disciples like you. After keeping the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yi Xian looked at Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu with a face full of praise. He nodded and continued, "All in all, you're not bad. There's hope for all of you. Continue to work hard in the future. This old ancestor has decided to choose one of you to pass down the bloodline ability of my Netherworld clan, the Netherworld Claw. Sigh, you guys don't know. This kind of bloodline ability can only be passed down in a special way. Every time I pass it down, I have to recuperate for 100 years. Therefore, among the 3 of you, only one can inherit it within 100 years. The other 2 can only wait for 1 or 200 years. This makes this old ancestor feel rather uneasy. The 3 of you are such good bastards, but this old ancestor can't treat all of you equally. It would have been better if he did not say this." Once he said this, Yin Qi and the other 2 immediately bowed even more. Previously, they were only worried that this old ancestor would be lazy and delay the second one after passing down the first one. Chapter 3404. Dig the hole first. This ancestor has been sealed in that innately cold place for countless years. I have just come out recently, so I can't stay idle for a while. The 3 of you, lead this ancestor to walk around this nest and see if there are any interesting places to play. After receiving the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yi Xian set his eyes on the benefits of this Yin nest. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the thousands of Yin demons gathered around. He chuckled and said, "You bastards are all good bastards. This old ancestor will reward you later. However, all of you can leave now. This old ancestor doesn't like extravagance the most. I have always kept a low profile. Come, all of you kneel and pay your respects." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian stood in the air with his hands on his hips, as if he was enjoying the reverence of everyone as they knelt down. The corners of Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu's mouths twitched. They despised him in their hearts. Making thousands of people kneel and pay their respects, how could this be considered keeping a low profile? This old thing was simply too shameless. However, they obviously didn't dare to say this out loud. They immediately led the 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons behind them to kneel and kowtow. "Old ancestor, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens." The thousands of Yin demons kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Except for Yi Xian, no one was left standing. Even the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor, couldn't enjoy such a scene. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. He felt like he was floating in the air. Soon, after kneeling and paying their respects, the other thousands of Yin demons quickly retreated. Only Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu stayed behind. They slightly bowed and waited at the side. Among them, Yin Qi immediately came forward and said fawningly, "Old ancestor, in the depths of our clan's ancestral land's Yin nest, there is an innately cold place called the Yin Pool. Apart from the clan head, Yin Emperor, who is still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, only the clan's 9 clan elders can enter. I will bring old ancestor over for inspection." This was also Yi Xian's purpose. Generally speaking, there would be some forbidden areas in the ancestral land of Yin Demon Clan that ordinary clansmen couldn't enter. That was why Yi Xian ordered those ordinary clansmen to leave. He wanted to see if there were any benefits in the core of Yin Demon Clan's ancestral land. Yin Qi and the other 2 had long since become obedient to Yi Xian's words. Their minds were constantly thinking about that sentence that could only be passed down once in 100 years. It could be said that they couldn't get rid of it. If only one of the 3 was here, it would have been fine. What could be done and what could not be done? Perhaps there would be a bottom line. However, all 3 of them were here at the same time, and all of them wanted to curry favor with the old ancestor as much as possible. They were afraid that the places that could be used would be taken advantage of by the other 2 first. Therefore, the 3 old fellows were racking their brains. As long as they thought of something that could make the old ancestor look at them in a new light, without exception, they would immediately use it. Along the way, whenever there was something good along the way, there was no need for Yi Xian to say anything. The 3 old fellows were practically crying and shouting as they eagerly ran over to Yi Xian and brought it over on the spot to show their filial piety. After all, this Yin nest was an innately cold place that was isolated from the outside universe and void. There was only a passageway connecting it, which was equivalent to a sealed secret realm. A large amount of Yin Qi filled the interior of the Yin nest for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, many rare minerals and Yin attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that didn't exist in the outside world would grow here. These things, as long as they were of a slightly higher grade, were all dug up and placed into small spatial boxes before being presented to Yi Xian. In a short half a day, the group of 4 finally arrived at the core of the Yin nest, the Yin pond. There were already a few more small spatial boxes in Yi Xian's undying world. These boxes were filled with rare Yin attribute ores and heavenly materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. Now, Yi Xian had dug up almost all of them. The Yin pond was actually a large pond filled with boundless profound Yin qi. Of course, the water in the pond wasn't ordinary water, but innate Yin qi. It was the result of the innate Yin qi being so dense that it had turned into liquid. Sigh, looking at this Yin pond reminds this ancestor of the Yin pond where father sealed me for hundreds of millions of years. It's a pity that the Yin pond has dried up. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't have been able to wake up so early. It's really a pity. I almost forgot that ancestor also has a Yin qi body. Although the Yin qi in this Yin pond can't be compared to the Yin pond where you were hibernating, it's still a rare item in the outside world. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Yin qi had already patted his head cleverly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a small bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. He directly cast a spell and filled the bottle with at least 10,000 cubic meters of Yin qi before handing it to Yi Xian. He grinned as if he was asking for credit and said, "Although the quality is definitely not satisfactory, it's completely fine for ancestor to use it to soak your feet." This small bottle of Yin qi liquid was equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire Yin pond. Now, Yin qi had given it to Yi Xian without saying anything, and even said that he was going to use it to soak his feet. It had to be known that every drop of this Yin qi was a treasure. To the Yin qi's clansmen, 1 drop of Yin qi was enough to sustain their cultivation for a year. Moreover, the Yin emperor, the patriarch of the Yin qi clan, was still in seclusion in the Yin pond. If one thought about it carefully, Yin qi's words clearly meant that the patriarch, the Yin emperor, was in seclusion in Yi Xian's foot-washing water. Perhaps the 3 old things didn't think of this, but Yi Xian did. When he took the heavy bottle, he almost laughed out loud. At this time, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've discovered a Yin qi body. Do you want to immediately imprint your interstellar coordinates? Imprint my interstellar coordinates? Yi Xian stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself. Generally speaking, you could imprint your interstellar coordinates anywhere in the universe, and the system wouldn't deliberately remind you. But if it did, it meant that the location was extremely suitable and most likely had some hidden value. Of course, before this value was revealed, the system wouldn't explain everything clearly to you in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. It just so happened that this Yin qi body was also beneficial to his nether body. If he imprinted his interstellar coordinates here, he could just treat it as digging a hole in the depths of the Yin qi's ancestral land. After he completely fell out with the Yin qi's clan, he could activate the coordinate jump ability attached to the system's title at any time and directly come to this place. Then he could take this entire pool of Yin qi. Chapter 3405. Grotto Heaven Rank 3. Take a bath and take a shower? And have a wet sex? Upon hearing this, Yin qi, Yin ba, and Yin jiu were immediately stunned, and their expressions gradually became strange. They had clearly misunderstood the so-called wet sex. They thought that the desolate ancient great young master in front of them was in the mood for that kind of thing. It was understandable. After all, he had been in that dried-up innately cold land for hundreds of millions of years. Now, he had finally found a nest of bastard descendants. He had probably seen many beautiful women among the Yin demon clansmen who were worshipping them. Now that he suddenly had this kind of interest, it was inevitable. However, the clan leader, the Yin emperor, was still in seclusion in the deepest part of the pond, while the old ancestor was playing with the beauties in the shallow part of the pond. The clan leader could see everything as soon as he raised his head. This was really a bit inappropriate. However, Yin qi and the other 2 were already deeply poisoned, and they couldn't care so much. In any case, the clan leader, the Yin emperor, was in seclusion and wouldn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. Although the old ancestor was doing this kind of thing with the beauties of the clan above his head, the clan leader wouldn't know anyway, so they could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Most importantly, they couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Normally, when male cultivators were in the mood, they would be impatient and want to immediately get on the horse, let alone the old ancestor, who was a desolate ancient great young master. If they really disobeyed him on this matter, the netherworld claw inheritance that was about to be in their hands would immediately be gone. Thinking like this, Chi and the other two immediately summoned a group of beauties from their clan. All of them were like flowers and jade. When they heard that the old ancestor wanted to favor them, they were extremely excited. As soon as they arrived, they stripped naked and moved closer to Yi Xian. The latter was so scared that he repeatedly shouted, back off, this old ancestor is used to doing it himself, it's fine if I do it myself." He was referring to taking a bath, but the surrounding people interpreted it as that matter, and they were all shocked. Doing it himself? After all this time, the old ancestor was actually a lover. It was no wonder. After being sealed in that dried-up cold land for hundreds of millions of years, he could only do it himself. It had probably become a habit. With that thought, Chi and the other two immediately sighed and brought the resentful beauties of the clan to do it. They had to appease the resentment of the beauties of the clan. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to all this. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had retreated, he had to make the best use of the time and brand the personal interstellar coordinates of the second universe's plane. Everything was the same as before. When Yi Xian ordered the system to start the brand of the second universe's coordinates, the system's notification quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi, step by step. He began the process step by step of the system. First, a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was refined into a special brand. Then, this primordial spirit brand was shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it to the void where the Yin pond was, fitting, and finally completely fusing with it. Although it was already the third time, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of his own primordial spirit still made Yi Xian unable to adapt. It was simply difficult to describe with words. After a lot of effort, after separating this strand of primordial spirit, Yi Xian still couldn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomfort of the damage to his primordial spirit and force himself to be alert. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal, and this was the third time he was familiar with the process. In the end, it was the process of fusing the successfully condensed primordial spirit brand into the void in front of him. Yi Xian paid close attention to the whole process, from connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit brand with it and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, and even his whole person was a little on edge. After a total of half a day's work, his personal space coordinates in the second universe finally perfectly fused into the void where the Yin pond was located. After a flash, it completely stabilized and disappeared, and even Yi Xian couldn't catch it. During the whole process, he wasn't disturbed at all. Although there was a Yin demon clan leader at the bottom of the pool, that old guy was in closed-door training, and all his thoughts and feelings were sealed in his body. Even if someone walked up to him and farted in his face, he wouldn't have any reaction. To Yi Xian's surprise, after this personal space coordinates of the second universe were branded, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. There were 2 prompts, and one of them was related to a breakthrough in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branding your personal space coordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of Qi and blood. Current realm. Level 3 of the Tao Insight realm. A breakthrough. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Soon he understood. After all, he was soaking in this Yin pond, and his whole body was bathed in a large amount of innate cold liquid. Moreover, his current state was the nether body, which was activated by the nether claw. For the nether body, this kind of innate cold Yin liquid was the best thing to temper one's body. Previously, when Yi Xian's nether body was imprinted with the coordinates of the second universe, he unknowingly started to cultivate. As a result, the cultivation level of his physical body was able to break through a small level, so naturally, he was able to succeed. This was a pleasant surprise, and Yi Xian was very happy. This trip to the Yin nest was really not in vain. Not only did he get back the green jade ruler, which recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King, he also obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures of the Yin attribute and rare minerals. Moreover, he obtained 10,000 cubic meters of innate cold liquid. Even his cultivation realm had a small breakthrough when he was branding his personal space coordinates in the second universe. However, at this point, he had almost obtained all the benefits in the Yin nest. He had already soaked in the core of the ancestral land, so what good things could there be that they did not take out? Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to get up, thinking that there was no more benefit in the nest, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an undying imperishable bead. Do you want to collect it immediately? Undying imperishable bead? Yi Xian was startled and immediately frowned. It seemed that the undying imperishable bead that Ling Hu threw into the Shenong cauldron was indeed taken from the Yin demon clan. Besides that one, there was actually another one in the core Yin pond of the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. This item could be considered a rare treasure. Although it was not a good thing, it could not be left in the hands of the enemy. The threat was too great. Yi Xian did not hesitate to collect it immediately. Chapter 3406. Sea of Abyss Turtles. After the second undying imperishable pearl was collected by Yi Xian, it was directly thrown into the Shenong cauldron in his undying world. It was suppressed at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, just like the first undying imperishable pearl. This kind of thing was too evil. Yi Xian didn't dare to touch it. Even if he kept it in his undying world, he didn't dare to touch it. It was too evil. After doing all this, the entire Yin demon race really didn't have anything to gain anymore. The various cold attribute treasures and rare ores in the Yin nest had already been dug up by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao and given to him. Even the treasures and resources in their hands were the same. Even the forbidden Yin pool had been filled with nearly 1/6 of the innate Yin cold liquid by Yin Qi and handed over to Yi Xian. Although there was still a large amount of cold Yin liquid left behind, Yi Xian had already imprinted his interstellar coordinates here. In the future, if he wanted to wipe them all out, he could come over at any time. He didn't need to worry about this. This was simply like a swarm of locusts passing through, or even worse. However, whether it was Yin Qi and the other Yin demon clan elders or the other Yin demon clan members, they were all willing to do this. Other than Yi Xian, there was probably no one else who could do such a thing. In their eyes, the greatest treasure now was Yi Xian himself. He was the legendary young master of the Netherworld race. As long as he was happy, he could pass down the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race. Then, not only would the person who obtained the bloodline ability gain another powerful ability, the bloodline in their body would also revert to its ancestral roots and reconstruct the Netherworld race's body. When that time came, their cultivation would definitely soar. If it wasn't for this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiao, and the other 3 Yin demon clan elders wouldn't have been so willing to let Yi Xian exploit them so wantonly. Seeing Yi Xian walk over from the direction of the Yin pond with a refreshed expression, Yin Qi and the other 2 clan elders, who had just finished their absurd conversation with the group of girls in their clan, immediately had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The old ancestor was indeed different. After doing that, he was even more energetic than before. This was really like seeing a ghost. As he muttered to himself, Yin Qi seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. His eyes instantly widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yi Xian and said in shock, "Ancestor, your cultivation level." "Oh, I just took a bath and felt good, so I broke through a small level." Yi Xian didn't think much of it and casually replied, "What? So good that he directly broke through his cultivation? F*****. What kind of realm was this? Could it be that the old ancestor had trained a sharpshooter in that dried-up, innately cold land? Was realm breakthrough achieved by shooting? They had no choice. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Yin Qi and the other 2's faces were filled with admiration. In all honesty, they were not pretending this time, but from the bottom of their hearts. An existence that could break through the realm with a single shot was unprecedented. The ancestor could be considered a freak, and he was probably not inferior to the 2 peerless freaks of the human clan. At least, they hadn't heard of those 2 having this ability. After taking all the benefits from the Yin nest, the things that Yi Xian muttered in his mind had already changed. He had finished plundering everything, but the human resources were still there. Tens of thousands of Yin demon clan clansmen, if they all came out of the nest and followed him to the Nether Turtle Sea. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. It was one thing to have a group of hired thugs, but the most important thing was that these hired thugs were treating him like an ancestor. That was a totally different matter. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he or she would have to kill over 10,000 Yin demons first. This was definitely the rhythm of running amok in the sea of hellish turtles. After all, the Yin demon race was a notorious race in the second universe. The bodies of this race were extremely Yin energy with the cold attribute. they could transform into other races and switch between flesh and energy at will. As a result, it was extremely difficult to kill them. In addition, the members of this race were vengeful. Therefore, even in the second universe, where martial arts were fierce and life and death battles could be seen everywhere, very few people were willing to provoke the Een demon race. Sigh, your Een nest is too small. This old ancestor can just walk around casually. It's really boring. Yi Xian deliberately sighed and continued, forget it. You guys just stay in the nest. This old ancestor will go out for a walk. Previously, I was sealed in that innately cold place for who knows how many years. I've long been bored out of my wits. I really can't sit still. Yes. This is only because of you, old ancestor. If it were someone else, they would have died of boredom. Old ancestor, you should go out more. It's rare for you to come out. Naturally, you should go out and see more. But after all, you just came out and haven't recovered your strength. You're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, 3rd level. There are so many bad people out there. In Little Nine's opinion, it's better for us bastards to take the 180 little bastards out with you. That's right. If old ancestor has any errands, it's better to have someone to listen to you. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to leave, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao immediately panicked. This old ancestor was a little unreliable. What if he didn't come back after going out? Wouldn't they cry when they came back? Thinking of this, they immediately made their decision. Each of them decided to take some subordinates of their race to follow the old ancestor. They could not only protect the old ancestor, but also keep an eye on him and not let this great opportunity slip away. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bring 180 people to follow me? Oh, how dare this old ancestor make such a big show? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, no need. This old ancestor appreciates the intentions of you bastards, okay? I don't need to trouble you to serve me all the way. Go do what you need to do. This was obviously sarcasm. Een Chi and the other 2 were all old foxes. How could they not see it? However, the 3 of them didn't think too much about it because they had already made the first impression. This old fellow had an eccentric temperament. He was a desolate ancient hedonist young master who liked to show off the most. He obviously liked to show off, but he always said that this old ancestor had always kept a low profile. Now, he was obviously dissatisfied that this old ancestor was going out for an inspection with only a few hundred Een demon clansmen following behind him. This was a really shabby rhythm. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but regret it so much that their intestines almost turned green. Their brains weren't bright. They actually forgot about the old ancestor's pretentious character in a moment of carelessness. This unexpectedly left a bad impression. It was simply not worth the loss. Thinking of this, the 3 of them immediately put on a smiling face and hurriedly spoke again in a hurry to remedy the situation. Oh, old ancestor, look at what you're saying. You're going out for an inspection, so how can you not have a bunch of little bastards following you to serve you? Yes. Hee, the 180 mentioned just now were referring to the delicate beauties in the clan. As for the guards and the like, you have to bring at least 8,000 of them. That's right. According to Little Nine's idea, 2,000 of them will be enough to guard the ancestral land's Een nest. The rest will all be dispatched together and follow the old ancestor out for an inspection. Chapter 3407. Nether Turtle Sea? What's that? A place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath? What's so fun about that? I'm not going. Hearing that these 3 fellows were tactful, they finally changed their words. They decided that other than leaving 2,000 Een demon clansmen to guard their nest, the other 10,000 clansmen would all follow him out. Only then was Yi Xian satisfied. Yi Xian was even more satisfied when they mentioned the Nether Turtle Sea. However, he didn't show it on his face. He waved his hand and rejected the idea. On the side, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They wiped the black lines on their foreheads and then explained. Forefather, you don't know. The Nether Turtle Sea is really not a place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath. The Nether Turtle Sea is the name of a star region. Just like the star region where my clan's ancestral land, the Een nest, is located is called the Shadow Devil Star region. The reason why the Nether Turtle Sea is called this name is because the Nether Turtle clan's ancestral land is located in that star region. Since turtles were originally creatures of water, that star region is called the Nether Turtle Sea. The Nether Turtle clan is not a bunch of old bastards. They are also one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Of course, we don't care about the top 10 clans at all. They don't dare to offend us. This is all because of forefathers' prestige. After all, we old bastards all have the blood of the primordial Netherworld clan flowing in our veins. The Nether Turtle clan also has the blood of a supreme existence from the primordial antiquity era flowing in their veins. This supreme existence is called the Void Turtle. Oh, forefather, I know. It's that bastard. Without waiting for the three old fellows to finish speaking, Yi Xian slapped his thigh, and an expression of enlightenment immediately appeared on his face. Void Tortoise, I know that the tortoise's body is extremely big, and is different from the normal body of my Netherworld race and the desolate ancient Yaksha race. Once the tortoise's entire body is revealed, it will be comparable to a universe plane, and its claws will be as big as a star domain. Even the primordial supreme being like the golden divine dragon is smaller than him. Back then, forefather brought me to meet him. At that time, I crawled on that bastard's shell and rolled around. I even peed on it. I didn't expect this Nether Turtle to be his descendant. Speaking of which, the Nether Turtle clan has to call me ancestor when they see me. Back then, Emperor Father and that bastard were on the same side. It's a pity that I didn't participate in the battle because I was too young, so I was left in the ancestral land of the clan. Later on, I received news that Emperor Father's bloodline was defeated. I don't know the details. I only know that Emperor Father's eye of heavenly Tao was cut open by Emperor Father's nether claw. After that I was sealed. When I woke up again, it was already hundreds of millions of years later. I don't know if forefather is still alive. Is that bastard still alive? Is he 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 still alive? At the end of his speech, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. He pretended to be so that he could pave the way for what he was going to say later. On the other hand, Yin Qi and the others who were at the side were already stunned by the ancient secrets revealed in his words. They only knew a little about it from the genealogy of the Yin Demon clan. They knew that there were two huge camps in the primordial era and a mysterious great battle broke out. In that battle, the forefather of the Yin Demon clan, the Netherworld Great Emperor, used the supreme Netherworld Claw to cut the commander of the opposing camp, the Eye of the Heavens, who was suspected to be a doppelganger of the Will of the Heavens in the primordial era, into two. That was all there was to it. They were fascinated by everything related to that battle, but they didn't know anything about it. Now, when they heard their ancestor speak casually, they finally found out that their bloodline ancestor, the Netherworld Emperor, was actually on the same side as the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor, the Void Colossus, during that unparalleled battle all those years ago. Moreover, once the Void Colossus revealed its true form, it was actually even larger than an existence like the divine gold dragon, and a swing of its claw was capable of destroying an entire region. What was even more shocking was that the ancestor in front of them had actually rolled and peed on the back of the Void Giant Turtle. TSK. 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 Existences like the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Turtle were definitely the most powerful existences in the primordial era. The ancestor in front of them could pee on the back of the Void Giant Turtle when he was still young. It could be seen that the Netherworld Great Emperor was also an existence of this level. As expected of the supreme existence that could split the commander of the enemy camp, the Eye of the Heaven Tao, who was suspected to be a clone of the primordial Heaven Tao, into two with a single claw. It was really heaven-defying and truly extraordinary. When they thought like this, Yin Qi and the others were filled with heroic spirits. Even though they didn't know if the forefather of the Netherworld Great Emperor had perished, at least the young master, the ancestor before them, had survived. Moreover, he possessed the complete Netherworld Claw bloodline ability. Once it was passed down, the future of the Yin Demon clan would simply be limitless. At least, compared to the Netherworld Turtle clan that was in the same camp as the Void Giant Turtle clan, they were really too lucky. When they thought up to here, Yin Qi and the others couldn't help but feel slightly sad for the loss of the Netherworld Turtle clan, and they shook their heads and sighed before continuing to introduce the Netherworld Turtle clan to Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Netherworld Turtle clan is really pitiful. I didn't know that their forefather was in the same camp as our Netherworld Great Emperor before, so I didn't feel anything. Now, I really can't bear it. That's right, the Netherworld Turtle clan actually has nothing to do with the so-called underworld territory. They are all living beings with flesh and blood. The reason why they are called netherworld turtles is because although they are alive, they are as good as dead, so they are called netherworld turtles. The bloodline inheritance of the netherworld turtle clan is said to be a kind of primordial void technique. It was originally engraved on an ancient turtle shell, and it was the clan's most precious treasure. However, the ancient turtle shell collapsed and was lost at some point in time. From then on, the netherworld turtle clan lost their bloodline inheritance, and even the spiritual sustenance of the clan was gone. However, the turtle clan has a long life, and all of them have become living fossils, just like living dead turtles, so they are called the netherworld turtle clan. If it wasn't for the long life of this clan and the existence of a few terrifying old monsters, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe and would have been exterminated long ago. Sigh, how pitiful. It was the first time that Yi Xian had heard these words, so the shock in his heart was rather strong. He hadn't even seen the netherworld turtle clan, yet he'd already felt a dejected and decaying aura assault his face just from the description of Yin Qi and the others. When he thought about how these netherworld turtles were all descendants of the Void Turtle clan, even if they were bastards with impure bloodlines, they were more or less related, yet now they'd fallen into such a state. Instantly, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he'd taken the Void technique to be his fundamental cultivation technique since a long time ago. If he really had to speak of it, it could be said to be of the same origin as these netherworld turtles.